Chapter 1. The Deal. A figure dragged itself across the sand. The sun was setting, bathing the world in shades of amber and gold. It was beautiful. Perfect, even. The kind of sunset that made people stop and stare, that made them write poetry, or take pictures, or call their loved ones. The figure's name was Adom Silla. Today, Adom had decided he was going to die. By drowning, specifically. It was supposed to be peaceful, poetic, even. Just him, the waves, and that perfect sunset. Instead, he'd somehow managed to get attacked by a troll. A troll, of all things, on his carefully chosen, quiet beach. The irony that he'd fought so hard to stay alive against something that could have done his job for him wasn't lost on him. But getting his head repeatedly smashed against rocks hadn't been part of the plan. He had standards, after all. Except now his body had failed him. Again. Just as he'd finally dealt with the troll and worked up the courage to finish things properly, the chair's systems had crashed. And now here he was, crawling through blood-stained sand, unable even to die right. The final reading of the connected wheelchair flashed through his mind. Critical system failure. Mana stability, 12%. Dangerous. Neural sync. Error. Life support. Offline. Connection lost. At least he'd made it to the beach. He couldn't breathe right. Each gasp tore through his lungs like broken glass, leaving the taste of blood in his mouth. The sand felt wrong under his hands, coarse and wet with something that wasn't just seawater. His legs wouldn't work. Hadn't worked since the fall, or maybe it was the explosion. Everything after the screaming started was a blur. He forced another handful of sand behind him, dragging his body forward. The sea breeze carried salt and rot, and the beach stretched out ahead, empty except for the bodies. So many bodies. The tide was trying to take them, pulling at uniforms and civilian clothes alike. A knight's armor, somehow still pristine except for the dark stains, bobbed in the surf. War didn't care about perfect sunsets or final moments. War just left things broken. Another push. Another few inches gained. His chest hurt. The diagnostic warnings had gone quiet minutes ago, or hours. Time wasn't working right anymore. Just a little more. His voice also didn't sound right anymore. Too weak. Too old. Each word cost him more breath than he could spare, but the silence was worse. The silence meant hearing the waves lap against dead things. Something massive lay half-submerged near the pier, probably a leviathan. Best not to look at it. Best not to remember what it did before the artillery finally brought it down. Best not to think about the sounds it made. Blood dripped onto sand. His blood, this time. A cough racked his body, and for a moment the world went dark around the edges. It hurt. It hurt so much. But he kept crawling, one hand in front of the other, away from the bodies, away from the thing in the water. Away. Just a little more. He could almost hear the echoes of laughter, see the ghostly outlines of those long-gone structures, the phantom sensation of sand between his toes, the warmth of the sun on his skin, the salty air that engulfed his lungs. All these memories washed over him, as relentless and bittersweet as the tide itself. 79 years of life. A lifetime for most, an eternity for some. Few were those who could boast of such longevity, and fewer still who'd want to, given the circumstances. Adom Silla's case was, to put it mildly, a surprise to everyone, himself included. At 79 years old, Adam had been sick for 67 of those years. A record, perhaps, though not one anyone would be eager to claim. It had started when he was 12, a persistent cough that refused to go away. By 13, he was spending more time in hospital beds than his own. The disease, a rare magical malady that fed on his very life force and mana pool, had been his constant companion ever since. Despite the odds, Adam had carved out a brilliant career as a mage. Was it talent, determination, or just sheer pig-headed stubbornness? Whatever the reason, the man had refused to give up, even as his body slowly crumbled around him. He outlived so many people. Family, friends, acquaintances, had accomplished so many things as a mage. Yet, Adam felt he had nothing but disappointments to show for it. Disappointments in himself, in others, and something else. Something he couldn't quite put his finger on. Oh well, it would come back to him later. If there was a later. There wouldn't be. Unfulfilled dreams, too. So many of those. This was Sam's dream, actually, to die by the beach. His vision blurred, then sharpened suddenly, mind crystallizing with a clarity he hadn't felt in years. Ah, Sam. There was a name he hadn't heard or pronounced in how long? Like mother, like father. All long gone now, so long he couldn't even remember their faces anymore. Just impressions, feelings, the ghost of memories that refused to fade. A bird picked at something that might have been a decapitated head nearby. Right there, that exact spot. That's where he'd had his first ice cream. Every Sunday, Mother and Father would bring him here. And there, where that massive thing lay dead in the water, that's where his mana had manifested for the first time. "This is so cool!" The echo of a voice, young and excited. Sam, his best friend back then. What had happened between them? They'd been so close. He could still hear Sam's voice, the way he'd tease him constantly, how they'd practice dueling behind the school, how they'd get beaten up by the stronger kids just because. Just like that. He should have stood up to them. Should have stood up. The words came out as a wheeze, followed by another cough. Ah, there it was. The something else he couldn't remember earlier. Regrets. Yes, that's what his life could be reduced to. They piled up like the bodies on this beach, didn't they? His hearing started to fade, replaced by the thundering of his own heart. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. Each beat slower than the last. A countdown he knew too well. Sweat mixed with blood on his face, despite the cool breeze. Above, a shadow circled. Patient. Waiting. Thump, thump. 56 heart attacks throughout his life. 56 near-death experiences. Not many people could put that on their resume. Each one had taken something from him. A bit of liver here, kidney function there. Pieces of himself left behind in hospital rooms that became more familiar than his own bedroom. His arms shook as he tried to pull himself forward again. Failed. You never really appreciate your legs until you wake up one morning in your third favorite hospital room and can't feel them anymore. Puts things into perspective. Watching nurses wheel you past the playground you used to run in. Watching life continue while yours just stopped. Thump, thump. His heart beat defiantly, a stubborn percussion against the approaching silence. Adam forced himself forward, his movements even more desperate than before. Thump, thump. The bird's shadow grew larger. The sea was right there. He could smell the salt, feel the spray on his face. He just needed to make it a little further, to feel the water fill his lungs, to let the waves carry him into the abyss. Thump. Thump. The heartbeat slowed, each pulse feeling like it might be the last. Adam's fingers finally touched the water's edge, but it was a hollow victory. His hearing dulled, the sound of the waves fading to a distant roar. Thump. Everything was going black. Adam felt himself slipping away, consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind. Thump. And then, nothing. A peculiar lightness spread through his limbs. His fingers wouldn't move anymore, no matter how much he willed them to. His chest felt like concrete had been poured into it, heavy and still. The world tilted sideways, or maybe his head had. Sand pressed against his cheek, each grain suddenly fascinating in its clarity. Just a little more. His hands trembled one final time, then stilled. Through dimming vision, he watched the bird land near his face. Its talons left tiny imprints in the blood-stained sand. So this was it. He'd become another feast, another corpse among the others. The bird cocked its head, studying him with one bright eye. Number 57 did the trick, it seemed. Go ahead, he thought, unable to form the words anymore. At least something good can come from this. The bird hopped closer, beak aimed at his eye. Then, inexplicably, it spread its wings and took flight, abandoning him there in the sand. What? Not good enough for you either? Something shifted beside him. Not a shadow, there was no shadow to be seen, but a presence, as real as the sand beneath his cheek. The smell of incense cut through the salt and rot, filling Adam's nose. And there were red flowers suddenly growing all around him. Chrysanthemum by the look of it. Was that magic? Hallucination? He could not feel any mana, though, but then again, he could not feel anything. Hallucination it is, then. Good evening, said a calm, almost cheerful feminine voice. Beautiful sunset today, isn't it? The clouds are particularly lovely, all those shades of purple and gold. You don't often see them mix quite like that. Huh? Though I must say, she continued, the monster birds are being rather picky today. Usually they're not so discriminating about their dinner choices. A strange calm washed over Adam, despite the situation, despite his stillness, despite everything. The voice intrigued him, melodious, warm like honey in summer. She must be beautiful, he thought. An elf, perhaps. No, that sweet tone, and here by the sea. A mermaid. Were those still around these days? He hadn't heard of one being spotted since the wars began. To his surprise, when he tried to speak, words actually formed. His voice was weak, barely above a whisper, but it was there, though he couldn't feel his lips moving anymore. How strange. Who are you? He still couldn't see her, couldn't turn his head. Just the sand, the darkening sky, and that lingering scent of incense mixing with the salt air. Adam heard her sigh. Not an exasperated sound, but something almost fond. Oh, Adam, I'm a bit disappointed you don't recognize me, she said. But I understand. It's always different, face to face. Do I know you? A soft chuckle, like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Well, I know you. We've met many times before. A pause. 56 times, to be exact. This would be our 57th encounter. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant waves. Understanding dawned slowly, like the last rays of the setting sun. "Ah." "You seem shocked," she said, amusement coloring her voice. "Why? You quite literally invited this encounter." "It's not every day we get to talk to you." He felt more than heard her settling beside him in the sand, a movement without substance. After a moment of comfortable silence, she spoke again. "Rise, Adam Silla." Suddenly he was light, impossibly, wonderfully light, like a dandelion seed caught in a summer breeze. And there, just below, lay himself. Blue eyes stared unseeing at the darkening sky, mouth slightly parted, skin already taking on that peculiar waxy quality that belonged exclusively to the dead. One hand still reached toward the sea, fingers half curled as if trying to grasp something just out of reach. What a strange thing, to see your own corpse. Like stumbling across a wax figure of yourself in an abandoned museum, familiar, yet fundamentally wrong. He'd always wondered how others saw him. Mirrors showed you what you expected to see. Photographs captured moments rather than truth. But this was different. This was real. The old man on the sand looked smaller than he'd imagined, thinner. Years of illness had carved deep lines around his eyes and mouth, but there was something else there, too. A stubborn set to his jaw that even death couldn't quite erase. His white hair, still thick despite everything, was matted with sand and blood and troll drool. The mechanical chair lay broken several yards back, its pieces scattered like fallen autumn leaves. His first reaction was shock. Surely that couldn't be him. But then, a sigh escaped him, followed by something that might have been a smile. The tension he'd carried for 67 years finally began to ease from his shoulders. He turned to look at her properly for the first time, and oh, she looked human, and yet clearly wasn't. Like a painting of a person that somehow stepped out of its frame, too perfect to be real. Her skin was sun-kissed bronze hue, seeming to absorb the dying sunlight rather than reflect it. Hair, white as the whitest of moons, flowed around her face as if underwater, defying gravity and gentle waves. A midnight blue robe draped her form like liquid shadow, moving with impossible grace even in the stillness. Her features were regal, elegant. High cheekbones, full lips curved in a gentle smile, a straight nose that would have made ancient sculptors weep. "I didn't expect you to look like this." "Who would have?" She turned to him then, and Adam found himself staring into eyes that contained entire universes. Deep green pools filled with spinning galaxies and dying stars. Her smile widened slightly. "Everyone sees me differently," she said. "Some see an old man with a beard, others a young boy or young girl, a grim reaper with a scythe, a wolf, a bright light." She chuckled, the sound like distant wind chimes. "Some people even saw me as a truck." Even her laugh was elegant, Adam noticed. "I'm not unhappy with this form, I must say," she added, running a hand through her cosmic hair. "It suits the evening, don't you think?" "It does," he agreed, watching the sun sink lower. It was strange. He had no lungs to breathe with, yet he could feel the air. No skin to feel with, yet the breeze touched him. No nose to smell with, yet the incense scent lingered. But apparently, even as a soul, his legs still didn't work. Seriously? As the sun dipped closer to the horizon, he asked, "When do we go?" "What do you mean?" "You came here to take me, didn't you?" She traced patterns in the sand with a finger that left no marks. "Did I?" "What do you mean?" Adom then drew in what felt like a breath. Funny how those habits lingered, even without a body. He wanted to say something. "I'm ready." The words were difficult to push out, weighted with all his regrets and unfinished business. He wasn't ready. Not really. But at least this confirmed something, didn't it? An afterlife. The possibility of seeing them all again, make amends. Mother, father, Sam, everyone. Wait. The realization hit him like a bucket of ice water. Adom had never believed in any of the old gods or the new ones, had actively rejected them all, in fact. If there was an afterlife, then there was probably everything else, too. Paradise. And its rather uncomfortable alternative. Oh no. He looked at the woman beside him, suddenly very aware that he might have seriously miscalculated his entire philosophical stance on existence. Adom gulped audibly, the daunting question lodged somewhere in his non-existent throat. She smiled at him then. "Do you really want to go?" Confusion washed over Adom. He turned back to look at his body lying in the sand, then at her, then back at the body again. There was no ambiguity there, no rise and fall of the chest, no flutter of pulse at the throat, not even the smallest twitch of muscle. That was, without question, a corpse. His corpse. Dead as dead could be. "Do I have a choice?" he asked slowly, the words coming out uncertain and slightly baffled. The lady's smile curved into something more enigmatic. "Well," she said, "I have a deal for you." A deal. Not suspicious at all. No matter what the fairy tale said about absolutely never striking deals with mysterious cosmic beings. Very normal. "What kind of deal?" he asked anyway, his spectral voice cautious. "A second chance," she said simply. "To go back, live your life again, make different choices, be happier." The words felt unreal at first. Adom's non-existent heart seemed to stop all over again. The sunset, the beach, even his own corpse. Everything blurred around him as her words echoed in his mind. Go back? The images flashed through his consciousness in a torrent. The day the bombs fell. The screams of people as magic tore reality apart. His father's last breath in his arms as the healing spells failed one by one. The burning cities, the mass graves, the dead marches, the endless refugee camps, the final devastating war that had turned the world into a wasteland as mages unleashed powers that should have remained forbidden. He'd watched it all crumble, watched as humanity tore itself apart, watched as the fairy realms collapsed, as corruption poisoned everything good, as hope itself died a slow, agonizing death. He'd lived long enough to see the last tree wither, the last clean river turn toxic, lived to see the world dungeon rise. And now this being was offering him a chance to. His mind couldn't even process it. The sheer magnitude of what she was suggesting. The possibility of maybe, just maybe. His ghostly form trembled. All his carefully constructed acceptance, his hard-won peace with death, his resignation to the end, it all shattered like glass. A second chance. Those 3 words contained everything he'd ever wanted and everything he'd forced himself to stop hoping for. "What?" was all Adam managed to whisper. Another thought cut through his shock. Everything had a price. What was death's? As if reading his thoughts, and perhaps she was, she spoke. "You're wondering about the cost." She drew patterns in the air with her finger, leaving trails of stardust that formed and reformed into spiraling galaxies. But there isn't one. This moment, right here, was always meant to be. She gestured at the darkening horizon. Whatever happens to you has been waiting to happen since the beginning of time. Every tear, every loss, every moment of despair, it shaped you. Her voice grew gentle. You're not here to correct a mistake, Adam. You're here because this is exactly where you're supposed to be. Think of it less as a second chance and more as the next step in your journey. Why me? Adam asked, his voice small against the vastness of what she offered. I was just a mage, but not, he gestured helplessly at nothing and everything. Not nearly enough to change whatever's coming. Not powerful enough to stop all that. Why not? She replied. Others have walked this path before you. A simple farmer once changed the course of history, and all he wanted was to grow wheat. She turned to face the sea again. If you could go back, with all your memories intact, what kind of man would you be, Adam Scylla? Adam considered her question. Really considered it. He wanted everything he did not have the pleasure to experience in his life. He wanted to travel the world, go on adventures, eat the most succulent meals, to drink the most bizarre drinks, talk and befriend people of all intelligent races, visit their lands, experience their culture. Adam wanted to live, simply live. But then a flicker of fear crossed his spectral features. In order for him to do that, there would need to be a world to begin with. So, would he be burdened with the mission of stopping that? He felt the fear of failure, fear of watching it all crumble again, fear of being too weak, too late, too little. But then, something else kindled in his eyes. A spark of defiance, bright and sharp as the first star appearing in the darkening sky. The same defiance that had kept him studying when others said magic was beyond him after the illness. The same fire that had made him push forward when his body wouldn't work. The same stubborn light that had kept him fighting long after hope had died. The spark that, even after everything, had never quite gone out. Yes, she said, satisfaction in her voice. That is exactly what you need to feel. Adam confirmed then that she was indeed reading his thoughts. Though he had no actual head anymore, so she was reading his... What exactly? The metaphysical implications were starting to give him a metaphysical headache. She rose to her feet, and Adam found himself looking up and up and up. She seemed to stretch into infinity, her robes merging with the darkening sky, stars dancing in their folds. She extended her hand down to him, a hand that somehow remained elegant and human-sized despite her cosmic proportions. Accept the deal, she said, her voice now echoing all over the space. "Fight for the world you would like to live in." Her voice grew softer, gentler. "And when it's all over, when all is said and done, and you have completed a hopefully long, satisfying life." She paused, her star-filled eyes warm. "Then I will take you." Being promised collection by this entity, even one who looked like a beautiful lady, should not have felt reassuring. Yet somehow, it only made Adom more determined to make that meeting as distant as possible. He smiled and reached for her hand. It felt like touching starlight and shadow at once, warm and cool, solid and ethereal, impossibly ancient and perfectly present. Deal. The moment their hands clasped, everything, the beach, the sunset, his corpse, even death herself, simply ceased. No fade to white, no dramatic flash, just sudden, complete nothingness. No up or down, no light or dark, no sound or silence. Not even the concept of empty space, just nothing. Through the nothingness, her voice came one last time. "Make it count, Adom Silla." Adon floated in the nothingness, formless and senseless. Time lost all meaning. He couldn't tell if seconds or eons had passed. The emptiness was absolute, oppressive. Then, a flicker. A pinprick of awareness in the endless. It grew, expanding like a bubble in the void. Suddenly, glowing blue text materialized before him. "System initializing." The words hung there, impossibly bright in what was now darkness. More text appeared, each line bringing a surge of sensation back to Adom's formless consciousness. Adom Silla. Life force, 100/100. Class, Mage. Date, 5th of Sapin, 847 AR. As the last line faded, reality crashed back into existence around him. The first thing that came back was sensation, a dull throb that seemed to exist everywhere and nowhere at once. Then pressure, the weight of his own body, real and solid and impossibly heavy. His lungs burned as they remembered how to breathe, each heartbeat thundering in his ears like a drum. Consciousness trickled in like water through a cracked dam. Dead? Poke him with a stick. Your wand away before... The voices faded in and out, mixing with the ringing in his ears. Mr. Silla? Everything felt too much. The cold wetness on his face, the taste of blood in his mouth, the hard ground beneath him, the scratch of rough fabric against his skin. His nerve endings fired all at once, relearning what it meant to be alive. Dome? A dome? Leave him. Should we get the... Breathing. Look. His eyelids flickered, impossibly heavy. Light stabbed at his retinas, making the world swim in blurry patches of color. Something shifted nearby, shadows moving against brightness. Mr. Silla, can you hear me? The world slowly began to arrange itself into recognizable shapes, like a painting coming into focus. The ringing in his ears faded to a distant hum, replaced by the clear voices of... The world swam in and out of focus, faces hovering above him. Faces he'd forgotten he once knew. Faces that had haunted his dreams for decades. This was like watching a memory play out, except... Attribute unlocked. Regressor's memory. The memories crashed into a dome like a tidal wave. The beach. Death. Her star-filled eyes. The deal. The deal. Ah! He jolted upright, earning a chorus of startled gasps from the crowd around him. I think you broke him, Damas. Damas? His head whipped left, then right, taking in the sea of young faces staring at him like he'd grown a second head. They all looked so small, so unbearably young. Strong hands gripped his shoulders, steadying him. Easy there, Mr. Scylla. You need to breathe. That was quite the hit you took during the duel. The adult voice paused, hardening slightly. For which you will come and see me in my office, Mr. Lightbringer. Adam heard a tisk somewhere in the crowd. It worked. It really worked. He was... Wait. He squinted at the man holding his shoulders. Who was... Ah, the stern face, the scarred face that could only come from battle, the silver-streaked beard. Crowley? Professor Crowley. His heart hammered against his ribs. There was Damas Lightbringer, standing awkwardly to the side, looking so young it hurt. No scar carved into his face, no hollow darkness in his eyes. Just a boy who'd cast a spell too powerful for a practice duel. The 5th of Sapin. The day he'd spent a day in the infirmary because little Damas couldn't control his temper. Look at him, that little... Adam? Adam's eyes widened. That voice, that impossible voice. He turned slowly, looking past Crowley, and there was Sam. Alive, whole, young. Stupid, wonderful Sam, with his crooked grin and worried eyes, his ginger hair catching the sunlight like copper wire. Adam's trembling fingers found his own face. Smooth, impossibly elastic skin, the sharp sting where Damas's spell had hit him, cool water droplets still clinging to his cheeks. He felt the roundness there, the absence of decades of worry lines. Young. He was young. A laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep inside him, wild and uncontrolled, bordering on hysterical. Did he hit his head? Should we get the healer? He's gone mental. Adam? Sam's voice cut through the whispers, concerned. Are you all right? Adam threw his head back and shouted to the sky, not caring how crazy he looked. Not caring about anything except the air in his young lungs and the beating of his restored heart. I'm back! Yeah, you definitely broke him, Damas. Chapter 2. The Rules of Street Fighting. What is your name, young man? Nobody had called him young in ages. The thought made Adam chuckle, earning him a sharp look from the nurse. A movement near the door caught his attention. The nurse's familiar, a large sunhound whose name danced frustratingly at the edge of his memory. What was his name again? Buddy? Bailey? Something with B. The creature was watching him with unusual intensity, his head tilted in that peculiar way animals do when they sense something isn't quite right. Adam Scylla, ma'am. The words came automatically while his eyes wandered, trying not to meet the sunhound's unnervingly perceptive gaze. The infirmary smelled exactly as he remembered, bitter herbs and sweet-scented healing potions, with that underlying tang of antiseptic magic that always made his nose itch. Afternoon light streamed through tall windows, catching dust motes that danced in the air and making the sunhound's fur shimmer like gold. He'd forgotten about those windows, how they filled the room with golden light at this hour. Is something wrong, Biscuit? The nurse asked, noticing her familiar's unusual behavior. Biscuit. That was it. The name clicked into place in Adam's mind with an almost physical sensation of relief. The sunhound's nose twitched, and Adam could feel the creature's innate magic reaching out, sensing something. Something different. Something changed. Sunhounds were known for their ability to detect illness and magical anomalies. It was why they made such excellent familiars for healers. But surely it couldn't. Adam looked away. There were the familiar white curtains separating the beds, starched so stiffly they could probably stand on their own. And those shelves. rows upon rows of colored bottles, their contents shimmering with barely contained alchemy. Blue for mana restoration, red for blood replenishment, that peculiar shade of green for bone mending. And what day is it? 5th of Sapin. His gaze caught on the ceiling beams. Dark wood, worn smooth by centuries of magic. How many generations of students had laid here, staring up at those same beams? Year? 847, after restoration. He'd always wondered about that crack in the third beam that looked exactly like a dragon. Strange how some memories stay with you, crystal clear, while others... And who is our current Archmage? Sir Gaius the... Adam caught himself just in time. Sir Gaius the Dead, his mind supplied. Sir Gaius the Betrayed. Sir Gaius whose body would be found in 3 years after... The Wise, he finished smoothly. The nurse, Miss Thornhart, that was her name, narrowed her eyes at his hesitation. She'd been old when he was young, the first time, her hair already steel gray and pulled back in that severe bun. But her hands were steady as she held up her wand, its tip glowing with diagnostic light. Ah, wands. He hadn't seen one in years. They'd fallen out of fashion in his time, as wand and staff users became increasingly rare. Not by choice, of course. Hard to maintain a tradition when most of its practitioners were dead. Wands were mainly used by those who struggled with manual spell weaving. The spell dyslexic, as some unkindly called them, and first years just starting to learn the basics of magic. The runic inscriptions helped focus and guide the mana flow that some mages couldn't naturally control with their hands. So strange seeing one here now. So strange seeing everything here. Miss Thornhart sighed, finally lowering her wand. He seems perfectly fine, Professor Crowley. Just a mild concussion. A night's rest should set him right. Professor Crowley shifted uncomfortably, his dark robes rustling. Are you certain this isn't a case of... He hesitated, then leaned closer to Miss Thornhart's ear. Possession? The nurse's expression hardened. That was the first thing I checked when you brought him in, babbling about being back. The diagnostic showed nothing unusual. No foreign essences, no spiritual intrusion. He's perfectly normal. Crowley turned to Adam, his bushy eyebrows furrowed. Then what was that about, young man? That shout about being back? Adam managed what he hoped was a suitably embarrassed smile. I got knocked out, sir. Wasn't thinking straight when I came to. He couldn't exactly tell them he'd travelled decades back in time. They'd either think he was mentally unstable, and wouldn't that be an interesting first day back, or assume he was making light of serious magical principles. Or worse, label him a deviant. The 3 absolute rules of magic were drilled into every mage from their first day. Nothing is created. Everything is transformed. Death is irreversible. Time is uncontrollable. These weren't just theoretical principles. They were fundamental laws that defined the boundaries between responsible magic use and dangerous deviation. Breaking them wasn't just impossible. The mere suggestion of trying marked you as someone who couldn't be trusted with magic. Luckily enough, even the mad respected these boundaries. The last recorded attempt to break them was some 800 years ago. A rather unfortunate case of skill issue, as modern mages would say. So at least no one's first thought upon hearing him say, "I'm back," would be time travel. Time travel, in particular, was considered dangerous nonsense, the kind of thing that got you funny looks in the better cases and serious discussions about your fitness to study magic in the worse ones. For the absolute worst case, as a deviant, you'd find yourself having a very final discussion with the Mage Council's executioner. They were quite efficient about it too.
No dramatic trials, no last words. Just a very quick solution to a very dangerous problem. Adam almost smiled at the irony.
He'd spent years believing the same thing, dismissing the very notion as absurd. Then he broke the second and third rules an hour ago, which in itself would be fine to explain if he could prove it. Not that he could, or should. That would involve explaining things to people who solved magical anomalies by removing them permanently. Well, in their defense, when entire civilizations are wiped out overnight and continents reshape themselves because someone decided to be innovative with these rules, you tend to take them seriously. The Fourth Age ended that way, and the Third, and the Second. The ruins of those ancient magical societies stood as silent warnings, their perfectly circular voids in reality still studied by modern mages. So their zealousness in enforcing these rules was understandable. Must have been quite a knock to the head, Crowley muttered, not quite convinced. You have no idea, Adam grinned, then noticed both adults staring at him with unsettled expressions. Right. Teenagers didn't usually respond to authority figures with knowing grins. He swung his legs off the bed. I'm leaving now. The words were out before he could stop them, and he immediately saw Professor Crowley's eyebrows shoot up, while Miss Thornhart's lips pressed into a thin line. Decades of being an accomplished mage, of making his own decisions, of being the authority figure. He'd completely forgotten how these interactions were supposed to go. Students didn't announce their departures to professors. They asked permission. Basic manners that had been drilled into him as a child, now completely forgotten in the habits of adulthood. Adon caught himself and cleared his throat, fighting back another inappropriate grin. I mean, may I be excused, Miss Thornhart? Professor. The nurse's expression had shifted from stern to oddly curious, while Crowley was looking at him as if he'd grown a second head. Adam gestured vaguely at his own temple, forcing an apologetic smile. The concussion, remember? The excuse was becoming quite convenient, really. Biscuit finally seemed to make up his mind, padding over to Adam and pressing his warm nose against his hand. Whatever the Sunhound had sensed earlier appeared to have been dismissed as non-threatening, though Miss Thornhart's thoughtful expression suggested she'd be keeping a closer eye on her newest patient, much to Adam's displeasure. You may go, Mr. Silla. Please be careful, and you do not have to come to tomorrow's practice. Get some rest. Thank you, Professor. And then Adam ran. He ran. Here's the thing about running. When you've spent decades barely able to walk, dragging yourself around in a wheelchair, watching your body betray you bit by bit, well, running becomes something of a dream, a half-forgotten memory that makes your heart ache. Young people at the Xerkes Celestial Academy of Mystical Arts, or for short, Xerkes, took it for granted, this ability to just pick up your feet and move, to feel the wind in your face, to cover distance with nothing but the strength of your own legs. Adam ran through the courtyard, his feet pounding against the ancient stones, past startled students with their various familiars. Xerkes had only one rule about familiars. As long as it didn't burn or kill other students or furniture and could fit in a classroom, it was allowed. That was 2 rules. Anyway, students stared at the weird kid sprinting and laughing like a maniac. He didn't care. He ran in place, feeling his muscles respond instantly, perfectly. No pain, no stiffness, no betrayal. Just pure, beautiful motion. The late afternoon sun cast the academy's white towers in gold, their spiral tips reaching into the cloudy sky like they always had. Scylla! Someone greeted with a nod, while another called out, Watch it, Scylla! As he nearly collided with them. He waved a quick apology, laughing as he ran on. Snatches of conversation followed him. Is he racing death? And a few curious glances turned his way. Children who would become colleagues, rivals, friends, some even enemies. But right now, they were just confused teenagers watching another teenager have what appeared to be a mental breakdown in the middle of the school grounds. It felt like flying. It felt like freedom. It felt like a dream. Except it wasn't a dream. And that was even better. Hey, shrimp! Adom stopped automatically, his body responding before his mind could intervene. What was that called again? Ah, yes, reflexes. And in this case, it seemed his body was still wired in a way that made him answer to specific things still. A habit he would have to correct soon. He turned around, still panting, still smiling, to see Damus approaching with his usual entourage. They were talking among themselves, snickering. Not really evil, just kids drunk on the power of being in the right group at the right time with the right leader. Damus Lightbringer. Now there was a story. Heir to House Lightbringer, descendant of the last Sword Saint, and one of the most talented student in their promotion. Everyone knew who he was. How could they not? His magical potential was off the charts, and he had the kind of natural charisma that drew people to him like moths to flame. Adom and Damus had known each other practically since birth. Their fathers, Duke Jasper Lightbringer and Arthur Scylla, had been adventurers together, part of the Jolly Jumper Party. They'd even survived being trapped in the Midnight Labyrinth, an infamous dungeon, for 3 years, and came out of it as its conquerors. The stories about them were still told in taverns across the continent. Funny thing was, Adom couldn't quite pinpoint when Damus had changed. The two of them been close as children, practically brothers. Then they came to Xerxes together, and something shifted. It started small. A joke here, a comment there, always about Adom's insecurities, always in front of others. The friendly sparring matches that left bruises. The way he'd wait until others were watching before pulling his little pranks. And, of course, there was the nickname, Shrimp. How lovely. Though, to be fair, looking down at his current body, Adom had to admit he was rather scrawny at this age. All knees and elbows and absolutely zero muscle. No wonder Damus had started calling him that. Wait, started? Was starting? Time travel really did mess with your verb tenses. They crowded around him, that special kind of teenage intimidation disguised as playful roughhousing. Marcus Blackthorn grabbed him in a headlock, ruffling his hair with knuckles just a bit too hard to be friendly. Finn Cooper and Leon Walsh flanked them, creating that familiar wall of bodies that always made escape impossible. Man, you really got your ass handed to you, Marcus laughed, still not letting go. For a moment there I thought you were dead. Crowley's got some nerve, Leon added, his freckled face split in a grin. Matching you with Damus? Everyone knows he's the best fighter in second year. There we go. Third year too, Finn chimed in, always the eager one. Remember when he beat Jules from third year in practice? Third year? Really? Fifth year, Marcus added, finally releasing Adom. Don't forget about Catherine from fifth year. It was a miracle their noses weren't brown yet from all the licking. Damus stood slightly apart, that familiar half-smile on his face as he watched his friends roughhouse with Adom. He had that look, the one that said he was above it all, while secretly orchestrating every moment. Sorry about that spell from earlier, Shrimp, he finally said. He always insisted on finishing all his sentences addressed to Adom with that word. Then came the usual patronizing remarks. You had it coming, though. Your footwork's terrible. No wonder you keep falling. Good old Damus. So predictable. Ooh, there goes that half-smile again. This meant it was time for the false sympathy. In 3, 2, 1. Hope you're not holding a grudge, are you? Shrimp, Adom finished, earning him the widened eyes of Damus and his fanboys. It was strange. Back then, now, when all this started, Adom had refused to believe Damus could be like this. They'd shared too many childhood memories, too many secret adventures. Then, gradually, that disbelief had turned into fear and anger, mostly at himself for never fighting back, for letting it happen. It was also, as Adom only now realized, the reason he hated eating shrimps. The taste of them, the sight of them, the word itself. It always reminded him of how passive he was back then, when clearly he had no reason to be. Others would end up paying the price for that passive acceptance, unfortunately. But now, looking at Damus, Adom felt more baffled than anything else. How had he ever been intimidated by this? Because this was just a kid. A privileged kid, with that spiky blonde hair that used to be the trend at this point in time. God, it looked ridiculous now that he saw it again. His face was scattered with acne that no amount of magical remedies seemed to cure. His uniform was perfectly pressed, of course. Couldn't have the Lightbringer air looking anything less than perfect. But his tie was deliberately loose in that I'm too cool to care way that took at least 10 minutes to get right. Just another noble kid with pimples playing at being a big shot, really. Funny how perspective changes everything. What are you looking at? Adam smiled. A window. Actually, you should avoid scratching those, he said, gesturing vaguely at Damus's face. Moonweaver Apothecary makes this really effective magical ointment for acne. Not very well known, but it works wonders. Marcus, Finn, and Leon froze, their heads swiveling back and forth between Adam and Damus. Their expressions shifted from confusion to shock to something approaching horror. Ah, right. The unwritten rule. Thou shalt not mention Damus Lightbringer's skin condition. Ever. It was like the sun. Everyone saw it, everyone knew about it, but nobody dared speak of it. Not even to offer help. Especially not to offer help. Damus's eyes went wide, and his face... Oh, his face was turning a fascinating shade of red that had nothing to do with acne. What did you say? Damus's voice was low, his eyes darting around to check if anyone had dared to laugh. Oh, Adam said, raising his voice to ensure perfect clarity across the courtyard. I said, he inspired then, you should avoid scratching your acne. He enunciated each word with deliberate precision. And that Moonweaver Apothecary makes a really effective magical ointment for it. Not very well known, but it works wonders. The words rang out across the suddenly silent courtyard. A few students who hadn't heard the first time stopped to stare. Someone gasped. A group of third-years paused their conversation mid-sentence. Adom maintained eye contact with Damus, his expression perfectly neutral, as if he'd just commented on the weather rather than committed what amounted to social suicide in the hierarchy of Xerkes. One might argue there was no need for this. Adom was, technically, an adult now, and stooping to teenager-level provocations seemed beneath him. But this was long overdue. Because here's the thing about letting people treat you however they want. You're not just setting your own boundaries. Sometimes you're teaching them how to treat others around you. Adom's passivity, his weakness, his desperate hope that things would get better if he just endured it quietly. All of that had consequences. Consequences that extended far beyond his own suffering. Sam. It started in their 3rd year. The signs were all there, crystal clear in hindsight. Sam switched rooms suddenly, made excuses not to be seen with Adom anymore. Then came the bruises he couldn't explain, the way he'd flinch at sudden movements. The final straw came at their 3rd end-of-year ceremony. Damus's friends thought it would be hilarious to project images across the Great Hall. Images of Sam, naked, being forced to dance and pose, tears streaming down his face. They played it in front of everyone, the entire school, visiting dignitaries from the city, Sam's family. His little sister had been there. If Adom had just once taken Sam aside, really talked to him, instead of pretending not to notice. If he'd ask about those bruises, about why Sam suddenly couldn't look him in the eye anymore. If he'd just done something, anything. But he hadn't. Even though his own illness was already starting to show back then, even though his legs would sometimes give out without warning, even though he was scared and in pain. That wasn't really an excuse, was it? Because he could have still spoken up.
Could have told a professor, could have confronted Damus, could have at least let Sam know he wasn't alone. Instead, his silence had sent a message. If Adom wouldn't even stand up for himself, he definitely wouldn't stand up for Sam. It made Sam an easy target. The quiet kid, whose only friend wouldn't even snitch. Free game, as they say. One conversation, that's all it might have taken. One moment of courage, one decision to set boundaries, one friend actually being a friend instead of a coward. But he'd chosen to watch instead, to stay quiet, to hope it would all just go away on its own. It didn't. Sam didn't live to see the next sunrise. He preferred ending his life than facing the humiliation. And Adom? Adom just watched, like he always did. But not this time. Not this time. The reasonable course of action, the mature one, would be to report any bullying to a professor. That's what any sensible adult would advise. But sometimes, kids didn't need a scolding. Especially not privileged, self-absorbed little shits who were completely oblivious to the suffering they caused others. Sometimes, what they really needed was a good punch in the face. Of course, it would be completely unethical for an adult to go around punching 12-year-olds. That would be wrong on so many levels. Oh, but wait. Technically speaking, in this exact moment, Adom wasn't an adult at all. In fact, he was very much 12 years old, too. His lips curved into a smile. Damus grabbed Adom's collar, yanking him close. "Have you gone completely insane?" "Easy, Damus. We could be Shut up, Leon!" Leon's mouth snapped shut. "Mind letting go? I don't like being this close to people." His eyes flickered to Damus's face, especially with a face like that. Damus's face contorted, a vein visibly pulsing in his forehead. His free hand clenched into a fist, drawing back. Here we go. Now, Adom wasn't a battle mage by any means, though decades of practicing defensive and offensive spells did count for something. In his current physical state, he probably couldn't win a straight-up fight with Damus. The boy had at least 20 pounds on him, all muscle. But street fights didn't work like duels. Adom had read about this during one of his longer hospital stays, in a book that definitely shouldn't have been in the children's ward. Rule number 1 of street fighting: the element of surprise. As Damus's fist came sailing toward his face, Adom's mind was already moving, conceptualizing the pattern of a barrier spell. No time for hand gestures, just pure visualization, drawing mana from his surroundings and shaping it with practiced precision. The geometric patterns formed in his mind: hexagonal reinforcement, distributed force dispersion, minimal energy waste.
Damas's fist slammed into the barrier with a sound like hitting thick glass. He stumbled back with a howl, clutching his hand. What did you do?" The translucent barrier shimmered around Adam, its hexagonal patterns catching the sunlight. He hadn't moved an inch, hadn't even raised his hands. The spell had simply appeared. "Fighting!" someone excitedly shouted as gasps and whispers rippled through the growing crowd. "Isn't that an Aegis barrier spell?" a voice cut through the murmurs. "That's a third-year defensive spell. How's he weaving it without gestures or grimoire?" The barrier hummed softly, steady and unwavering, while Damas stared at his reddening knuckles in disbelief. His eyes darted between his injured hand and Adam's calm face, trying to process what had just happened. Second rule of street fighting: double down on the surprise. While Damas was still blabbering, Adam charged forward. The 5th of Sapin, year 847 after Restoration. Today, when Damas had used the spell Hardening during their practice session, knocking Adam unconscious with a blow to the face. That's when he'd returned to this time, waking up on the ground with a taste of blood in his mouth, and decades of memories suddenly crammed into his 12-year-old brain. He couldn't avoid taking that hit. It had already happened. But now he was grateful for it, because it made this moment so much sweeter. As he closed the distance, mana flowed around his fist, condensing into a dark, metallic coating that seemed to drink in the light. The little noble's mouth was still open, probably forming some threat or insult, when Adam's mana-enhanced fist connected with his jaw. The impact rang out like a hammer striking an anvil, a satisfying crack that seemed to echo across the suddenly silent courtyard. Damas actually spun from the force of it, saliva and blood arcing through the air, before crumpling to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. This felt really, really good. You have dealt 32 damage. You have received 5 recoil damage, +1 endurance, +1 agility. Adam froze momentarily as the words materialized in his mind. What was that? It was there when he came to, and here again. It surely was not magic. Spells could easily be identified since they had mana traces in them. This felt like nothing at all. Adam quickly glanced around. Had anyone else noticed? No, it seemed not. Damage? Recoil? He instinctively understood their meaning, though the implications were foreign and troubling. He pushed the thought aside, forcing himself to focus. This wasn't the time. Damas groaned, his hands pressing against the ground as he tried to push himself up. Blood trickled from his split lip, and his eyes were unfocused. But somehow he was still conscious. Had to give it to him. The guy was stubborn. Rule 3 of street fighting: when in doubt, hit them again. Adam took 2 quick steps forward and brought his foot up in a clean arc, connecting solidly with Damas's face just as he managed to get his head off the ground. The impact made a sound that was somehow both wet and crunchy, and the strange blue messages appeared again. "Stop!" Leon and Marcus rushed forward, with Marcus grabbing Adam's arm, while Leo positioned himself between them and Damas, who had finally, properly collapsed. "You've lost your mind," Marcus shouted, trying to pull Adam back. "You could have killed him!" Adam looked at the hand gripping his arm with the same detached interest he'd shown Damas earlier. "Let go." Marcus flinched at his tone, and Finn, who'd been watching from the side, cleared his throat. "Marcus, let him go." At least one of them was smart. As they hauled Damas's limp form toward the infirmary, Adam called after them. "If any of you want some more, you know where to find me." They didn't answer. The courtyard erupted. Did you see that? Without hand gestures, he just... Someone get Professor Maris! The voices overlapped, creating a wall of sound. That was amazing! A first year practically bounced in place. He's going to be in so much trouble, a prefect muttered, already heading for the faculty wing. Damus had it coming, someone whispered, then louder when others nodded. He really did. Professor Maris is going to flip. Did anyone else see the barrier pattern? That was advanced geometric. But from him? Isn't he barely passing? I heard Damus was bullying. Adam looked up, scanning the growing crowd. And there, on the second-floor balcony, stood Sam. His eyes were wide, mouth slightly open, hands gripping the railing. He smiled, gave a little wave, then pointed up. I'm coming there. The crowd parted as he approached the stairs. He could feel their stares, most of them just confused. A few older students were already theorizing about his spell work, gesturing at each other with academic excitement. Others whispered behind their hands, no doubt already drafting letters home about this. Someone should tell a professor, a girl insisted.
Shut up, Maya. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Did you see his face? He wasn't even worried. Damus was bleeding. Good. His legs worked, for now at least, and he savored the simple ability to climb stairs without pain. The students on the stairwell pressed themselves against the walls, giving him a wide berth. That barrier spell, though. Forget the barrier. Did you see that punch? My sister said Finn made someone cry yesterday. Yeah, but this isn't the way. Isn't it, though? He kept climbing, one step at a time, heading toward Sam. Toward a future he was going to change.
Chapter 3. Catching Up. What the hell was that?
Sam's arms were flailing wildly. Since when do you fight like some kind of mystical warrior monk from the eastern mountains? Did you secretly train with shadow assassins while I wasn't looking? Adom couldn't help but chuckle. God, he'd forgotten how Sam could turn everything into some fantasy novel reference. It's so nice to see you, Sam. I missed you a lot. He opened his arms. Want a hug? Sam's face contorted into an expression of pure confusion. The students around them exchanged glances, whispering behind their hands. Adom couldn't care less. Why are you being so weird, dude? Sam took a step back. Miss me? We literally share a dorm. We saw each other at breakfast. He squinted. Did you hit your head? Because that would explain the sudden martial arts skills and the weird emotional stuff. It had been decades for Adom, though. He just kept smiling, arms still wide open. Hug? Come on, stop it. Sam looked around frantically. People are staring. This is not helping your reputation after that whole thing you just pulled, and stop looking at me like that. Why are you looking at me like that? Adom didn't budge, just stood there, smiling. Fine, Sam threw his hands up in defeat. One side hug, like normal people, like bros do. Just stop with the puppy eyes. Sam awkwardly shuffled closer, giving Adom the most hesitant, rigid side hug in the history of side hugs, complete with the mandatory 2 pats on the back that apparently made it more masculine. The 2-pat side hug was so perfectly, awkwardly Sam that he had to bite back a laugh. 60 years, and some things never changed. He matched the awkward energy, giving his own 2 pats in return, playing along with the whole bros being bros thing that had seemed so important when they were actually 12. It was ridiculous and perfect and absolutely everything he needed. There. Done. Happy now? Sam pulled back, adjusting his robes and eyeglasses like they'd been somehow disheveled. "Can we talk about the fact that you just went full warrior mage on Damas? Because that feels like the more pressing topic here." "Saw it in a book," Adam said, grinning. "What book? Because Sam glanced around, suddenly very aware of the dozens of eyes still fixed on them. He hunched his shoulders slightly, that familiar nervous tic Adam had almost forgotten about. "Hey, maybe we should go to the library? Or the dining hall? You know, somewhere less—" Sam gestured vaguely at their audience. "Wait." Adam's eyes lit up. "Is Zerky still doing that tomato soup?" "Are you serious right now?" Sam's jaw dropped. "Zerky's tomato soup? The soup that literally has whole tomatoes floating in it? The one that made people actually cry? That soup?" "That's the one." "The soup that started a petition to ban it last term. The one they say violates at least 3 cooking regulations. The one that—" "Yes, Sam, that soup. The awful one. I want some." "Did that punch scramble your brain? Because I distinctly remember you saying it tasted like someone boiled old boots in tomato juice and then forgot about it for a week." Adam was already walking. Maybe his palate had changed after 60 years. Or maybe he just missed how horrifically bad it was. Sometimes you don't appreciate truly terrible things until they're gone. "Are you coming?" he called back to Sam. "I want to see your face when I actually enjoy it." "This is definitely brain damage," Sam muttered, hurrying to catch up. "We're going to need to get you checked out. Right after you explain about that book. And the fighting. And why you're suddenly craving food crimes." Ugh. Adam's face scrunched up as he swallowed. "See? See? I told you!" Sam was practically bouncing in his seat. "What did you think was going to happen?" Apparently, 60 years hadn't changed his palate at all. If anything, the soup was worse than he remembered. Chunks of barely cooked tomatoes floating in what tasted like hot water someone had waved a tomato at, from a distance. No salt, no pepper. "Ah, that feels nostalgic." He took another spoonful. Sam stopped mid-rant, staring at him. Are you actually eating more?" The dining hall of Zerky's brought back memories. Just like before, it had a glass dome ceiling. Blue fire orbs floated near the top, mixing with the daylight. Round tables were spread across 3 levels, connected by staircases and floating platforms. Plants grew everywhere, on the walls, in hanging baskets, and some of them would steal food when students weren't looking. "By the way, where are your eyeglasses?" Adam blinked. Ah, that explained why everything had been slightly blurry. In his time, they had developed a complex artifice-enhanced spell for vision correction. It had taken decades to perfect the layered runes and enchantments needed to handle different types of vision problems. But that was still 20 years away from being created, and another 5 again from being perfected. Now, he'd have to make do with regular eyeglasses. Must have lost them during the thing with Damas this morning. I'll check the found objects later. Speaking of Damas, Sam leaned forward. What was that all about? Seriously. Sam, Adam set down his spoon. Starting today, we're going to fight back. We? Yes, we. Adam grinned. You wanted to know about those spells, right? Yeah? An adventurer mage taught them to me. I've been practicing in secret. Sam's eyes went wide. What? Who? What other spells did you learn? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? She made me promise not to tell anyone. Adam's smile turned mysterious. But She had floating white hair and galaxies in her eyes. Sam stared at him for a long moment. Why are you doing this? Doing what? Bullshitting me. I'm not, though. Right.
You're saying you talked to a girl? You? Adam froze for a second. He'd expected Sam to not believe him anyway, but not the reason of his disbelief.
Wait, he said. That's the only thing you retained from what I said. I told you she had white hair and literal galaxies in her eyes. Galaxies, Sam.
But she was a girl?
Psh, right. Sam's face couldn't have been more serious if he tried. Right. That's who they had been. Two awkward, bookish nerds who could barely string two words together when a girl walked by. God, this was embarrassing. He'd somehow forgotten that part of his past self. Adam laughed. Excuse me? A hesitant voice interrupted them. Are you going to finish that? Adam turned to find a round-faced boy hovering by their table, his black robes bearing a single red line on the shoulder. A first year. Blonde hair fell into clear brown eyes, and his cheeks were slightly flushed, either from the stares or from gathering the courage to approach upper years. Something about the boy's jovial expression tugged at Adam's memory. Do I know this guy? The soup, the boy clarified, pointing at Adam's bowl. If you're not going to... Please, save me from myself. Adam pushed the bowl toward him. I'm Adam, by the way. This is Sam. Leo! The boy plopped down beside them, already reaching for the spoon. I saw what you did earlier, with that barrier spell. That was incredible. Was that really a multi-layered weave? We've only just started learning basic patterns in Professor Kern's class. You know, straight lines for push and pull, direction matters more than force. He mimicked their professor's droning voice perfectly. Sam snorted. Oh man, Kern's still using that line? When we were first years, he made us recite it before every practical session. Direction before force, focus before flow. It was a multi-layered spell, Adam cut in, watching Leo attack the soup with surprising enthusiasm. Double hexagonal pattern with flow variation.
Leo's eyes went wide, spoon frozen halfway to his mouth. But that's third-year material. Are you taking special classes as a second year?
That's what I've been trying to figure out, Sam said, grinning at Leo. Our mysterious prodigy here won't tell me where he learned it. Says a warrior mage taught him during summer break. Really? Could you teach me? Leo blurted out. I mean, not the advanced stuff, obviously, but maybe some tips? The professors keep saying visualization is key, but honestly, I'm still struggling with keeping my line straight for push spells. A glob of soup dripped from his forgotten spoon, and a vine darted down to catch it before it could hit the table. Where are you at in fundamentals right now? Adam asked. Still working on basic push? Yeah. We just finished the first chapter in Kavith's primer. Forces and control. Leo grimaced. We're supposed to master pushing at different strengths before moving to pull spells next week. Sam perked up. Ah, the control exercises? Learning to push a feather without sending it flying across the room? Exactly, Leo sighed. I either barely move it or blast it away. Can't seem to find the middle ground. The grimoire's focusing phrase helped me with that one, Sam offered. Gentle as a summer breeze, steady as a river's flow. Really helps calibrate the force. I still use it sometimes when I need extra precision. You don't have to use the words, Adam added, noting Leo's surprised look. It's all in the head, but they're in the grimoire for a reason. Same with the hand movements. They're training wheels, helping you build the right mental pathways. Once those are solid, you can weave with pure intent. Like Professor Kern's demonstration last week? Leo asked eagerly. He moved like 5 different objects at different speeds, all at once. Exactly,
Adam drew another line, letting mana particles dance visibly along it. But before you get there, you need to master the basic forms. Have you been doing your daily weaving exercises? Leo shifted uncomfortably. Well, they seem pointless, right? Sam grinned. Just tracing lines in the air over and over, practicing different pressures. But trust me, they work. My fine control was terrible until I actually committed to doing them properly. Want to try pushing something light now? Sam continued. We can walk you through it. Right, Adam? Well, Adam considered for a moment. Every spell has its own geometric pattern. The simpler the pattern, the easier the spell. As you know, push and pull are the most basic, just straight lines. That's why they teach them first. The trick is, Adam continued, mana particles want to follow certain paths. They're like, you know when sunlight hits dust motes? Leo nodded. Imagine those dust motes actually wanting to form shapes. The straight line is just the simplest shape they can make. Sam leaned forward. I've never heard it explained quite like that. Right. So when you're struggling with your push spell, you're probably trying to force the mana. Don't. Just... Adam drew another line, slower this time, and Leo gasped as tiny motes of light followed his finger's path. Show it where to go. The particles will do the rest. Want to try a basic pull spell? Adam asked. Leo straightened up, nearly knocking over his spoon. Right now? Why now? Just remember, don't force it. Visualize the line, feel the mana, and... Adam gestured encouragingly. Here, Sam leaned forward. The trick that helped me in first year was thinking about what you want to happen. Don't focus on the mana yet. Just think about what you want. Intent. Leo raised his hand, face scrunched in concentration as he attempted to pull the soup bowl. His fingers twitched, but the bowl didn't move. Your line's wobbling, Adam said gently. Try this. Close your eyes. Leo did. Now, open your palm, Sam added. And think about reaching for that bowl. Just feel the distance between you and it. Oh, I'm starting to get it. Good, Adam said. Now visualize the path to it. A perfectly straight line, like a string connecting your palm to the bowl. I think I see it, Leo whispered, eyes still closed. Perfect. The mana particles will want to follow that line, Adam explained. Now, keeping that image in mind, make a smooth, straight movement with your hand, like you're pulling on that string. Leo took a deep breath and drew his hand back in a clean, straight motion. The bowl slid smoothly across the table toward him, stopping right at his fingertips. His eyes flew open in delight. I did it! He beamed at them both. I really did it! Nice work, Sam grinned. Clean movement, clear intent. That's exactly how it should look. And I said this before, but with practice, Adam added, you won't even need the hand movements anymore. The mana will respond to your intent alone. That's how more experienced mages can weave without gesturing. But for now, the movements help train your mind to direct the mana properly. Leo, a voice called from across the hall. We're going to be late for fundamentals. Coming! Leo scrambled up, somehow having already finished most of the soup. Thanks for this. And, if you ever have time to help a first year... He let the sentence hang hopefully. We'll see, Adam said, finding himself smiling at the boy's earnest enthusiasm. Thank you, he shouted one last time to them, before disappearing in the sea of students. Sam sat back with a satisfied smile. You know,
I always wanted to be that cool senior who helps the little ones. Guess we're doing it already. We're second years, Adam pointed out, amused. Details, details. Sam took a spoonful of his soup and grimaced. Ugh, it's gone cold. He traced a quick square pattern in the air, and a warm glow settled over the bowl.
Besides, remember how lost we were last year? Would have killed for some friendly advice beyond direction before force, focus before flow. He affected Professor Kern's monotonous drawl again. Then, with a gasp, Sam's spoon suddenly froze halfway to his mouth, his shoulders tensing visibly. He stared intently at his soup, as if it held the secrets of the universe. Something about his friend's deer in spellfire expression triggered an inexplicable surge of anxiety in Adom's gut. He fought it down, irritated at his body's betrayal. What? Adam started to turn. Don't! Sam squeaked. A blush crept up his neck. It's Mia Storm. Hello, boys. Sam managed a slight nod, his eyes still fixed downward. His mouth opened briefly, as if to speak, but nothing came out. Around them, Adam noticed the familiar signs. A boy nearly spilling his drink while pretending to read. Another one trailing off mid-sentence. Several others suddenly finding reasons to fix their hair or straighten their uniforms. Oh, right. Her. Silver curls, bright eyes, that little smile that suggested she knew something amusing about the world. The girl who would grow up to become the youngest chief alchemist in Imperial history. The girl he'd spent 3 years pining after, like a particularly pathetic puppy. Looking at her now was like looking at a photograph of someone's kid sister. Had he really written poetry about those eyes? Actually sat in advanced thaumaturgy, composing internal sonnets about the way she held her quill. The human brain was a fascinating and terrible thing. Oh, hello, Mia. How you doing? Adam said, still impressed at how young she looked. In another timeline, this little one would become the youngest chief alchemist in history, only to fall during the catastrophic dungeon break of Valania. He was 26 at the time when he heard the news. Sam let out an audible gasp, making both Adam and Mia turn to look at him. Is he okay? She asked, her eyebrows raised slightly.
He's practicing to be a mime, Adam said automatically, his mouth running on autopilot, while his brain tried to sort out which memories belonged to when. Very method. The corner of Mia's mouth twitched. Actually, Adam, I was looking for you. That was new. Their most meaningful interaction had been when she'd sneezed and he'd dropped his entire lunch tray. He didn't even know she knew his name back then. Found me. Your glasses. She pulled them from her bag. From the duel. You left them behind when Damus… She made a vague, exploding gesture. Thank you, Adam smiled, taking them back. You spared me a trip to the Lost Objects office. My pleasure, Mia said, then added with a slight tilt of her head. It's actually the first time I've seen you without them. It suits you pretty well. Sam gasped again, louder this time. Adam sighed, shooting his friend a look before turning back to Mia. Thank you, Mia? One of her friends called from across the cafeteria. We've got 5 minutes. Oh, right, I have healing next, she said, then paused. Aren't you in that class too? Adam opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. Was he? The class schedules blurred together. This was so long ago he couldn't remember. Different section, he said finally, hoping he wasn't lying. Ah, that explains why I haven't seen you there. She adjusted her bag. I should go. Talk later? Yeah, bye, Adam replied casually,
As Mia walked away, Adam turned back to find Sam staring at him with an expression that could only be described as religious awe. A fresh wave of remembered anxiety washed over him. That old, familiar feeling from his first time through adolescence. The boy's palms were actually sweating. Seriously? This problem would need to be addressed. "You okay there?" Adam asked, trying not to smile. Sam's response was muffled by the table. "How do you just—"
Talk? Like that? To her? This too was strange. Sam just felt like Sam. The age gap that should have been there, the distance an accomplished adult should feel from a kid's concerns and friendships and problems, none of it existed. Sitting here felt exactly like sitting with his best friend. Nothing more, nothing less. "Sam, she is a normal person," Adam said. Sam looked like this answer had personally offended him. "She's Mia Storm." "She's also 12. 13, actually. Her birthday was 2 months ago, 5th of Govan. It's—" Sam stopped as he realized what he'd just admitted and turned red. They stared at each other. "Damn, we used to be weird." "Stop judging me," Sam muttered. "I'm not judging." "You're making a face." "This is my normal face." Sam buried his head in his hands. "I need to fix this." Yeah, Adam thought. This would definitely need fixing too. Chapter 4. System. "We should head to the spellweaving class," Sam said, gathering his things. "Professor Thane hates when people are late." "Actually," Adam said, rubbing his temple, "I think that duel with Damus affected me more than I thought. I'm going to skip today. Get some rest." Sam's face immediately shifted to concern. "Where are you hurt? Should we go back to the infirmary? Did they miss something?" "I knew that punch looked too strong." "It's okay, Sam," Adam cut him off. "I just need to lie down for a bit." He paused, then added, trying to sound casual, "Actually, could you take me to our dorm first?" "Our dorm?" Sam's brow furrowed. "Is it that bad? You can't even remember—" "I can stay if you need—" "Sam," Adam said firmly. "I'm fine. Just a headache. But yes, everything's a bit fuzzy right now." Sam nodded, and they made their way through Xerxes' winding corridors. The academy hadn't changed much in 60 years, or wouldn't change much, depending on how you looked at it. Still, Adam was grateful for the guidance as Sam led them up 3 flights of stairs, down a corridor lined with enchanted paintings, and finally to a door marked 214. Their shared room was exactly what you'd expect from 2 teenage boys studying magic. Scrolls scattered across desks, crystal formations growing in the window, and what appeared to be a failed attempt at an automated clothing folding spell still sparking weakly in the corner. Sam's side was meticulously organized chaos, while Adam's, well, he'd have to figure out which side was his. Normally, Xerxes assigned 3 students to each dorm room, a tradition dating back to the founding fathers of the academy. But either through administrative oversight or luck, Adam and Sam had ended up without a 3rd roommate. The extra space had quickly been converted into an impromptu potion-making station, complete with a small ventilation charm that Sam had rigged up after their 3rd failed attempt at brewing clarity extract had filled the room with purple smoke. "We should probably put some order in here soon," Adam said, surveying the room. Sam let out a surprised laugh. "You? The guy who thrives in chaos?" "I'm not that guy anymore," Adam thought, memories of his meticulously organized office at the council floating through his mind. 60 years of fastidious record-keeping had a way of changing habits. "Thanks for showing me back," he said, starting to head toward one of the beds.
"The one on the left is yours," Sam called out, making Adom correct his course. "Thanks again," Sam sighed, hovering by the door. "I'll bring some snacks and ice cream when class is in." He adjusted his bag. "Stay safe, man." "I will." "Bye then," Sam said, lingering for a moment longer before finally heading out, the door clicking shut behind him. Adom exhaled deeply as he lay on his bed, staring at the familiar yet strange ceiling. Just this morning. Was it even this morning? He'd woken up in his bunker, bones aching, joints creaking with the weight of his 79 years. The last 24 hours felt surreal, from his final moments on that beach to his conversation with that mysterious woman. And now, here, back in his 12-year-old body, back when the world still made sense. When his biggest worries were exam scores and whether he'd embarrass himself in front of Mia Storm. Back when his parents were still alive. His chest tightened at the thought. They were alive, right now. Not just alive, they were probably going about their daily routines, completely unaware that their son had just lived an entire lifetime without them. He wanted, more than anything, to see them. But from this place, he should write them a letter soon, then. The lack of long-distance communication crystals in this era meant that correspondence was still largely done the old way. The current crystals could barely manage conversations across a city block, nothing like the continent-spanning network that would revolutionize communication in a few years. For now, his parents were just a letter away, achingly close, yet frustratingly distant. Adom's exhaled as his thoughts drifted to all the possibilities this opportunity at a second chance gave him. Maybe this time he could actually see those places he'd only dreamed about. He could wander through elven cities, explore the depths of dwarven strongholds. At this point in time, getting a travel permit to any non-human territory would be nearly impossible. The elves, especially, were notorious for turning away human visitors. Something about preserving cultural purity, though everyone knew it was more about the lingering tensions from the perpetual conflicts. The dwarves were slightly more welcoming, if only because they enjoyed trading their metalwork. Still, they rarely allowed humans past their surface markets. The deeper halls of their cities remained a mystery to most. An adventurer's license would help. It was one of the few documents respected across all territories. He'd seen a few lucky guild members brandish those badges like keys to the world. But getting one meant proving yourself capable of handling whatever dangers lay beyond city walls and dungeons. No small feat for a 12-year-old, even one with 60 years of memories. He smiled, picturing himself at some small tavern in a far-off port, trying dishes he couldn't pronounce, trading stories with travelers from across the sea. Or maybe camping under strange stars, sharing a meal with new friends around a campfire. Simple pleasures he'd never gotten to experience in his previous life. Then, when he got tired of all the traveling, he could find a quiet place somewhere. Eventually, a little home where he could grow his own herbs and vegetables, invite friends over for dinner, watch the seasons change. Ah, damn it. Adom's smile faded as reality crashed back. These sorts of thoughts in his situation should not be welcome. All those dreams meant nothing if he didn't prevent what was coming. That's what the deal had really been about, hadn't it? Not a gift, but a responsibility wrapped in the illusion of choice. The magnitude of what lay ahead of him was almost overwhelming. He had decades now. Decades to prevent the catastrophes he knew were coming. The Valanya breach, the fall of Sundar, the Great Collapse, the World Dungeon, among others. So many others. all the horrors that would transform the world into the wasteland he'd just left. And he had to do it all, starting as a 12-year-old boy who still had to stand on tiptoe to reach the higher shelves in the library. I guess it could have been worse, he thought, as he imagined himself coming back as an infant. Still, that would have left him time to enjoy the little things of life, too. Okay, maybe this was worse after all. Anyway, Adam sat up. Before he could even begin to tackle that monumental task, there was something else he needed to understand. That blue thing, that strange, shimmering presence he kept seeing today. It appeared every time he worked with mana now, something he'd never noticed in his first life. Whatever it was, it definitely hadn't been there before. As if responding to his thoughts, the blue shimmer coalesced in front of him, transforming into a translucent window of information. Adam Silla. Race, human. Life force, 100/100. Class, Mage, rune ecologist. Mana pool, 387/400. Unique skills. Identify, very rare. Inventory, very rare. Active skills, none. Passive skills, none. Stats, expand to see more. Physical condition, very weak. Suggestion, physical training required.
Current body requires conditioning to handle advanced magical output.
Whoa. The moment he saw it, an instinctual understanding flooded his mind. The system. That's what this was. But how did it work exactly? He reached for his notebook and quill on the bedside table. Let's test this inventory thing, he muttered, tapping the inventory section. 5 empty slots appeared before him, shimmering with a faint blue light. Cautiously, he held out the notebook toward the first slot. The item seemed to dissolve into motes of light before vanishing completely. He did the same with the quill in the second slot. Interesting. It's like a dimensional storage bag, but with fixed slots instead of space limitations. As if responding to his musing, text appeared below the inventory display. Maximum item dimensions per slot, 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters. Maximum item weight per slot, 200 kilograms. Oh, so you're interactive, Adam said, raising an eyebrow. He retrieved the notebook and quill with a simple thought, watching them materialize in his hands. Convenient. Then he put them back in. His eyes drifted to identify. What's this about? He wondered aloud. Identify reveals basic information about objects, creatures, and phenomena. He tested it on his notebook. Notebook, class, quality, D, poor. Durability, 72%. Notes, contains various spell diagrams and half-finished homework assignments. Several pages have ink stains. Adam flipped through the notebook, confirming the accuracy of the description. That could be useful. He turned his gaze to the shimmering window itself. System interface. Type, unique. Status, bonded. Notes, a manifestation of the agreement. Further features will unlock as conditions are met. Well, that was deliberately vague. Wait, Adam said, frowning. This identify ability, and the inventory too. I never had these before. These aren't natural abilities, are they? They don't even seem to use mana. Correct.
Identigen and inventory are unique gifts provided as part of the agreement. They do not consume mana and function independent of normal magical principles. Gifts? Adam's eyebrows rose. So you do provide some abilities directly. Only these two. All other capabilities must be developed naturally.
The system primarily measures and categorizes your existing potential rather than granting new powers. The agreement. His eyes moved down the window, noting the detailed stat breakdown. Physical stats. Strength, 6. Agility, 8. Stamina, 5. Dexterity, 7. Mental stats. Intelligence, 142. Wisdom, 138. Focus, 91. Memory, 145. Basic abilities. Reading, advanced. Writing, advanced. Mathematics, intermediate. Physical education, poor. And dozens more. Another question, Adam said, frowning at the stats display. These numbers, what exactly do they mean? Stats reflect measurable physical and mental capabilities. For example, current strength rating of 6 indicates ability to lift approximately 60 kilograms maximum weight. Just 60 kilograms? I think I can lift more, he replied, flexing his tiny biceps. No, you cannot. Please refrain from hurting yourself. Why do you have to say it like... Adam trailed off, pinching the bridge of his nose. You know what? Never mind. Just, how do these numbers increase? Through natural development. Would you like a demonstration? Sure. Perform a push-up. A push-up? Is this really necessary? Demonstration optional. Physical exercise one of many methods for natural strength development. No, I'll do it. Adam got down on the floor, somewhat awkwardly. He managed one push-up, arms trembling slightly. Again, he complied, breathing harder this time. Again, by the 6th push-up, his arms were shaking. I don't see how this... The 9th push-up was a struggle. His muscles burned. 2 more.
Physical improvement requires pushing limits.
Gritting his teeth, Adam forced himself through the 10th, then the 11th push-up. His arms felt like jelly. 1 final repetition. With a grunt, he managed the 12th push-up, before collapsing onto the floor, panting. A small notification appeared. Physical exertion past normal limits has resulted in natural body strengthening. Strength, +1 over 1,000. Stamina, +1 over 1,000. What's... Adam panted, still on his hands and knees. What's with the +1? Progress measured on scale of 1,000. Current status. Strength, 6, 1 over 1,000. 0.1% progress toward strength 7. When progress reaches 1,000 over 1,000, level increases to strength 7. Maximum lift capacity increases to 70 kilograms. Progress resets to 0 over 1,000. Same principle applies to all physical attributes. So, Adam said between breaths, you didn't give me those stats. My body actually got stronger from the exercise. Correct. Each full stat point represents significant physical development. Example, strength 6 to 7 requires approximately 3 months consistent training, proper nutrition, adequate rest, progressive overload exercises. System merely quantifies natural development. Stats will decrease if maintenance exercises are neglected. In all his years studying magical artifacts and constructs, Adam had never encountered anything quite like this. A system that responded so naturally to thoughts, providing precise information without any visible mechanisms or magical circles. He needed to verify its consistency from multiple angles. And my mana pool? He asked, looking at the 387 over 400 display. Mana capacity develops through two natural methods. Physical conditioning. Healthy body supports larger mana pool. Meditation increases efficiency of mana pathways. Combat training combines both aspects, leading to natural growth. So, if I want to increase my mana pool, regular physical exercise and meditation recommended.
Would you like to attempt another set of push-ups?
I think I'll pass for now. Adom's eyes lingered on his class designation. What's this little star next to Runicologist for? Available mage paths. Runicologist, expert. Diviner, locked. Battle mage, locked. Elementalist, locked. Alchemist, locked. Druid, locked. Healer, locked. Complete mastery of all paths enables class evolution. True Archmage. True Archmage. Among humans, that title had never been more than an honorary position. The current Archmage, Sir Gaius, while undoubtedly powerful, was simply an exceptional battle mage who'd been chosen to oversee the Magisterium, a towering bastion of arcane authority responsible for governing and safeguarding all matters pertaining to mages and magic within the Empire of Sundar. His role was more administrative than anything, protecting and directing the Empire's mages, and because humans needed the position to be filled, if only to avoid the embarrassment of being mocked for having none, someone like Sir Gaius had been the natural choice. The elves, now they had a genuine, true Archmage. Adom had never seen them personally, but tales spoke of their mastery over all 7 paths of magic. The dwarves, too, had boasted one, until their passing 2 centuries ago. But humans? The task seemed beyond their reach. Even with magic extending their natural lifespan, assuming they weren't cut down early, human mages typically lived to around 150 years. Lady Verana had set the record at 202, and even she had only fully mastered 2 paths. The time required to truly master all aspects of magic, to reach the pinnacle of each specialization, it simply exceeded what even the longest-lived humans could achieve.
So human mages faced an impossible choice.
Either spread themselves thin, attempting to learn everything, becoming mediocre at all, or focus on one path while barely scratching the surface of the others. Even those rare few who managed to master 2 paths had dedicated their entire lives to the pursuit. A thought nagged at Adom's mind as he considered his situation. In his past life, he had never been intentionally placed on the front lines. His role had always been more cerebral than physical. He was a researcher, a scholar, someone whose value came from deciphering magical theory, not wielding it in open combat. That position came with protections, but also restrictions. He'd operated under the weight of oversight, protocol, and chains of command. His movements had been limited. His voice, even with its authority, had to be carefully measured. And in the world that was coming, the one he alone remembered, such constraints could prove fatal. This time, things had to be different. He couldn't afford to stand behind the lines, trusting others to act. He needed the freedom to move, to intervene, to act without waiting for permission. At Xerxes, the path-choosing ceremony was a pivotal moment in every student's 3rd year. After experiencing the basics of all 7 magical disciplines in their first 2 years, students would gather in the Celestial Pavilion during the spring equinox. There, before the Academy's masters and their peers, they would declare their chosen path. It was more a tradition, really. In his previous life, Adom had stood proudly before the maesters and chosen the path of runes. He remembered how natural that choice had felt, how right. But next spring, when his turn came again, he'd have to make a different choice. A different choice. He would be fighting. There was no avoiding that. Not just wild beasts or dungeon creatures, but people. Mages, knights, rogue guilds, even governments. He'd need to be able to defend himself and strike preemptively when required. And not just that, he'd be moving, constantly, across cities, through borderlands, into places most people wouldn't dare step. The mission he carried wasn't one that would be served from behind a desk or buried in a library scroll. Freedom of movement was non-negotiable. Waiting for official permissions, asking for escorts, petitioning councils, that would only slow him down, and he didn't have time to waste. But the future he remembered held threats far larger than anything one man could face alone. There would be moments where he'd need more than independence. He'd need influence, authority, the ability to rally others, command forces, mobilize armies if it came to that. So what kind of mage could do all of that? One path. Only one. The battle mage. Crossing his legs, Adom focused on his mana core, that well of energy nestled deep within. The mana pathways throughout his body were still developing. They would continue to do so until he turned 21. Like a second circulatory system, they carried mana instead of blood. He could feel the potential there, raw and untapped. It was fascinating how knights used the same energy so differently. While mages like himself could manipulate raw mana directly, knights compressed it into what they called fluid, transforming it into pure physical enhancement. Battle mages were unique in that they learned both arts, pure mana manipulation and fluid transformation. I wonder, Adom murmured, trying to recall those basic lessons from his father. Perhaps he could get a head start on the path. He closed his eyes, recalling his father's patient instructions from years ago. His old man had spent countless hours trying to teach his academically inclined son how to transform mana into fluid. The knowledge was still there, buried in his memories. The theory, the process, the visualization.
Feel it, his father would say. Let your emotions guide the transformation.
A droplet of sweat rolled down Adom's temple as he concentrated on his mana core. The energy was there, swirling, ready to be used. But fluid required something more than just technical understanding. It needed emotion. Raw, powerful, overwhelming emotion. He'd always found that requirement ridiculous. The idea that feelings could catalyze a physical transformation of energy seemed absurd to his analytical mind. Yet history proved otherwise. Every knight, every battle mage who'd ever manifested fluid had done so through the power of their emotions. Rage, exhilaration, love, despair. Any emotion would do as long as it burned hot enough. The problem was quantifying that hot enough. How much emotion was sufficient? How did one measure the intensity of a feeling? Adom focused on his current emotional state. Joy bubbled within him at his second chance at life. Anxiety churned in his stomach about the challenges ahead. Hope burned bright when he thought about changing his fate. He tried to amplify these feelings, to let them fill his entire being. The mana in his core responded, stirring faster, flowing through his pathways with increased speed. But despite his concentration, despite the sweat now dripping down his face, the crucial transformation remained elusive. His mana stayed as it was, raw, untransformed energy. With a frustrated sigh, he opened his eyes. Perhaps he needed something stronger than hope and anxiety to trigger his first transformation. A small window expanded as Adom kept pondering. Life force status, currently stable. Warning, Potential development of life drain syndrome detected. First symptoms estimated to manifest within 2 to 3 months without intervention. Adom's breath caught in his throat. Life drain syndrome. The magical degradation that had slowly eaten away at his body for decades.
It wasn't until he was in his 50s, after years of research and desperate searches for a cure, that he'd discovered the cruel truth. His body had been prone to it from birth. His perpetually skinny frame, which no amount of food could ever change, every unexplained exhaustion, every failed attempt to build stamina during his childhood, they hadn't been normal weakness. They were early symptoms no one knew to look for. He remembered the concerned looks from the school healers during his second year at Xerkes. He was exactly his current body's age when the first visible symptoms had appeared in his previous life. The way they'd dismissed the occasional tremors and mana fluctuations as puberty-related magical instability. As if responding to his mounting dread, a new window materialized. System protocol. Timeline divergence detected. Initiating emergency quest, the race against time. Objective. Cure life drain syndrome before visible symptoms manifest. Time limit. 2 months, 21 days, 14 hours, 48 minutes. Failure condition. Terminal deterioration. Reward. Survival. Adam stared at the glowing text. He had spent his entire former life slowly losing a battle he didn't know had started. Not this time. This time, he would win. Quest logged. Chapter 5. The Perks of Being a Regressor. Funny thing about life drain syndrome, they actually found a cure for it. About 30 years into the future, Adam himself led the research team that cracked it, working with some of the most brilliant healers and alchemists left in the world. It took them the better part of a decade, countless sleepless nights, and expeditions to places most sane people wouldn't go near, just to gather ingredients. As the chief runicologist on the project, Adam had been responsible for the magical framework that made the cure possible. Normally, he wouldn't know the first thing about brewing advanced healing potions or understand half of what the alchemists were muttering about optimal distillation temperatures. But this wasn't just another research assignment for him. It was personal. So Adam made damn sure he understood every single detail of this one cure. He'd pestered the alchemists through endless preparation trials until he could recite every heating technique and mixing ratio by heart. He'd sat with the healers as they mapped the disease's interaction with mana pathways, learning injection methods that had absolutely nothing to do with his expertise, but everything to do with his survival. By the time they'd perfected the cure, Adam could reproduce this specific treatment from memory. The cure worked. That wasn't the problem. The problem was its timing. If you caught the disease early enough, before any visible symptoms appeared, and took small doses of the treatment over several months, you had a 90% chance of never developing life drain syndrome at all. If you'd already shown symptoms, but caught it within the first year, you could try the more aggressive approach. Direct injection into the mana pathways. The survival rate for that was 3%. 3% didn't sound great. Then again, when you consider that untreated life drain syndrome had a death rate of 99.99%, with that 1%, mainly consisting of people who technically didn't died yet, suddenly 3% looked like a miracle. Not that any of this had helped Adam in his previous life. By the time they perfected the cure, he'd been living with life drain syndrome for decades. Well past that 1-year window that might have given him even that slim chance at survival. He'd spent years developing a cure he couldn't use himself. Now, back again, he had exactly 2 months, 21 days, 14 hours, 37 minutes before the first visible symptoms would appear. The system's precision would have been amusing if it wasn't so terrifying. Adam was supposed to be sleeping now, but his mind kept circling back to the cure's ingredients.
Most of them were surprisingly common. Herbs any student could gather, plants found in the academy's own grounds, those ubiquitous blue mushrooms that dotted the forest floor. But then there were the two components that made seasoned alchemists pale: a fresh wyvern's heart and some water of Juvence. A single wyvern's heart could bankrupt a merchant family, the kind of expense that would force his parents to sell their home and probably still leave them in debt. And that was assuming he could even convince them to help. Somehow, he doubted, "I'm actually your son from the future, and I need this to prevent a magical disease I haven't fully developed yet," would go over well. The nearest wyverns were in the ranges of Dyrrakia, a good 10 days' journey from Arcos by boat. Even if Adam somehow managed to slip away from school without raising suspicions, and good luck explaining that absence, actually obtaining a heart meant either facing a wyvern himself, suicide, or finding someone willing to hunt one, ruinously expensive. Then there was the water of Juvence. Everyone knew it could only be found in one place: the Wellspring Dungeon, deep in the northern wastes.
The dungeon itself was supposedly only accessible during the winter solstice, and even then, its challenges had killed more adventurers than anyone cared to count. The few vials of water that made it to market each year cost more than most people earned in a lifetime. That left Adam with only one choice: crime. Legal channels would take too long and were impossible anyway. No reputable merchant would sell a wyvern's heart and water of Juvence to a student without proper documentation, official research permits, and a master alchemist's sponsorship. Even worse, these components were notorious for their use in forbidden magic. The questions alone would draw exactly the kind of attention he couldn't afford. And then there was the waiting list for water of Juvence. With only a handful of vials making it to market each year, legitimate buyers often waited years for their turn. Noble families and prestigious research institutions had standing orders that stretched back decades. 2 months? He might as well wish for wings. The black market was his only real choice. Criminal enterprises didn't care about permits or credentials, and they knew better than to ask why their clients needed certain ingredients. He'd pay more than legal prices, probably far more, given the risk premium smugglers charged, but at least they'd sell to him at all. Still, he'd need more money than his entire allowance for the year. Far more than he could explain away to his parents without raising questions he couldn't answer. And so, tomorrow he'd have to visit someone. The thought made him both nervous and oddly excited. He'd never done anything truly illegal. Strange how being young again made even the prospect of criminal activity feel like an adventure. But excitement wouldn't pay for a wyvern's heart, or water of Juvence. Especially with the underworld's steep rates, he needed funds. Significant funds. The kind of money a student simply didn't have access to. Adam sighed into his pillow. Think, for God's sake. How does a regressor make money fast? Ah, he gasped. Of course. He smiled. By using a regressor's greatest advantage, knowledge. Then Adam deflated almost immediately. He was starting to regret all those times he'd scorned gambling halls in his past life. And horse racing. And cross-ball betting. And stock market speculation. And pretty much anything that would have given him reliable knowledge of winning odds or future market changes. He'd been too busy with his research, his books, his experiments, even sports. He couldn't name a single winner of any major tournament from this period. What kind of regressor didn't know next week's winning lottery numbers? Adam groaned into his pillow, then rolled onto his back. There had to be something from this time period he could use. Something, anything. What did he know about this year that could make him rich? What happened? What changed?
What was discovered? "The treasure!" he shouted, bolting upright. He started pacing his room, careful not to bump into anything. 2 years from now. What was that guy's name? It started with a T. Or was it an M? Thomas? No. Martin? No. Trevor. Marcus. Tom. Tim. Some dude. 2 years from now, some dude would become the talk of every tavern and newspaper across the Isles. The lucky bastard had stumbled into a cave while chasing his goat and found what turned out to be a leprechaun's hoard. 500,000 gold pieces from the Krona reign. The coins were still legal tender, their value unchanged after all these centuries. Adam remembered it vividly because for weeks you couldn't walk 2 steps without hearing someone discussing the discovery. Every detail had been repeated ad nauseum. The cave's location, how the guy had nearly broken his neck getting in there, how he'd thought the glinting was just mineral deposits until he got closer. Adam nodded to himself. Tomorrow after classes, he'd head to the cave, retrieve the treasure, and then visit his contact. Get the ball rolling on acquiring the ingredients. Simple enough plan. He got into bed, crossed his arms behind his head, and stared at the ceiling. Minutes ticked by. More minutes ticked by. Adam was lying there, having literally traveled back through time after watching the world end, carrying the weight of preventing that future on his shoulders, and he was supposed to just go to sleep? "No!" he shouted, then immediately winced at the volume. This was ridiculous. He needed to go to that cave right now. What if someone else found it first? Which was, objectively speaking, completely absurd. The treasure wouldn't be discovered for another 2 years, and he hadn't told a soul about it. But still. He was already pulling on his boots before his rational mind could catch up with his paranoia. Sometimes the only way to quiet an irrational fear was to do something equally irrational about it. Getting out of school was surprisingly easy. Nothing technically prevented students from leaving as long as they had a valid reason, and feeling unwell was as good as any. The nurse barely glanced at him before signing his permission slip. It was late afternoon. In any other circumstances, Adam might have paused to take in the sight of Xerxes, the floating pavilions drifting lazily above the city's spires, the familiar streets he hadn't walked in decades, the merchants closing their shops for the day. But not today. He just grabbed the 40 silver pieces he knew he always kept in his drawer and headed straight for the merchant district. He ran, cursing his younger body's poor stamina. A simple run left him winded. He spotted a shop called Garrett's just as the merchant was pulling down his shutters. "Wait!" Adam called out between gasps, doubling over with his hands on his knees. "Please, just one moment." Garrett, or so Adam assumed his name was, paused, one eyebrow raised as he watched Adam struggle to catch his breath. He was a stocky man, with calloused hands and laugh lines around his eyes. "We're closing, boy," he said, though he didn't continue with the shutters. "Whatever it is, it can wait until tomorrow." "Dimensional bags," Adam wheezed. "The cheapest ones you have. It's for a school project at Xerxes." Garrett's expression shifted at the mention of the academy. "Xerxes, eh?" He looked Adam up and down, taking in his disheveled appearance. "Funny how that name opens doors in this city." He sighed, pushing his shutters back up. "All right, come in, but make it quick." Inside, Garrett rummaged through a back shelf, muttering to himself. "Let's see, got some basic ones here. Nothing fancy, mind you. Half-cubit capacity each, rough stitching, but they'll hold." He placed 4 small, worn leather bags on the counter. They looked unremarkable, save for the faint shimmer of enchantment around their openings. 10 silver for the lot, Garrett said, then added with a hint of pride. "Cheapest you'll find in the district." They're not pretty, but they're honest work. Won't fall apart on you mid-transport like some of that fancy rubbish they sell up in the floating markets. Perfect, Adam said, counting out the coins. Thank you, really. And you can keep the change. Just don't come running back tomorrow saying they're too small, Garrett warned. And next time, maybe don't wait until closing. He looked at Adam's still flushed face and shook his head. Or at least work on your running first. Thanks again, Adam said, and headed straight for the Strider station. The massive razorback Strider squawked when he approached, 12 feet of irritable, feathered transportation. He paid the rider 15 silver for a trip to Red Cliff Valley, trying not to wince at the price. The creatures might look like overgrown, bad-tempered ostriches, but they could cover more ground in an hour than a horse could in 3. The beast slowed to a stop at Adam's signal. Here's good, sir. Red Cliff Valley lived up to its name. Rust-colored cliffs dropping sharply to meet the sea, white foam crashing against their bases. The setting sun cast long shadows across the scrubland, and in the distance, the first lights of Arcos Port were beginning to twinkle. Even after everything, this corner of the island still took his breath away. The rider, a weathered man probably in his 50s, frowned down at him. Night's fallen, kid. Not usual to see a boy your age out here at this hour. He hesitated, then added with careful neutrality, Everything all right at home? Adam almost laughed when he realized what this looked like. A child heading to a remote location at dusk, alone. Every indication of a runaway. Oh, yes, everything's fine, sir. Just have some business to attend to. I'll be heading back tonight. The man studied him for a long moment, thumb absently stroking his graying beard. Tell you what, I'll be at the Salty Dog for a while. He pointed to a distant building where warm light spilled from windows onto the cliff top. When you're done with your business, come find me. I'll give you a ride back. I'm not sure I can afford the evening rates. No charge. The man's eyes crinkled. Just don't want a kid wandering around these cliffs after dark. Thank you, sir. I'll find you when I'm done then. They parted ways, the Strider's heavy footfalls fading into the growing dusk. Adam watched them go, oddly touched by the stranger's concern. He'd forgotten how people could be kind for no reason at all. And so, Adam surveyed the cliffs. Caves dotted the red rock face like holes in cheese, some barely more than shallow indents, others yawning black mouths that disappeared into darkness. At least 40 of them, he counted. Somewhere among them was his ticket to survival. What did he remember about the cave? He squinted, trying to drag details through 60 years of accumulated memories. It was high up. Yes, the guy had been chasing his goat up a narrow path when he found it. And there had been something about the entrance being partially hidden by rocks? Plants? Something that had made it easy to miss. He also remembered people making a big deal about how the cave entrance looked like a crescent moon when you stood at the right angle. Or was it a fish? No, definitely a crescent moon. That detail had stuck because someone had spun a whole theory about leprechauns and lunar magic that had made the rounds in the papers. And there had been something about water. Right. The cave had to be above the high tide line, because the treasure would have been long ruined otherwise. That at least narrowed things down. He could ignore all the caves near the bottom of the cliff. Still left him with about 15 possibilities to check. Adam sighed and started climbing. At least his younger body made this less likely to kill him. He channeled mana through his pathways, the familiar tingle of making him lighter. Not enough to float, that would be too conspicuous, but enough to make climbing feel like walking upstairs instead of scaling a cliff face. One by one, he checked the caves above the tide line. The first one was barely deep enough to count as a cave. The second was promising until it opened into a natural chimney. The third was just right, except for being shaped like a lopsided triangle. The fourth— Hours passed. The sun disappeared entirely. Still no crescent moon. He sat on a ledge, frustrated and confused. He was absolutely certain about this location. The newspapers had mentioned Red Cliff Valley dozens of times. The crescent shape had been a major talking point. The treasure had definitely been here.
Hadn't it? Darkness had fully settled now, and Adom was starting to wonder if maybe his 79-year-old memories weren't as reliable as he'd hoped. After all, what were the odds of remembering exact details of a newspaper story from 6 decades ago? He looked up at the moon, now fully visible in the night sky, and froze. Oh. Adom's eyes widened. Of course. A leprechaun's treasure wouldn't just be sitting in some obvious cave. These creatures were infamous for their deceptive magic, hiding things in plain sight through complex enchantments. They'd been known to conceal entire castles as pebbles, or turn forests into single trees that only revealed their true nature under specific conditions. And now that he thought about it, that guy had found it at night, hadn't he? Chasing his goat under moonlight. If I was a leprechaun, Adom muttered, what kind of magic would I use? He activated Identify, scanning the cliff face systematically. The system's descriptions appeared in his mind. Natural rock formation, common cliff moss, cave entrance, shallow, thorny brush, indigenous to Xerkes, cave entrance, 15 meters deep, weathered limestone deposit, ancient root— He blinked. Wait. What was that? He'd looked away too quickly. What was that last one? He turned back, focusing his Identify on that specific spot again. There, almost hidden among the natural patterns of the rock, ancient runic array, purpose concealment, estimated age 537 years. As soon as he deactivated Identify, the rune vanished completely, invisible to the naked eye. He activated it again, studying the intricate pattern. Runes were the architecture of magic, geometric patterns that shaped and directed mana flows like riverbeds guiding water. Each symbol was a command, each connecting line a channel, each intersection a transformation point. The truly fascinating part was how they could tap into the natural mana currents that flowed through the world, creating enchantments that could sustain themselves for centuries. This concealment array was a masterwork. The primary sigil spiraled outward in the pattern of endless return, sacred to leprechaun runecraft. Secondary marks branched off at spirit angles, creating a cascade that bent both light and perception around it. But the true genius lay in the lunar resonance marks woven through the pattern. Tiny runes that shifted the array's power with the phases of the moon. Adom had to admire the craftsmanship. These were the kind of runes you only saw in museums or old ruins. Modern runesmiths used much simpler arrays, more efficient, built on centuries of streamlined magical theory. But these old patterns, they had an artistry to them that modern runecraft had lost in its pursuit of practicality. Knowledge of runes had survived since the time of Law, the farmer mage himself, who was said to possess natural runes, something Adom had never seen in his long life. Not much was known about natural runes, but they had helped Law create the foundations of artificial runecraft that mages used today. But admiration, Adom realized, wouldn't get him inside. He needed to figure out how to disable it,
or at least work around it. Adom studied the rune carefully. Different runes responded to different triggers. Some needed blood, others specific words, many just raw mana. But this one... If it's tied to moonlight, he muttered, thinking aloud, then entrance would only show under moonlight. So the rune must use it too. And if leprechauns made it? He remembered something from his magical theory classes. Leprechauns always built redundancies into their magic. They never relied on just one key. The pattern seemed to flow toward a central point, currently obscured by centuries of vine growth.
Working carefully, keeping active to ensure he didn't lose sight of the rune, he cleared away the vegetation. Each time he exposed more of the pattern, new details emerged. Smaller runes, branching off the main array, all converging toward that center point. Okay, so moonlight's one component, he reasoned. The rune needs to see it directly. He stepped back, making sure the moon's light fell squarely on the newly exposed pattern. Nothing happened, but the lines seemed to shimmer slightly. And if it's using moonlight, it's probably designed to channel mana the same way. He traced the pattern with his eyes. Look at how all these lines spiral inward, like a funnel. It's not just blocking magic, it's directing it? He placed his hand on the central point and channeled his mana carefully, trying to match the flow suggested by the pattern. For a moment, nothing happened. Then he felt it. A subtle resonance, like two tuning forks harmonizing. The rune began to glow faintly, moonlight and mana interweaving through its ancient lines. That's it, he breathed. It's not about forcing it. It's about matching its rhythm. The rune flared with silvery light, matching the moon's pale glow perfectly. The illuminations spread through the pattern like liquid mercury flowing through glass channels, until Adom no longer needed to see it. Then came the transformation. It started at the edges, the ancient geometric patterns beginning to flow like water, yet somehow maintaining their precise mathematical beauty. The lines twisted, curved, and reformed themselves in a hypnotic dance. Where rigid angles had been, now flowing scripts emerged. The transformation rippled inward, each ring of runes morphing in sequence, like watching a language being born. What emerged was writing? Yes, definitely writing, but in no script he immediately recognized. The letters, if they could be called that, had a certain angular quality to them, each character precise and purposeful. He squinted at them, trying to make sense of the flowing shapes. Wait, he'd seen something like this before, in the books about the Outer Kingdoms. The way the characters were constructed, each one built from straight lines meeting at sharp angles. Dwarven? He muttered in disbelief. Why would there be dwarven writing on a leprechaun's treasure cave? Something wasn't adding up. And how had that shepherd managed to get past this? This wasn't the kind of puzzle you solved by accident. It required knowledge of ancient languages, understanding of complex magical theory, and... Adom ran his hands through his hair, sighing deeply. The writing seemed to mock him with its incomprehensible angles. He could decipher it, but the idea of going back and get the documents he'd need felt daunting. Then a thought struck him. Perhaps could give him some insight. He did not think the skill could translate things. It was a long shot, but at this point, what did he have to lose? Displayed its findings. Writing style, late Second Era Dwarven Common Script. Origin, Mountain Holds of Kahazad. Approximate dating, 2,847 years old. Great. Very helpful, Adom sighed, turning to climb down. Then new text appeared in his vision.
Would you like to translate this language?" "Yes," Adam practically shouted, then caught himself, grinning like a child. The ancient dwarven script began to shimmer and shift, each character dissolving and reforming in common before his eyes. Like watching ink bleed through paper in reverse, familiar letters emerged from the angular shapes. "What dies each night but rises anew, never the same, yet always true, marked forever by what came before, yet clean as dawn upon the shore." It was a riddle. Huh. Adam hated riddles.
Chapter 6. The Cave. Adam paced back and forth, muttering the riddle under his breath for what felt like the 100th time. His footsteps had probably worn a path in the dirt by now. Dies each night, rises anew. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Give him a complex spell formula and he could break it down in minutes. Present him with an ancient magical theorem and he'd find 3 different ways to prove it before breakfast. Back in his previous life, he'd written a 12-volume treatise on theoretical applications of crystalline mana structures while bedridden with fever. And yet here he was, stumped by 4 simple lines of poetry. He let out a dry laugh. The irony wasn't lost on him. The man who had once been a hair's breadth from becoming Archmage, defeated by a riddle that a shepherd had apparently solved. Though, to be fair, that part still didn't make sense. "Focus," he told himself, returning to the glowing text. The words swam before his eyes, taunting him. In his old study, he'd had a wall covered in theoretical proofs that had made even senior mages' heads spin. But riddles? They required a different kind of thinking, lateral, intuitive. His mind preferred straight lines, clear paths from A to B. Something that dies, but comes back. He started pacing again. Something marked by the past, but clean. The moonlight was starting to fade. Soon he'd have to either solve this or come back another night. And wouldn't that be a blow to his pride? The former almost Archmage having to admit defeat to a leprechaun's door puzzle. Adam sat down, crossing his legs. Fine. If his mind wanted logic, he'd give it logic. He pulled out his notebook from his inventory and began writing. Dies each night, rises anew. The sun? He looked up expectantly. Nothing. No, the sun doesn't really die. He scribbled more notes. The moon? No, always the same. Stars? Same problem. Dreams? He spoke each answer to the glowing text. Nothing. Something marked by the past, but clean. He tapped his quill against the paper. Water? It carries sediment, but looks clean. No, doesn't die each night. The tide? Close, but not quite. An hour passed, his notebook filled with crossed-out answers. Dawn? Day? Twilight? Night itself? Each answer met with silence. Finally, he threw his quill down. Why? His voice echoed off the cliff face. Why was I chosen to come back if I can't even solve a simple riddle? He stood up, frustration boiling over. How am I supposed to change anything? How can I possibly alter the future when I can't even... His voice cracked. How can I... How... Wait. The future. His breath caught in his throat. Rises anew, never the same. The words took on new meaning. What's never the same, but always happens? He glanced up at the moon, thinking about coming back the next day. Tomorrow. His eyes widened. Tomorrow, he said slowly, testing the word. Dies each night, because today becomes yesterday. Rises anew. Each dawn brings a new tomorrow. Never the same, but always true.
Because each tomorrow is different, but it always comes. Marked forever by what came before, because every tomorrow carries the weight of yesterday. But, he smiled, yet clean as dawn upon the shore, because it's always a fresh start, a new beginning. Tomorrow, he said with certainty. The answer is tomorrow. The silvery text hung motionless in the air. 1 second passed. 2. 3. Adom's smile began to fade. His certainty wavered. "Oh, come on," he whispered, that familiar frustration starting to bubble up again. "That has to be—" The rune pulsed once, brilliant moonlight flooding its channels. A deep rumbling sound emanated from within the cliff face, like the mountain itself was waking up. Adom stumbled back as the rock wall began to shake. Dust sprayed from hairline cracks appearing around the rune. The rumbling grew louder, accompanied by mechanical clicks and the hum of old magic awakening. The wall split along those cracks with precise geometric movements. Segments of rock shifted and retracted, layers sliding against each other like the workings of some ancient machine. Each piece moved with purpose, accompanied by that grinding sound and puffs of centuries-old dust. When the movement stopped, a crescent-shaped entrance stood before him, edges too clean to be natural, too rough to be purely magical. Moonlight spilled through, catching the dancing dust motes. Adom let out a laugh that was half relief, half disbelief. "I did it," he breathed. Then, louder, "I actually did it!" He stared at the crescent-shaped entrance, his heart still racing. What if he'd been wrong? What if the wrong answer had triggered some ancient defensive magic? "Nope," he said firmly, shaking his head. "Not going down that road. Some questions are better left unanswered." And for someone who'd spent 2 lifetimes pursuing knowledge, it was probably the first time he'd ever been happy not knowing something. New location discovered. Moonfall Cavern. Adom waited for the worst of the dust to settle. Still, better safe than sorry. He pulled his shirt collar up over his nose and mouth. Years of working in ancient libraries had taught him that centuries-old dust was never pleasant to breathe. He wove flame with ease, a small but steady fire materializing above his upraised palm. The light illuminated the path ahead, and he could not see how deep the cavern was. Taking one last deep breath through his makeshift filter, Adom stepped into the opening. The grinding sounds had stopped, but he could still hear the occasional settling of stone, like the mountain was slowly exhaling after holding its breath for too long. The air inside was stale, carrying that distinctive smell of long sealed spaces, a mix of old stone, mineral deposits, and time itself. As his flame cast moving shadows on the rough walls, tiny creatures scuttled away into cracks, mostly beetles and cave crickets that had somehow made their way in over the centuries. Spiderwebs, ancient and dusty, stretched between jutting rocks. The passage wasn't natural. While not perfectly smooth, the walls showed signs of deliberate shaping, with geometric patterns occasionally visible beneath years of mineral buildup. Water had dripped down some walls, leaving behind crystalline streams of calcium deposits. Adom paused, frowning. Something wasn't adding up. None of this, the rune, the mechanical entrance, had been mentioned in the news when this place would be discovered. In his past life, he'd read about a shepherd simply finding a cave with treasure. He'd always wondered about that. "The rune must have expired," he muttered, his voice echoing slightly. "That's why the shepherd just walked in. All this," he gestured at the walls with his flame-bearing hand, "would have been sealed away until the magic finally failed. Dude probably just had the dumb luck to be here when it happened." He snorted. 500,000 gold pieces. Just like that. The sum still boggled his mind. Something caught his eye, a faint glint in the darkness ahead, different from the usual mineral sparkle. The way it reflected his flame's light was distinctive, almost like it was responding to the magical energy itself. Is that a mana crystal? As Adam approached the glinting object, he used Identify. The response was immediate. Object, waypoint crystal, type, transportation. Focus status, active, auto-triggering. Wait, what do you mean auto-triggering? The crystal pulsed with azure light. Adam tried to step back, but it was too late. The light enveloped him, and the sensation that followed was like being pulled through honey. Slow, disorienting, and slightly uncomfortable. The world stretched, twisted, and then
He hit something with a metallic clinking sound. Multiple metallic clinking sounds, actually. Something was digging into his back, hard and irregular. Groaning, he pushed himself up to sitting position, fighting back a wave of nausea as his head spun. His stomach lurched, and he had to take several deep breaths to keep from emptying its contents right there. He froze as he finally got his bearings. Transportation crystals, he muttered, waiting for the world to stop swimming. Would it kill their makers to add some stabilization magic? Even a basic momentum dampener would. He swallowed hard. Would be nice. Groaning, he pushed himself up to sitting position and froze. Gold. Not just a few coins, not even a chest's worth. Gold coins spread out beneath him like a metallic beach, flowing down in gentle slopes. Gems caught the light of wherever it was coming from, throwing rainbow sparkles across the chamber. Ornate cups and plates peeked out between coins, their precious metals tarnished but unmistakably valuable. A sword hilt studded with rubies protruded nearby, its blade still miraculously gleaming after all these years. His mouth went dry. He'd seen the imperial treasury once, during a special ceremony. This was more. Location discovered: the Serpent's Labyrinth, Treasury Chamber. He stood carefully, coins sliding and tinkling around his feet. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows above. The treasure spread out before him wasn't a mountain. You couldn't swim in it like those ridiculous children's stories. But it was more wealth than he'd ever seen in either lifetime. Enough to buy a small kingdom. Enough to... Something moved in the shadows at the far end of the chamber. Adam's heart stopped. This, he realized with growing dread, was definitely not in the shepherd's story. Adam's mind kicked into survival mode. First rule of unknown magical environments: gather information, don't panic. Stay alive long enough to think. He maintained as a constant thread of magic while his eyes scanned the chamber methodically. The skill's feedback was concerning. Multiple magical signatures, some he'd never encountered before. Ancient protections, probably. No one left this much wealth unguarded. His hand found the ruby-studded sword, lifting it carefully. The balance was surprisingly good. Flamebrand sword, type, enchanted weapon, status, active, properties, unknown. Better than nothing. He kept his casting hand free. In his experience, magic was always more reliable than steel. The spell still hovered above him, casting moving shadows that made everything more uncertain. Another movement in the darkness, then another from a different direction. The coins shifted somewhere to his left with a gentle tinkling sound. He was in the open, exposed. Amateur mistake. Slowly, deliberately, a dome began moving backward toward the nearest wall. Keep your back covered. Control what can approach you. Basic combat principles he'd read lifetime ago.
The magical signatures were getting stronger, or closer. Something slithered in the darkness. The chamber suddenly felt a lot smaller, and the shadows a lot deeper. A dome-cancelled relative darkness swallowed him for a heartbeat. In that same instant, he wove, launching it high into the air above. The chamber exploded with light, and time stopped. There was no time to see all the details, but one thing Adom was sure of. Snake. Massive snake. Jaws open, coming straight for him. Adom's body moved before his mind could process. Pure instinct threw him sideways as the massive head struck. The impact shook the chamber, stone cracking where he'd stood a fraction of a second before. Coins sprayed everywhere like metallic rain. Adom rolled to his feet, already weaving another, this one with enough power to drain half his mana. The spell struck the creature's scales with a thunderous roar. The beast screamed, a sound that belonged in nightmares, as flames engulfed its head. There was no smell, no smoke. The first fireball above was fading. In its dying light, Adom spotted an archway across the chamber. He ran. Gold coins scattered under his feet, treacherous as marbles. Behind him, the creature thrashed, its massive body sending treasures flying. Something hot brushed his back. Its breath? Poison? He didn't want to know. Shit! He vaulted over a fallen pillar, nearly lost his footing on landing. The archway seemed impossibly far. The sound of scales on coins grew closer. Too close. A fang caught his shirt, almost ripping it away. Adom didn't look back. Looking back meant death. The archway was just ahead, 10 steps away. 5. The beast lunged. Adom dove forward, rolling through the arch as massive jaws snapped shut behind him. He scrambled to his feet, running blindly into the darkness beyond, the creature's frustrated roar echoing off the walls. "What?" Adom gasped for air. "The actual hell!" He wove with shaking hands, nearly botching the spell. The light revealed stone corridors branching in multiple directions. "A maze?" His voice cracked. "A maze? That idiot shepherd just found some gold in a cave, my ass!" He stumbled forward, still trying to catch his breath. "Nobody said anything about a giant snake, or a labyrinth, or—" Another roar echoed through the corridors, making him jump. "Or that!" The sound of something massive moving through stone tunnels came from everywhere? Nowhere? The maze's acoustics made it impossible to tell. "If I survive this," he wheezed, picking a direction at random, "I'm finding that shepherd and—" He caught his foot on an uneven stone, barely keeping his balance.
And I don't know what I'll do, but it'll involve a very long conversation about the difference between "I found some treasure" and "There's a giant snake guarding it in a maze." Another roar. Closer this time. Or was it? Damn these echoes. And what kind of idiot am I? He turned a corner, then another. Oh look, a mysterious rune and a sealed cave. Let's just walk right in. Brilliant, Adom. Absolutely brilliant. Adom slumped against a wall, chest heaving. No, panic wasn't helping. Panic would get him killed. He needed to think. He forced his breathing to slow, trying to quiet his thundering heart. Think. Analyze. Solve. The crystal had transported him directly to the treasury. No path in, just there. Which meant finding his way back to the entrance wasn't an option. There might not even be one. And now he was in a maze with another distant roar. Right. That. Okay,
he whispered, organizing his thoughts. Facts. That fireball was strong enough to kill a horse. It's still alive, probably resistant to fire magic. He grimaced. Would have been nice to know that before using half my mana. The sound of something large moving through stone echoed again. Can't fight it. Can't outrun it forever. Can't find an exit I don't know exists. He closed his eyes, thinking. There has to be a way out. Nobody builds something like this without an escape route. The crystal brought me in, so... He opened his eyes. There has to be another crystal. The question was, how to find it before that thing found him. As Adom caught his breath, something moved in his flame's light. He instinctively tensed, but it was too small to be the snake. Cave hopper. Type, indigenous maze dweller. Status, alert. The creature looked like a rabbit, if rabbits had evolved in darkness. Pale, with oversized ears and eyes that reflected his flame's light. It froze upon seeing him. You survive down here, Adom whispered. You must know safe places.
The hopper bolted. Without thinking, Adom followed. These creatures always knew where to hide, where predators couldn't reach. The hopper bounded ahead, surprisingly fast. Adom's bobbed as he ran, casting wild shadows that made following harder. Wait, you little... The ground vanished. There was a moment of weightlessness, a sharp intake of breath, and then... impact. Pain shot through his side as he tumbled down a steep slope. His spell flickered out. Something cracked under him. Multiple somethings. He rolled to a stop in complete darkness, groaning. When Adom re-wove, the light revealed what had broken his fall. Bones. Hundreds of them. Small ones, large ones, complete skeletons and scattered remains. Some belonged to cave hoppers, others to creatures he didn't recognize. All picked clean. His hand had landed in a ribcage big enough to belong to a deer. Oh no, he breathed, scrambling to his feet. A skull rolled away, disappearing into a pile of other bones. The chamber wasn't large, but every inch of floor was covered in remains. This wasn't just a pit. It was a feeding ground. Something moved in the tunnel above. The sound of scales on stone grew closer. Sssss. The sound made his blood freeze. Adom's hand found the sword in the darkness, gripping it tight. He adjusted his glasses while his heart hammered so hard he could hear it over the rattling of disturbed bones beneath his feet. Two enormous eyes appeared in the tunnel above, reflecting his flame's light like mirrors. Adom quickly used Identify while preparing Barrier. White Worm, Level 10, Life Force 500/500. Type, Indigenous Great Forest Dweller. Status, Enraged. The eyes drew closer. Adom's grip on the sword tightened. Wait for it. Let it commit to the strike. Don't waste energy on useless movements. A massive head emerged from the tunnel, scales gleaming dully in the flame light. The creature's mouth opened, revealing rows of teeth longer than daggers. Muscles tensed along its neck. Adom's breath seemed unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. The worm struck. Barrier flared to life as Adom dove sideways. Fangs scraped against magic with a sound like nails on glass. The beast's head smashed into the bone-covered floor where he'd stood. Now. Adom swung the sword with everything he had, aiming for the creature's neck. The blade bounced off scales with a metallic clang. Oh, that's not fair. The worm's head snapped toward him, jaws opening wide. Adom rolled through bones as massive jaws snapped shut where he'd been. His mind raced through facts like flipping pages. Immune to steel,
immune to fire. But it reared back from the flames. Why? Why fear something that can't hurt you? The worm's head tracked his movement. Those eyes. If he could just... He grabbed a handful of small bones, hurling them at the creature's face while weaving fireball. Not a massive one, just enough to... The beast's head jerked back instinctively from the flying debris. Perfect. Adom launched the fireball directly at its eyes, already moving, already reaching for the sword again. The flames wouldn't hurt it, but the light, the surprise. The worm reared back exactly as he'd hoped. Adom charged forward, sword aimed for those massive eyes. Something massive swept his legs. The world spun. His newly made barrier shattered like glass. Menace 24 Life Force. Status: you suffered a moderate injury. Adom slammed into a pile of bones, air rushing from his lungs. His glasses cracked. Pain exploded across his ribs. The sword clattered away somewhere. The worm thrashed wildly, still blinded by the fireball's light. Its massive body whipped around the chamber, smashing into walls. A rib cage larger than Adom went flying. Then he saw it. Through cracked glasses, he watched the beast's underbelly scrape across a jagged bone. A tiny cut appeared. Minus 0.5 life force. 499.5 over 500. Adom's eyes widened. He spotted a narrow crevice leading up out of the pit. "All right," he whispered, scrambling toward it. A plan crystallized in his mind. "Pull!" Adom's hand shot out, magic yanking the sword through scattered bones just as the worm's jaws struck. He caught the blade and dove into the crevice, brushing past plant leaves that partly obscured the narrow opening. Fangs scraped stone inches behind him, the beast's frustrated roar vibrating through the rock itself. Too narrow for it to follow. The sound of the massive body thrashing against the opening echoed after him as he climbed. But he kept going. He had a weakness to exploit now. Adom stumbled into a cavern where crystals caught his flames light, throwing scattered rainbows across pools of water. Cave hoppers and other small creatures scattered at his approach, their tiny feet pattering away into darkness. The sword clattered to the ground as he practically fell forward, plunging his face into the nearest pool. The water was cold, almost painfully so, but he didn't care. His throat felt like sandpaper. He kept his head submerged longer than necessary, letting the silence calm his racing thoughts. The water muffled everything except his heartbeat and the soft echo of drops falling somewhere deeper in the cave. When he finally came up for air, his mind was clearer. The beast had found him multiple times now, always after he'd made noise. The running, the fighting, even just talking to himself. Sound carried far in these tunnels. He touched his bruised ribs gently, wincing. The snake's reactions were almost predictable. It struck at movement, at sound. It would rear up to deliver killing blows, exposing its belly in the process. If he could somehow... Adom picked up a small stone, tossed it into a far pool. The splash echoed weirdly, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. Just like the snake's movements had seemed to come from everywhere earlier. His eyes narrowed, studying the cabin's layout. The uneven ground, the pools, the crystal formations creating natural acoustic channels. He could use this. If he positioned himself just right, created noise in specific places, he could make the snake strike exactly where he wanted. And when it reared up for the kill, Adom picked up the sword again, testing its weight. He'd only get one chance at this. "All right," he whispered. "Let's set up a welcome party."
The cavern's acoustics revealed themselves with each careful step. Adom's fingers traced the crystal formations, feeling vibrations travel. 3 large crystals created a natural funnel for sound. Perfect. A tap here echoed precisely where he needed it. His boot slipped on wet stone. The scraping sound echoed. He froze. Nothing. Breathing slowly through his nose, he began digging near a pool's edge. Each movement had to be silent. The ground gave way easily, softened by centuries of water seepage. His hands worked methodically, measuring depth against his arm's length. The sword laid carefully aside, he widened the hole just enough. No more, no less. Extra space meant extra sound. A crystal tumbled. Adom's heart stopped. Silence. Sweat dripped despite the cave's chill as he positioned loose stones around the hole's edge. When struck right, they'd create a sequence of sounds like running prey. The echoes would lead straight to... Something shifted in the tunnels beyond. Adom didn't breathe for 10 seconds. False alarm. Water from the nearest pool was already seeping into his trap, softening the earth further. The snake's weight would do the rest. He tested the hole's depth one final time, calculating the sword's arc. It had to be perfect. One chance. A distant hiss froze his blood. Too soon. He eased himself into position, every movement measured. The sword aligned just so.
Loose stones ready to create their deadly symphony. Now came the worst part. Waiting. As expected, the wait was unbearable. 1, 2, 3. Water dripped somewhere. Each drop echoed like thunder in Adom's ears. His arms ached from holding the sword at the perfect angle, but he didn't dare adjust his position. 4, 5. A pebble shifted near the tunnel entrance. His heart stopped. Too soon. Please be too soon. Silence returned. His muscles screamed to move. 6, 7. Sss. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere. Adom's fingers tightened on the sword grip. Sweat rolled down his forehead, but he couldn't risk wiping it away. 8. A crystal shifted. Wrong timing, wrong place. The hiss grew closer. Don't move. Don't breathe. Don't... Something heavy scraped against stone above. Particles of dirt rained into the hole. One landed on his nose. It itched unbearably. 10. 11. The massive body slithered past his hiding spot. He could feel the ground vibrate. Just a little further. Just a little... His leg cramped. The sword trembled slightly. The movement above stopped. 12. The snake's head snapped toward his position. A heartbeat of perfect stillness. Adom's free hand found a loose crystal. One chance. He flicked it. The carefully arranged stones responded, creating a cascade of sounds. Prey, running, stumbling, panicking. The acoustics carried the symphony exactly as planned. The massive head whipped away, following the phantom prey. Almost. Almost. The worm's body tensed, coiling. Adom could feel its weight shifting above him, preparing to strike. The ground groaned under its mass. Now. Ah! The sword thrust upward as the snake struck downward. Scales parted. Resistance, then a give. Every muscle in Adom's arms screamed as tons of serpentine flesh threatened to wrench the blade sideways. His shoulders felt like they were being torn apart, but he held the sword steady. If it tilted even slightly, the strike would fail.
The blade sank deep into soft flesh. The beast's own momentum did the rest. Steel tore through the worm's entire length as it shot forward. Blood cascaded into the hole like a red waterfall, hot and thick, drenching Adom completely. The creature's shriek shattered crystals, a sound of pure agony that echoed through every tunnel of the maze. Internal organs spilled from the massive gash, splattering across the cavern floor. The snake's body thrashed wildly, its coils smashing against walls, its blood painting everything crimson. Adom held the sword steady, even as more blood poured over him, into his mouth, his eyes. The blade kept cutting, kept tearing, until the worm's momentum finally ceased. The massive body collapsed, twitching, organs still sliding out of the horrific wound that had split it nearly in half. A final, wet hiss escaped its jaws. Then, silence. You have slain the white worm, level 10. Stat increases. Intelligence +3, quick thinking in combat. Strength +2, wielding sword against massive resistance. Dexterity +2, precise movements under pressure. Vitality +2, survival against overwhelming odds. Wisdom +3, strategic planning and execution. Agility +2, evasive maneuvers. Note, specific stat increases can be hidden by the user. Life force 100 to 205. Inventory increased to N/10. Blood-soaked and trembling with exhaustion, Adom let out a shaky breath. The sword slipped from his fingers, clattering against stone. He was alive. I'm alive. Somehow. Wait a minute, he frowned, addressing the system. I thought you didn't grant power. Why do I have stat increases? Clarification. System does not grant power directly. Recent combat experience has pushed your body and mind to their limits, resulting in natural growth.
Stat increases reflect your own achievements and adaptations during intense stress.
Adom nodded slowly, processing the information. He glanced at his hands, flexing his fingers. The trembling had subsided. And the life force increase? The inventory expansion? He pressed, still skeptical. Life force increase is a natural result of pushing beyond previous limitations. Inventory expansion is a system feature unlocked by demonstrated growth, as previously explained. I see. Every inch of Adom dripped red as he hauled himself from the hole. The blood had seeped everywhere, under his fingernails, between his toes, in every fold of clothing. His hair was matted with it, thick and warm. It filled his ears, coated his tongue with a familiar metallic taste that made him pause. His boots made wet sucking sounds as he pulled them from the red pool that had collected in his hiding spot. Blood ran down his glasses in rivulets, turning the world red. He took them off. The worm's massive corpse stretched across the cavern, internal organs still spilling from the terrible gash. Parts of its tail still twitched, muscles remembering life. The wound gaped like a second mouth, showing just how perfectly his sword had split it. Warning: special blood detected. Analyzing. The blood dripped thick and warm across his skin, making odd clop-clop sounds as it landed. A strange tingling sensation began to spread wherever it touched, though the blood itself remained stubbornly present. Wait, tingling? Adom froze. Blood wasn't supposed to tingle. Not normal blood, not monster blood, not any kind of blood. His heart began to race as the sensation intensified, spreading across his skin like pins and needles. No, 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 he muttered, frantically trying to wipe it away, only managing to smear it further. His mind raced through everything he knew about monster parts. Hearts could grant abilities if you were born with the right constitution.
Some organs were sought after as aphrodisiacs by foolish nobles with more gold than sense. Certain flesh just tasted impossibly salty, while other parts would kill you outright. But blood? Blood wasn't supposed to do anything, except maybe poison you if you were unlucky. The tingling grew stronger. Was this how it felt to be poisoned by monster blood? Monsters were mutants, creatures warped by concentrated mana over time, and no two were exactly alike. That's what made them so dangerous. You could never be entirely sure what effects their parts might have. What worked like a charm for one adventurer could kill the next. And this was a white worm, a creature he knew very little about. Who knew what its blood might do? He'd heard horror stories of adventurers who'd gotten monster blood in their wounds. Some dissolved from the inside out. Others suffered mutations that... He cut that line of thought off, his breathing becoming rapid and shallow. Integrating what? Wait! He shouted, as if that would have changed anything. New passive skill acquired. White worm body, very rare, level 1. White worm body. Your flesh remembers the serpent's blood that bathed it. Each instance of body damage will gradually strengthen your physical resistance. Current defense multiplier, 1.01 times. Through successive damage and healing, your body will develop resistance potentially surpassing the white worm's own scales, while maintaining human flexibility and adaptability. Maximum potential, unknown. Adom's panic subsided as he read the system notification, replaced by cautious relief. A skill? That was unexpected. As the system notification faded, the tingling gradually subsided. He took a deep breath, his panic giving way to curiosity as his analytical mind kicked in. A skill from monster blood? That wasn't supposed to happen unless... System, he started, trying to keep the hope from his voice. Did something change with my constitution? Like, can I safely consume monster parts now? The possibilities raced through his mind. Is this some sort of reward for coming back? No, you are not special. Adom blinked at the blunt response. Monsters are mutants. While their effects on humans are generally predictable, variations can occur. This particular white worm happened to possess this property, which was transferred to you through blood contact. Had it been another white worm, the effects could have ranged from nothing to death. You were merely lucky. There was a long moment of silence as Adom processed this. Was the "you are not special" line necessary? The system only provides accurate information. Right, he muttered, wiping more blood from his face. Thanks for that. Looking at his blood-soaked reflection in one of the pools, Adom raised an eyebrow. So, let me get this straight. You want me to get hit. A lot. Repeatedly. For this to get stronger? Yes. All right, just making sure we were on the same page, he muttered dryly, wiping futilely at his face and only managing to smear more blood around. Because getting beaten half to death is exactly what I had planned for my weekend anyway. The system offered no response to his sarcasm. The worm's corpse just continued its death spasms behind him, as if to emphasize exactly what kind of punishment his body would need to endure to reach that level of defense. Awesome. Note: a critical area remains unaffected, upper mid-back unexposed to ancient blood. This will remain normal and vulnerable, the system displayed. Adom froze. His hand reached for the spot between his shoulder blades, where he found a leaf. Probably from the earlier crevice,
It was the only place untouched by the worm's blood. "Oh, no, you don't," he muttered. He turned back to the still pooling blood, crouched, and scooped a handful into his palm. Without hesitation, he reached over his shoulder and smeared the warm liquid onto the bare spot. It soaked into his skin instantly, leaving a faint, almost imperceptible tingle in its wake. There. Perfect. Adam glanced at the still warm blood pooling around his feet. "Hey, can I store some of this? You know, just in case I missed a spot somewhere important?" Analyzing. Blood absorption window has expired. Current blood properties, normal. No special qualities remain. Of course, he sighed, then turned his attention to the worm's split carcass. Well, might as well not waste everything. He waded through the gore toward where the massive heart lay exposed through the wound. Even in death, it was larger than his torso. The organ would fetch a considerable price. Monster hearts always did. And, if he was lucky, he might find a constitution-gifted individual willing to pay even more. Those rare few who could consume monster hearts and gain their properties. A gift Adam, unfortunately, never possessed. He picked up his sword again, carefully cutting away the crucial connecting tissues. At least something good came from getting a bloodbath, he muttered, working the heart free. Besides the whole, "please hit me harder" skill. Heart of the white worm has been added to inventory. Item will remain in stasis until retrieved. Adam looked at the sword in his hands, still dripping with worm's blood. He trained in swordsmanship for some time when he was younger. It wasn't just that he was terrible at it, though he absolutely was. The countless bruises from dropped guards and mistimed parries proved that. No, the bigger problem was that he'd never wanted to learn. Why spend hours swinging a sword when he could be learning about the theoretical foundations of elemental magic? His father had eventually given up, though the disappointment never quite left his eyes.
"Well," Adam muttered, "looks like I don't have that luxury anymore."
This world wouldn't let him hide behind books. System, what exactly does a rank S weapon mean? Rank S represents one of the highest quality classification possible. This blade was forged from star-fallen steel, a material of celestial origin. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. A star-fallen blade. The kind of weapon that made collectors lose their minds and their fortunes. The type that, in the right hands, could carve its way into legend itself. In his hands, though. He shook his head. That would need work. The treasure, he suddenly remembered. The sword wasn't the only secret this place held. He spotted a deeper pool nearby and waded in, watching clouds of red disperse in the clear water. The cold bit at his skin as he scrubbed worm's blood from his clothes, his hair, his skin. Once reasonably clean, he climbed out, clothes soaked, but at least no longer crimson. He oriented himself, trying to remember the path back to the treasure room through the maze of tunnels. The route now eerily quiet without the worm's presence. When he finally reached the treasure room again, he let out a low whistle. He hadn't been dreaming. This was far beyond the reported 500,000 gold pieces. This had to be at least 50 million, maybe more. The disparity between historical records and reality was puzzling. How had such a vast difference gone unreported? A question for another time, perhaps, but for now, he had more pressing matters. Reaching into his inventory, Adam pulled out the dimension bags he had purchased earlier. He began filling the bags methodically, watching as the system confirmed each one's capacity. 1 bag full. 2. 3. 4. 5. About 50,000 gold pieces secured, and it barely made a dent in the massive pile. That'll do for now, he decided, storing the bags back in his inventory.
He'd need to check the rune at the cave's entry later, make sure it wouldn't expire at an inconvenient moment.
The rest of the treasure would have to wait. Adom cast one last look at the glittering hoard. Don't worry, I'll be back. But first, I need to find a way out of here. The exit, as it turned out, didn't require an epic quest through winding tunnels or another death-defying swim. No, it was right there in the treasure room. Because of course it was. A seemingly innocuous crystal jutted from the wall behind where the worm had originally coiled, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. Adom stared at it for a solid minute, fighting the urge to facepalm. All that running, all that planning, all that blood, when he could have just... He shook his head, choosing to file this under things we don't talk about, along with that time he spent 3 hours trying to open a locked door before realizing it opened outward. The crystal hummed at his touch, and the world shifted. In an instant, he found himself back in the entrance chamber. As he stepped out into the moonlight, the cave entrance sealed itself behind him with a soft grinding of stone on stone. He turned back, eyes narrowing as he studied the rune patterns etched around the now sealed entrance. His fingers traced the air, memorizing each curve and line. He'd be back, of course. 50,000 gold pieces was nice, but there were still millions more waiting down there. Not to mention whatever other secrets that treasure room might be hiding. The salty dog, Adom corrected himself as he made his way down the cliffs, his steps careful in the darkness. Midnight had probably come and gone, and he felt a twinge of guilt about keeping the kind stranger waiting, if he was even still there. The strider was the first thing he saw, its massive form silhouetted against the tavern's warm lights.
The creature turned its long neck toward him, letting out a soft warble that was surprisingly gentle for such an intimidating beast. Adom reached up to pat its feathered neck, earning another pleased sound.
"At least you're still here," he murmured to the creature, trying not to think about how much trouble he'd be in if the rider had given up and left. The walk back to Zerkie's would be unpleasant. Taking a deep breath, Adom pushed open the heavy wooden door of the salty dog. The tavern smell, ale, smoke, and something vaguely resembling food, washed over him as he stepped inside. The tavern fell silent the moment he stepped in. The music was interrupted, conversations died mid-sentence, and every head turned toward the door. "Oi, Garth!" a gray-bearded man slurred, swaying on his stool. "Garth! Garth! You see what I'm seeing? There's a little ghoul right there, right by the door, ain't there? Me not seeing things again, am I?" "For heaven's sake, Morris, that's a child!" A woman's voice cut through the silence. She stood up from behind the bar, wiping her hands on her apron as she approached Adom. She crouched down, her face a mixture of concern and alarm. "Sweet, merciful God, child, are you lost? What happened to you?" Adom caught his reflection in the mirror by the door and finally understood their reaction. His hair was plastered to his head, clothes torn and mud-stained, and despite his earlier attempts at cleaning up, dried blood still caked parts of his skin and clothes. He looked like something that had crawled out of a grave. "Oh, it's not my blood," he said helpfully. The woman's expression froze. "I was hunting," Adom added quickly. "There was an accident." He raised his hand, conjuring a small flame that danced above his palm. "Ah!" The entire tavern seems to exhale in unison. "Magic student," someone muttered. "That explains it."
Remember when my nephew started at the academy? Came home looking like he'd fought a tornado.
"Mages," several people said simultaneously. shaking their heads and returning to their drinks. The woman laughed. It was a very memorable one, the kind of warm laugh that made her whole face light up. Her eyes crinkled at the corners. "Must have had quite the adventure, haven't you?" "You have no idea." "Come sit. I'll fix you something to eat." "Actually," Adom interrupted, glancing at the Strider outside, "I'm looking for someone. The owner of that Strider out there." "Oh, you mean Kai? He's just gone to the privy. Mentioned having one last fare tonight. That'd be you, then?" Adom nodded. "Well, come on, then," she said, taking his hand. "At least have some milk and cookies while you wait. You're skinny as a rake, child." Adom chuckled, about to politely decline when, "Oi, Tara!" came a slurred voice from the corner. "Can I have some milk and cookies too?" "Me too," another drunk chimed in, then turned to Adom with an exaggerated wink. "Don't turn her down, lad. Best chocolate chip cookies this side of the aisles, I tell ya." "Are you grown men really trying to mooch cookies from a child's plate?" Tara put her hands on her hips. "No," came the collective response, followed immediately by, "Maybe a little." She sighed, the long-suffering sigh of someone who'd been dealing with these regulars for years. "Come on, love," she said to Adom, "before this lot tries to adopt you just to get at my baking." "Too late," someone called out. "I already picked out a name for him." Adom settled at the counter while Tara bustled behind it. "Just took a fresh batch out of the oven," she called over her shoulder. "Give them a minute to cool." "Thank you, ma'am." Tara's smile warmed. Such nice manners. He felt it before he saw it, that distinct sensation of being watched. Turning slightly, he caught sight of a man with an impressive red beard staring at him intently. Adom looked at the counter, the ceiling, the door, anywhere else. The man kept staring. "Warm or cold milk, dear?" "Warm, please." "Coming right up." The staring continued. Then, poke. Did he just? Adom thought while facing him. "What?" "Do a trick." "What?" "A trick. Do a trick." Like moths to a flame, other patrons gravitated toward them. "Yeah, you're a mage, ain't you? Show us something." Before he knew it, the whole tavern was chanting, "Trick! Trick! Trick!" Adom glanced around and sighed at the eager faces, clearly belonging to men who'd had a few too many drinks. He supposed he could entertain them, even for a bit. "Anyone have a deck of cards?" "Ooh, a card trick!" The red-bearded man produced a weathered deck from his pocket, nearly dropping it twice before successfully handing it over. Adom shuffled the cards with practiced ease, one of the few useful skills he'd picked up in his past life's countless nights of solitary research. The familiar motion drew everyone closer. "Sir," he addressed the red-bearded man, "would you like to assist?" "Me?" The man straightened up proudly. "Name's Sean." "All right, Sean. Pick a card. Any card." As Sean reached for the deck, Adom channeled a tiny thread of mana into the cards. Just enough, not too much. Sean selected a card, showed it to the crowd, 7 of hearts, and returned it to the deck. Adom shuffled again, then paused. The bard, who had resumed playing softly in the background, caught his eye. With a slight nod, the musician changed his tune to something more dramatic. "Now," Adom said, raising his voice slightly, "your card will come to me." He held the deck in his left hand, raised his right, and snapped his fingers. A small feared above his palm, and, simultaneously, a single card floated up from the deck, spinning slowly in the air. The tavern went silent. The card continued rising until it was eye level with Sean, then flipped to reveal the 3 of clubs. "That's not my card," Sean said, disappointed. "Oh?" Adom feigned surprise. "Are you sure? Maybe you should check your pocket. Sean reached into his vest pocket and pulled out a card. The 7 of Hearts. His eyes widened. But how did you— Wait, Adom interrupted, pointing at the floating 3 of Clubs. What's that behind your ear? Sean reached up and found another card. The 3 of Clubs he'd just been looking at was now somehow behind his ear, while the one that had been floating was gone. The tavern erupted. Mage! 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 Tara, returning with the milk and cookies, had to weave through the celebrating crowd. Well, she said, placing the plate in front of him, I haven't seen them this excited since the time old Morris convinced everyone he'd caught a mermaid, and it turned out to be a painted cod. Thank you, ma'am, Adom said, reaching for a cookie. The moment he bit into it, time seemed to slow down. The chocolate chips were still melting, creating perfect pockets of richness that contrasted with the crispy edges and soft center. The buttery sweetness spread across his tongue, accompanied by hints of vanilla and— was that a touch of cinnamon? The cookie somehow managed to be both delicate and substantial, crumbling just right without falling apart. The system displayed +1 life force. He closed his eyes, savoring each note of flavor like it was a symphony. In 79 years of living, he'd never— His eyes snapped open. Hey! Where there had been a plate full of cookies moments ago, there was now a single, lonely survivor, surrounded by guilty-looking crumbs. The drunk men around him were all chewing suspiciously, avoiding eye contact. Tara's laugh rang out. Don't worry, dear. I've got more batches cooling. I'll pack you a tray to take with you, since you seem to be enjoying them.
These are the best cookies I've ever eaten, Adam said with complete sincerity, the kind that could only come from 7 decades of comparison. Told you! Shouted the man from earlier, spraying cookie crumbs everywhere. He swallowed hard and pointed at Adam triumphantly. What'd I say? Best cookies this side of the aisles, this side of any aisles. I'll definitely come back here whenever I can, Adam said earnestly, reaching for the last cookie before anyone else could steal it. Tara laughed. You sound just like my boy. He's around the same age as you, too. Gets the same look in his eyes every time I bake a fresh batch. Really? Your son is lucky to have these at home, Adam said softly, then added more quietly, makes me miss my mother's cooking even more. He made a mental note to visit home as soon as possible. Maybe take a leave? Say, Tara, one of the men piped up, swaying slightly on his feet. Wasn't your little one wanting to be a mage, too? Should introduce him to our cookie mage here. At least he'd be paying for his treats, unlike some of us freeloaders. Adam felt his cheeks burn. The drunk had a point. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly, Tara started. I'd love to help, Adam interrupted. I could be a sponsor at the academy. Tara fell silent, her hands stilling on the counter. Are you sure? Absolutely. These cookies are more than worth it, he smiled. Has he been tested already? Yes, since he was 4. The stone turned silver for him. Oh? Adam's eyebrows rose. Why wasn't he taken in then? Tara's expression flickered, her hands twisting her apron. There were some complications with the process. Noting her discomfort, Adam quickly changed the subject. Well, I'll do my best to have him join Xerkes by next semester. I mean it. Thank you. Tara's eyes were suddenly bright. Thank you. She looked like she was about to cry, and probably, to not ruin the mood, she exclaimed, Oh! Wait just a moment, before disappearing into the kitchen. She returned moments later with a cloth-wrapped bundle that smelled heavenly. Here you go, dear. Still warm. Adom accepted the package,
the warmth seeping through the cloth into his hands. "Thank you, really." At that moment, a deep voice came from behind. "You're here." Adom turned to see Kai, looking exactly as he had hours ago, as if time hadn't passed at all. "I'm sorry for making you wait," Adom said, but Kai waved it off. "Not a problem. Usually head out around this hour anyway." He looked Adom up and down, taking in the dried blood, torn clothes, and general dishevelment. "Rough night, huh?" "Very, yes." Adom turned to Tara, who was still dabbing at her eyes with her apron. "Good night, ma'am, and thank you." "Good night, Kai!" The entire tavern erupted in unison. Then, "Goodbye, Cookie Mage! Come back soon!" Adom waved, unable to suppress a smile as he followed Kai out, carefully clutching his precious bundle of cookies. The last thing he heard was someone attempting to start another round of "Mage! Mage! Mage!" before the heavy door swung shut behind them. The journey back to Xerxes was quiet, largely because Adom fell asleep almost immediately after settling into Kai's cart. He woke to a gentle shake of his shoulder. "We're here," Kai said. "Oh, thank you," Adom mumbled, still groggy. "See you around." Kai just waved, his strider letting out a soft whicker as they turned away. The academy structures loomed unchanged before him. Thank goodness. He made his way to his dorm, feet moving automatically along familiar paths. "Holy shit!" The scream pierced the quiet as he opened the door. Sam's eyes went wide. "Dude! What the hell happened to you?" "Went hunting," Adom said casually.
It was a perfect excuse, really. Mage students, especially those in their first 3 years, were actively encouraged to practice their spells through hunting, particularly if they were interested in becoming battle mages.
"You want to be a battle mage?" Sam's eyebrows shot up.
Been thinking about it.
"You've been so weird today. Like, cool, kinda, but weird."
Thank you, Sam.
"You're welcome. Wait, are those cookies I'm smelling alongside all the blood on you?"
Adom chuckled. Best cookies ever. He unwrapped the bundle, the aroma filling their room.
"Wait, should we get milk?" "There's the distributor down the corridor. Still should be working at this hour,"
Sam said, already heading for the door.
"Don't start without me!"
Adom settled on the floor, exhaustion finally catching up with him. There was something nagging at the back of his mind, something important he'd forgotten. But no matter how hard he tried to grasp it, it slipped away like smoke. Sam burst back in with 2 bottles.
"Only 1 cow milk left. The rest is muyak,"
he said, holding up a bottle of familiar blue liquid. "Dibs on the muyak, then."
"Fine by me. I prefer cow anyway."
Sam tossed him the blue bottle and dropped down beside him.
"These smell amazing."
"Try one." Sam bit into a cookie and his eyes immediately closed, just as Adom's had done earlier.
"Who made these?"
he demanded through a mouthful of crumbs. "A nice lady back at a—" Adom's eyes suddenly went wide. "What? Are you having a stroke or something?" "His name." "Huh?" Sam asked, already reaching for another cookie. "I didn't ask for it," Adom groaned. "Her son's name. I promised to help get her son into Xerxes, and I don't even know his name." Chapter 7. Key. After 20 minutes of navigating the Academy's ever-helpful and occasionally over-helpful corridors, deflecting 3 duel challenges, politely declining to recount his fight with Damus for the 7th time that morning, and somehow ending up in the West Wing twice, despite explicitly heading east, Adom finally arrived at his destination, in the East Wing, where he'd been trying to go all along.
little victories. He doubled over, hands on his knees, catching his breath. Adom's lungs, he noted with clinical detachment, were definitely not built for this much walking. Adding cardio to his mental to-do list, he reached for the classroom door. Boom! Whoa! Adom jumped back instinctively as a wave of purple smoke seeped under the door, bringing with it the distinct smell of burnt sugar and— was that peacock feathers? Several gasps echoed from within, followed by the tinkle of shattered glass and what sounded suspiciously like something still bubbling. When he finally opened the door, he found the classroom divided between students hiding behind their cauldrons and others trying very hard not to laugh. In the center of it all stood a girl, her face and robes covered in sparkling purple residue, her notebook now sporting several smoking holes. Professor Merwin had an arm around the sniffling girl's shoulders, somehow managing to look both sympathetic and amused. Now, Miss Chen, as I always say, if you haven't blown up your cauldron at least 100 times, you haven't really tried. Though I must say, adding the moonflower essence before the stabilizing agent was a creative interpretation of the instructions. A few poorly disguised snickers came from the back of the room, quickly silenced by the professor's raised eyebrow. Ah, Mr. Silla, she said, noticing Adom in the doorway. How kind of you to join us. Please find a seat before someone else discovers an exciting new way to redecorate my classroom ceiling.
Everyone's eyes instinctively looked up at the various colorful stains marking the stone above. As he stepped inside, the whispers rippled through the classroom like wind through leaves. That's him. The one who fought Damus and won. The Damus? That skinny kid? I heard he used forbidden magic. Never even talks in class. My sister said he glowed like— probably just got lucky. Did you see the lightning, though? Just what kind of person did the rumors make Adom out to be? Silence! Professor Merwin's voice cut through the chatter. Her eyes settled on Adom, who had just spotted Sam waving enthusiastically from their usual spot near the window. It seems you've become quite popular this morning, Mr. Silla, she said. I trust it's for good reasons. Always, Professor, Adom replied, trying to channel his younger self's earnestness. Good, she nodded, returning to wiping purple residue off Lisa Chen's textbook. Adom was halfway to his seat when— Forgetting something, are we? He turned back, perplexed. What was she talking about? His books were in his bag. His wand was— He never used a wand in his second year. His thoughts scattered as he finally noticed what everyone else was wearing. The mandatory protective glasses. Of course. He was about to confess he'd left them in his room when— I knew you'd forget, Sam whispered, pressing a spare pair into his hand. You always do. Thanks, Sam, Adom whispered, sliding the glasses on. Sam just grinned, already flipping open his notebook. Now then, Professor Merwin said, finally finishing with Lisa's cleanup. Since Miss Chen has concluded her energetic presentation, next we have— She consulted her list. Ah, Mr. Silla. You've got to be kidding me. Adom had barely caught his breath from the morning marathon through the academy's corridors, but there was no helping it now. As he approached the demonstration desk, Professor Merwin explained, You'll be preparing a resonance draft today. As you know, a properly brewed potion should create harmonic vibrations when exposed to specific sound frequencies. The liquid must maintain a perfect azure hue and produce 3 distinct tonal responses when tested. This will account for 25% of your final grade, so do be careful. Behind him, Lisa's sniffling crescendoed into fresh sobs. That's it?
He began arranging his instruments with practiced precision. "Mr. Silla, please narrate your process for the class." "Right," he cleared his throat. "First, we need a copper-bottom cauldron for this specific brew. Iron would interfere with the sonic resonance. I'm setting the flame to exactly 3/4 strength, as the resonance draft requires precise temperature control." His hands moved with quiet confidence as he spoke. "Adding the base solution. Pure spring water with a 3-drop measure of morning dew. The dew acts as a natural frequency conductor." "And why morning dew specifically, Mr. Silla?" Professor Merwin interjected, quill poised. "Because it's naturally attuned to the day's first vibrations, Professor. Evening dew would create discordant frequencies," he continued, measuring ingredients with fluid grace. "Now, powdered quartz crystal, but it must be added in a spiral pattern to establish the initial resonance field. You can see the liquid beginning to shimmer. That's the crystalline matrix forming." "Excellent observation. And the timing for the next step?" "We wait exactly 37 seconds. There's a subtle shift in the surface tension that—" He trailed off, watching intently. "Now, adding 3 clockwise stirs with a silver rod, followed by 1 counterclockwise to stabilize. The color should begin shifting toward azure, starting from the edges." The class watched as the liquid transformed exactly as described. "The critical step is the sonic essence," he explained, carefully uncorking a small vial. "It must be added drop by drop, while humming a perfect middle C. This creates the bass frequency the potion will later respond to." The liquid rippled with each drop, perfect concentric circles spreading outward as a dome hummed the note. "And finally," he concluded, 3 drops of liquid moonstone to lock the resonance pattern. When done correctly—" He picked up a tuning fork from his kit, struck it, and held it near the cauldron. The potion swirled, producing a clear, pure tone. He adjusted the fork slightly. A different note emerged. One more adjustment. A third distinct tone rang out, each one perfect and crystalline. Professor Merwin examined the potion, its azure surface still swirling with subtle iridescence. "That's rather impressive for a second year. Have you been practicing, Mr. Silla?" "A bit lately, yes." "For about 60 years, he added mentally. "Class, take note of Mr. Silla's precise technique. 20 out of 20. You may return to your seat." As he walked back, the whispers started again. "Did you see how steady his hands were? Perfect pitch on that humming. Show off. How did he know about the surface tension?" A dome slid back into his seat, and Sam immediately leaned over. "Dude, how did you get this good at alchemy?" "I've always been good at alchemy," a dome reminded him. "It's one of my favorite disciplines." "You're good, but not that good. That's Mia Storm level good." A dome was about to explain when— "Mr. Harbinski?" Sam froze mid-whisper. "Mr. Harbinski," Professor Merwin repeated, more firmly this time. "Me?" Sam squeaked. "Are there 2 Samuel Harbinski in this class that I'm unaware of?" The class erupted in laughter as Sam, his face almost matching the color of his hair, stumbled to his feet and made his way to the front. Sam's presentation was a study in controlled chaos. He dropped his notes twice, accidentally added ingredients in the wrong order, then somehow saved it with quick thinking and rapid stirring. His resonance draft ended up a shade too turquoise, but still produced the required tones, if slightly off-pitch. Professor Merwin awarded him 16 out of 20, making him beam with pride as several classmates congratulated him on scoring 3rd highest. The rest of the day flowed like a well-worn stream. In theoretical magic, Professor Thane went off on another tangent about the proper geometry of ancient incantations, only to be interrupted by his own demonstration backfiring and turning his mustache bright pink. During magical history, half the class dozed off, while Professor Hans enthusiastically detailed the rise of House Borealis in 3832 BR, though they perked up considerably when she mentioned it was likely to appear on next week's test. At lunch, a malfunctioning spell made the cafeteria's self-serving plates get into an argument with the floating drink pitchers about proper meal sequencing, resulting in several students getting their dessert before their main course. Adam found himself repeatedly explaining that, no, he hadn't used any forbidden magic against Damus, while Sam helpfully deflected the more persistent questioners with increasingly outlandish theories about hamsters being involved. Where did that even come from? The afternoon brought practical applications class, where a student managed to accidentally merge his chair with his desk while attempting a simple transformation spell. It took 3 teaching assistants and a very amused Professor Kierna to separate them, though the chair maintained a distinct desk-like aesthetic afterward. By the time the final bell chimed at 3 p.m., Adam had answered 47 questions about yesterday's duel, declined 12 more challenges, and somehow acquired a small fan club of first-years who trailed him between classes until Sam scared them off by claiming Adam was contagiously radioactive. "Library?" Sam asked as they packed their bags. "We could start prepping for the exams. I found this great corner where the bookshelf actually suggests relevant readings based on your stress levels." "Think I'll pass," Adam said, suppressing a yawn. "Still feeling yesterday in my bones." "Really?" Sam studied him with genuine concern. "Then yeah, definitely go rest. You look kind of pale anyway," says the guy planning an all-nighter. "Hey, these runic sequences aren't going to memorize themselves. I still can't tell if Professor Thane was saying ethereal manifestation or eternal constipation in her drawing." "We'll see each other tomorrow, then," Adam said, watching Sam hoist his overstuffed bag. All-nighters, he thought with a slight shudder, remembering the years of caffeine-fueled study sessions that seemed to stretch into eternity. Some experiences he definitely didn't miss from his first time around. They parted at the corridor junction, Sam heading toward the library's towering spires, while Adam turned toward the dormitories. Adam gratefully shed his school uniform, the black robes, white shirt, tie, waistcoat, and his ring that marked him as a Xerkes student, and changed into his own clothes, worn leather boots, comfortable dark pants, a soft gray Henley, and his favorite navy blue jacket with brass buttons. Simple, practical clothing that helped him blend in with the city crowds. Arcos, the capital of Lumaria, the Borealis Duchy, sprawled across its island like a living thing, equal parts ancient stone and modern innovation. The city had grown around Xerkes Academy over the centuries, until the two became inseparable, much like magic and progress themselves. Steam-powered trams wound through cobblestone streets. Ancient buildings with their weather-worn gargoyles stood shoulder to shoulder with sleek new constructions of glass and steel. The air hummed with both mechanical and magical energy, the scent of sea salt mixing with coffee from countless cafes, and the ever-present undertone of alchemical experiments. In the older district, where the streets still followed their original meandering paths, tourists and locals alike gathered around the preserved Farm of Law, a humble plot of land that had somehow survived millennia of urban development. Its simple wooden fence and modest farmhouse seemed almost impossible amid the city's grandeur. Yet there it stood, protected by both law and legend. Children pressed their faces against the fence, hoping to spot some sign of the mysterious farmer Mage who had reintroduced magic to humanity before vanishing without a trace. Some 3,000 years ago. The markets were in full swing as Adam walked through the city center, where merchants sold everything from mundane vegetables to bottled starlight. Street performers entertained crowds with minor illusions, while automated brass musicians played on street corners. Students from Xerkes, easily identifiable by their rings despite their civilian clothes, mingled with the crowd, taking advantage of their freedom to explore the city until classes. Above it all, the great lighthouse of Arcos stood sentinel at the island's edge, its eternal flame, said to have been lit by Law Borealis himself, still burning after all these centuries, guiding ships through the often treacherous waters around the Lumaria archipelago that consisted of an impressive 12,025 islands with 4,672 dungeons scattered throughout.
Adam wandered through familiar streets that existed now only in his memories, and wouldn't exist at all in about 40 years when the bombardments began.
But today, those same streets pulsed with life. Merchants haggling over the price of enchanted trinkets, children playing hopscotch with chalk that changed color with each jump, elderly couples sharing spiced tea at corner cafes. There were so many restaurants to try here, more than he ever cared to count, but he wanted to discover them. He stopped at the crowd gathering around a street performer named Old Jack. The man was creating elaborate fire dragons that danced above the audience's heads, weaving between floating rings of blue flame. Adam remembered this act. He used to be so entertained back when he would visit Arcos with his parents as a kid. A child in the crowd gasped as a fire butterfly landed on her nose, warm but not burning. "Are you a real mage, mister?" Jack smiled. "The Seeker's Stone turned silver for me when I was your age, little one. Should have gone straight to Xerkes then." He created another butterfly, this one changing colors as it flew. "But I made some bad choices, unfortunately." The girl's mother pulled her closer, whispering something about generational opportunity and secure future. It was true. Having a mage or knight in the family meant wealth and status for generations to come. It was why the Empire sent seekers every 5 years to test children across every province, every island, every remote city and village. Missing a potential mage was considered a tragedy. The crowd applauded as Jack's dragons performed one final spiral before dissolving into a shower of harmless sparks. Some things, Adam mused, had a way of working out differently than expected. He dropped a coin in Jack's hat, for the nostalgia, and continued his walk through the living city. It was still so entertaining. Here, a fish seller chasing a cat that had made off with his prized catch. Over there, on the left, an old man feeding pigeons some breadcrumbs. A beggar sat in his usual spot, his sign reading, "We'll do magic tricks for food." Then there was the weird stuff store. Yes, that was literally its name. Someone, presumably the first Mr. Biggins, had looked at their shop 5 centuries ago and thought, yes, this is the pinnacle of creative naming. The current Mr. Biggins, from the long line of Mr. Biggins, was supposedly the 102nd owner, though nobody quite knew how that math worked out. You could buy regular candy bars right next to levitating licorice that actually tried to float away if you didn't hold onto it tight enough. They sold ordinary sandwiches alongside things like pocket dimensions, small size, perfect for lunch storage, and crystallized dragon sneezes, a sort of spicy candy. Very sour at the start and very sweet in the middle, only to end up even more sour at the end and make you sneeze fire from the nose. No longer regulatory. Suffice to say, a lot of the other things in the weird stuff store were no longer regulatory compliant these days, for obvious reasons. Yet the store kept selling them, and people kept buying, and no problem ever arose. Then there were the Frosties, 100 flavors of frozen heaven, or hell, depending on your choices. Adam and Sam had tried every combination possible. Cloud 9 mixed with Summer Sunset had been their masterpiece, and Lightning in a Cup, Storm Essence and Rainbow Rush that actually made you feel tiny lightning bolts crackle between your teeth. Their worst creation? Pickle Surprise. Sam's temporary transparency and time bubble hiccups had been interesting, though somehow that flavor had its dedicated customers. The store was called Weird Stuff. It had to cater to its demographic. Actually, you know what? Adam pushed through the door, its bells chiming their eternally unfinished melody. He found himself craving their old favorite. The flavors he wanted to mix were already front and center in the Frosties machine. Right. The store was one of the many enchanted shops on the islands, which wasn't surprising, being neighbors with Zerky's Academy and all. The building's enchantment, generated and maintained by runes, would show you exactly what you wanted to buy, sometimes before you even knew you wanted it. Of course they were. That kind of spell was problematic these days. Mind reading without customer consent had been perfectly normal maybe 50 years ago, but progressists had been pushing hard against it at this point in time. Most stores had abandoned the practice as customers grew more privacy conscious, but not the Weird Stuff store. Mr. Biggins didn't give a shit. "Why, hello there, young man." The old shopkeeper materialized behind the counter, his white hair sticking out in all directions as if he'd just been electrocuted, which, given some of his inventory, was entirely possible. "Hello, Mr. Biggins. It's been a while. How have you been?" "Oh, splendid, splendid. Had to wrestle a pocket dimension this morning. Nasty little thing tried to eat my socks. Again. But otherwise, feeling fresh as a spring chicken. Could probably take on a dragon today." He paused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Though perhaps a small one." His gaze returned to the glasses. "Those have seen better days. Not like you to be careless with your things." Adam couldn't help but laugh. Classic Biggins. The man made no sense half of the time. "Just went hunting last night," he replied casually. "Hunting?" Biggins murmured, almost to himself. "How peculiar indeed." "Speaking of troublemakers," Biggins continued, reorganizing an entire shelf without looking at it, "where's that partner in crime of yours? Young Sam, wasn't it?" "Sam's back at Zerky's," Adam replied, watching as 3 different types of candy sorted themselves out on a nearby shelf. "Zerky's?" Biggins stopped his stacking. "Correct me if I'm wrong, though I'm only wrong on Thursdays, and this is clearly a Wednesday, unless the calendar's lying again. But aren't you supposed to be there too?" "Just running some errands," Adam said, moving toward the Frosties machine and grabbing a cup. He glanced at the candy display. "Could I also get a bag of those hard candies? The mixed fruit ones?" "Well, well," Biggins chuckled, unwrapping a piece of chocolate. "That's a change. Quite the change indeed. You usually never come on a Wednesday at this hour. Become quite bold, haven't you?" He laughed, then popped the chocolate in his mouth, then held out the bar. "Want some?" "It's really just errands," Adam said, pulling the brass lever for his Frosty. "For a project. An important one." No doubt, Biggins said cheerfully, still holding out the chocolate. He reached behind the counter and grabbed a paper bag, starting to fill it with candies. The bell chimed its discordant melody as a group of first-years entered the store. "Welcome, welcome," Biggins called out cheerfully. "Hello, Mr. Biggins," they chorused back. "That's him," one whispered to her friends, not nearly as quietly as she thought. "The one who fought with Damus." The girls huddled near the candy display, their whispers and giggles punctuated by quick glances in Adam's direction. He regretted hitting Damus in front of everyone. "You know," Biggins said casually, organizing some jelly beans that were trying to escape their jar. It feels like just the day before yesterday you could barely look at a young lady without turning red as a flame-breathing gummy bear. He chuckled. Time does fly. Adam barely registered the comment as he placed his Frosty on the counter and accepted a piece of the chocolate. Thanks. Though merchants aren't supposed to eat their own products. Biggins let out a hearty laugh. Ah, the tragedy of being a shop owner with an incurable sweet tooth. Can't help myself, I'm afraid. He laughed again, adjusting his spectacles. That'll be on the house, by the way. Last customer of the day. Closing early today? Biggins laughed, the sound like wind chimes in a thunderstorm. Time is just yesterday wearing tomorrow's hat backwards. Right, Adam said, deciding it wasn't worth trying to decode that one. He pocketed the bag of candies. Thanks, Mr. Biggins. I'll see you around. Welcome back, Biggins called as Adam reached the door. But I'm leaving, Adam said, pausing with his hand on the handle. Exactly, Biggins beamed, as if that explained everything. Adam shook his head with a smile and, catching the first year's eyes, gave them a small wave. They waved back enthusiastically, breaking into fresh giggles as he stepped out. As the door's bell chimed in 3 different octaves, he could hear their excited chatter through the closing door, and couldn't help but think that if he'd known standing up to his bully was all it took to be this popular with girls, he might have done it in his first life. The thought made him chuckle. He took a sip of his Frosty as he walked. Cloud 9 and summer sunset swirled on his tongue. Cream and citrus and something ethereal that tasted like sunlight through morning mist. Even better than he remembered. And he remembered it being amazing. But enough nostalgia. He had a cure to find. Beneath the gleaming spires of the merchant district, and well past where cobblestone streets gave way to mud paths, there was a part of the island that tourist guides conveniently forgot to mention. Even most locals pretended it didn't exist, though everyone had heard the whispers. The Undertow, they called it. Funny thing about the Sundarian Empire, they didn't actually mind the illegal trading, the smuggling, or even the occasional theft of priceless artifacts. What really got under their skin was that sweet, sweet tax revenue slipping through their fingers. When investigations revealed that the Undertow's annual turnover equaled roughly 5% of the entire empire's economy, well, let's just say a lot of bureaucrats needed their fainting couches that day. It had been around for centuries, they discovered, all the way back to the 23rd Duke of House Borealis. A sprawling web of underground markets and secret warehouses spreading beneath every major city in the empire. Merchants who could get you anything from legitimate artifacts to things that definitely fell off the back of a cart. Need a banned spellbook? They had those. Experimental potions that hadn't quite gotten ministry approval? Sure thing.
Regular stuff too, though nobody went there for that. Why brave the Undertow's dangers just to buy something you could get at the corner store? Adam had never ventured there himself, in this life at least, though he knew that in about 3 decades, when the final bombing of Arcos would tear open the ground like an overripe fruit, everyone would see what had been lurking beneath their feet all along. A whole shadow economy, complete with its own rules, hierarchies, and a very strict no-questions-asked policy. The Empire had tried to shut it down countless times, of course, but trying to catch Undertow operators was like trying to grab smoke. Just when you thought you had them, they slipped away through hidden passages and secret doors that seemed to appear and disappear at will. Not that the Empire's heart was really in it. As long as the goods kept flowing and society kept functioning, they mostly just grumbled about the lost tax revenue and pretended not to notice. After all, even some of their own officials were known to make discreet purchases there from time to time. Not that anyone would admit it, of course. The best way into the undertow, if you were either brave or desperate enough to try, was through the dregs, the lowest part of Arcos in every sense of the word. Down where the city's grand floating platforms cast permanent shadows on the streets below, where the air hung thick with factory smoke and failed enchantments. The dregs weren't just poor, they were forgotten. The bottom rung of a city that prided itself on soaring ever higher. Here, buildings sagged against each other like rotting teeth, their walls stained with the residue of magical waste that rained down from above. Street kids played with broken, enchanted trinkets, while their parents worked jobs the upper districts preferred not to think about. Adom had always been one of the fortunate ones.
His father had started as just another fortune-seeking adventurer, but year after year of successful expeditions into dungeons had built him both wealth and reputation. Enough of both that he'd eventually traded his adventuring gear for a knight's ceremonial sword, while his mother's healing magic kept noble families paying in gold and favors. They were the kind of rich that meant Adom had never had to think about being rich. The kind that got him into Xerxes without a scholarship, that kept him far from places like this and the sharp lessons they taught. The kind of rich that made him an obvious target for the boy currently sizing him up from the shadows. 3. Adom kept walking, pretending not to notice. 2. The soft scuff of worn boots behind him. 1. Aha! His hand snapped back, catching a bony wrist mid-reach. The would-be thief couldn't have been more than 13, all angles and hungry eyes, wearing clothes that looked like they'd been inherited from inheritance. "Why, hello there," Adom said. "You know, you could have just asked." "Let go!" the boy hissed, trying to twist free from Adom's grip. Adom released him, watching with barely concealed entertainment as the pickpocket stumbled back, face flushed with equal parts anger and embarrassment. "You might want to work on being a bit quieter. I could hear you breathing from 3 steps away." The boy's face darkened, jaw clenching. "Shut up! I'm the best pickpocket in the dregs." Is he proud of that? Is that so? The best don't usually announce it, Adom finally. They prove it. The boy's mouth twitched in irritation. "You know what, though?" Adom continued. "Since you're the best, you probably know your way around here pretty well." "Depends what you're looking for." "I need to meet someone. Man named Cisco." The boy let out a dry laugh. "Right. Some pampered rich kid thinks he can just waltz in to meet Cisco?" 1 silver piece. The boy's stance shifted slightly, words stumbling. "That's not—" 2. 3, if you can do it today. 10, the boy said, crossing his arms. "And I'll take you straight to him. You think a boy my age would be walking around with 10 silver pieces?" "How much you got then?" 3. Final offer. "Fine," the boy huffed. "Pay up." Adom waggled his finger. "Wouldn't be very smart of me to pay before getting what I'm paying for, would it? Half now, half after." "And how do I trust you?" The boy straightened his spine, chin lifting. His voice dropped an octave, attempting gravitas. "I may be a thief. A bad one. Shut up!" His shoulders tensed, but he recovered, clearing his throat. "But I am not a liar." Each word carried the weight of practiced nobility, like he'd heard it in a street performance once and saved it for just such an occasion. Adom's eyebrow arched slightly. A beat passed. Then another. His laugh was short and sharp. "Really? That's what you're going with?" The boy's attempt at dignity crumbled. His ears turned red first, then the rest of his face followed. "Just stop laughing. I meant every word."
The theatrical solemnity of moments before lay in shambles around his feet. "Do you need me or not?" the boy snapped, fists clenched at his sides. All right, calm down. Damn, you have no sense of humor, do you?" Adam flicked a silver coin through the air. The boy snatched it mid-flight, then frowned at his palm. "This isn't half." "I may be a clown," Adam intoned, matching the boy's earlier theatrical gravity with exaggerated precision. "A good one. But I am not a liar." The boy let out a long-suffering sigh. "You'll get the rest when I meet Cisco." They wound their way deeper into the dregs, Adam taking in everything with careful eyes. This was his first time here, in this life or the other, and the reality hit harder than the stories.
Shadows seemed deeper here, clothes more threadbare, hopes worn thinner. A woman stirred a pot that seemed to hold more water than ingredients. Children played with broken trinkets that still sparked with dying magic, while their parents watched from doorways with hollow eyes. The contrast with the upper districts felt like a physical thing, heavy in the air. A few hard-eyed men sized him up from an alley entrance. Expensive clothes, clean hands, easy target. But Adam kept his gaze down, staying close to his guide. Not too close, though. His fingers remained near his coin purse. "So," Adam said, stepping around a puddle that smelled nothing like water. "Do you have a name? Or should I just call you Pickpocket?" "Don't call me that," the boy muttered, earning Adam's confusion. I thought he was proud of that. Huh. Not totally hopeless, I guess. "I'm, Key." "Key?" Adam glanced at the weathered sign of the tavern they'd just passed. Key and Targ, and bit back a smile. "You definitely didn't just get that from—" "Of course not." "Aaron! Aaron, you're back!" A group of smaller children came tearing around the corner, faces lit up with gap-toothed grins. They swarmed around them, tugging at the boy's sleeves. "Do you have some cookies from your mom today? Can we see? Did you—" Aaron's face had gone the color of old chalk. Adam cleared his throat, adopting the same noble gravity Aaron had attempted earlier. "I am not a liar." "Shut up." "Not now, you guys," Aaron continued. "I'm working. But I'll bring you all some cookies when I'm done, all right? Promise." "You always say that," a tiny girl with missing front teeth protested. "Did I break my promise last time, Maya?" He ruffled her hair. "Or the time before that, Tim?" "Pinky promise?" A small boy with a soot-streaked face held up his finger. "Pinky promise, Rook." Aaron linked fingers with him, then looked meaningfully at the others until a chain of pinky promises had been made. "Is he your job?" Maya pointed at Adam. Before Eren could answer, Adam stepped forward. "Yeah, name's Law."
"Law, like the farmer mage from the stories." Tim's eyes went wide.
"Just like that. Hey, would you all like some candies?"
"You have candies?"
Several pairs of eyes locked onto him. Adam reached into his pocket, pulling out a paper bag from the shop he'd visited earlier. The children crowded around as he handed them out. "These are some special candies."
Thank you,
they chorused, sticky fingers already working at the wrappers. Maya immediately popped hers in her mouth, cheeks bulging. Tim carefully wrapped his back up, probably saving it for later. Rook split his in half, offering the other piece to Eren. Eren glanced at the offered half candy, then flicked Rook's forehead.
Keep it. You're skinny enough already.
The little boy rubbed his forehead, pouting, but quickly popped the candy in his mouth before Eren could change his mind. "Want one?" Adam said as he popped a candy in his mouth, holding another out to Eren. Eren looked at the offered candy, then clicked his tongue. "No, let's go." He turned sharply, leaving Adam to wave goodbye to the children as they headed deeper into the dregs. "You sure?"
Adom dangled the candy between them. Kids are gone. No need to play tough.
Do you ever shut up?
Sometimes. Good. Try it. Well, if you don't want the candy. Eren's eyes flickered to the wrapped butterscotch, trying and failing to look disinterested. For all his street-hardened act, he was still just a kid. The sweet would probably cost him half a day's pickpocketing. Adom sighed. Oh, come on, stop with the side-eye. He grabbed Eren's wrist and pressed the candy into his palm. I don't, Eren started to protest, then stopped. His fingers closed around the wrapper. Thanks. You're welcome, Ki. You never let anything go, do you? Adom's laugh echoed off the cramped walls. Can't help it. You make it too easy. As they made their way through the maze of cramped alleys, the buildings pressed closer, their foundations sinking into the perpetually damp ground. Finally, they reached what might have been a tavern once, before time and neglect had their way with it. Two men flanked the door, the kind whose muscles weren't just for show. Wait here, Eren said, moving toward them. Adom leaned against a wall, looking perfectly at ease. His fingers traced a subtle pattern in the air, and suddenly the conversation by the door became clear, as if whispered directly into his ear. Got someone wants to see Mr. Sisko, Eren's voice came through. Yeah? Who's the fancy boy? One of the guards grabbed Eren's collar, yanking him closer. Better not be wasting our time, rat. Dunno who he is, Eren said, voice steady despite the grip. But he's got coin. Good stuff, too, not that copper shit. The other guard spat. Rich little bastard, probably got lost on his way to buy silk underpants. Nah, he asked for Mr. Sisko specific, by name. Did he now? The first guard released Eren with a shove. And what's your cut for bringing in street trash? Just doing my job, Eren muttered, straightening his shirt. You gonna let him in or what? The guards exchanged looks. Tell Pretty Boy to come here. Eren beckoned, and Adom strolled over, hands in his pockets. Name, the first guard growled. Law, son of Count Bardot. Adom's posture shifted subtly, chin lifted, shoulders back, the practiced arrogance of nobility. Perhaps you've heard of him? The guards exchanged glances. Bardot, eh? Bit far from your fancy towers, aren't you? I wasn't aware the dregs had restricted access. Adom's tone was mild. Is there a problem? What's your business with Sisko? That's between him and me. The second guard stepped closer, trying to use his height advantage. You got some balls on you for someone who looks like they haven't even dropped yet. Thank you, Adom replied pleasantly. I do try. The first guard's jaw clenched, but after a long moment he jerked his head toward the door. Wait here. Both men disappeared inside, leaving Adom and Eren in the damp afternoon air. They stood in silence, broken only by distant shouts and the constant drip of water from rusted pipes. The guard's absence felt heavy, deliberate. I honored our deal, Eren said finally. The rest of my money. Adom pulled out 2 silver coins, then, after a moment's thought, added a handful of candies. Here. Thanks. Eren stared at the unexpected extras, his jaw tightening. For a moment he looked like he might throw them back. Instead, he pocketed everything with quick, sharp movements. Want me to wait? Think I can find my way back. No need to worry. Wasn't worried. Could have charged you more is all. Adom laughed. Bye, Mr. Pickpocket. See you around, maybe. Eren turned to leave, then paused. Law's not your real name, is it? Of course not. What do you think I am, stupid? Right. Eren started walking away, raising a hand without looking back. Take care. Adom stood lost in thought, wondering, what Cisco looked like.
The reports he'd read in his past life only spoke of the man's actions. How, as an information broker, he'd organized the underground escape routes when Arcos burned, saved hundreds of lives. A ghost of a hero, known only by name and deed. Now, after all this time, "Come in, Lord Bardot. The boss will be seeing you." How joyful! Adom's smile held genuine anticipation. The tavern's atmosphere hit like a slap of bitter wine. A fiddle cried somewhere in the smoke-thick air, its notes threading through rough laughter and rougher conversations. Cards slapped against sticky tables, coins clinked, and somewhere a woman's laugh cut sharp as broken glass. The whole place reeked of spilled beer, unwashed bodies, and desperation worn comfortable as an old coat. "Not the usual entertainment young masters used to, eh?" The guard's laugh rasped like rusted hinges. "Not really, no," Adom breathed in. "But it has its charm." Eyes tracked Adom through the room. Hard eyes. Measuring eyes. "Pretty little lordling," someone muttered. "Rich boy's lost his way." A burly man at the bar spat. "Since when we babysittin'?" At the inner door, one of the guards caught Adom's arm. "Word of advice, young master. Boss don't like smart games. Keep it simple. Keep it straight." Wouldn't dream of anything else. The door opened to reveal a spacious office. A tall man in crisp white clothing stood beside a massive desk. Dark-skinned, blonde, with wire-rimmed glasses that caught the lamplight. He had the steady presence of someone used to authority. Cisco, Adom thought, just as a deep voice rolled from behind the desk. "Young Master Bardot, welcome." Huh. Not Cisco, then. "Thank you," Adom said, advancing into the room. "I hear you were asking for me. By name." The voice carried amusement. "Curious that a noble would know of such a humble personage." "I have good contacts." "I see." A sharp clap echoed. "Turn me around, Marco." Marco moved toward the chair with practiced grace. Each step seemed to stretch time, the leather creaking as the massive chair began to rotate. Adom's prepared speech died in his throat. First came the tail, long and elegantly curved over the armrest. Then tiny hands folded over a silver-headed cane. Finally, the chair completed its turn, and Adom found himself staring at nothing. He lowered his gaze. Lower. Lower still. There, barely visible above the polished desk, sat a mouse beastkin in a perfect miniature suit. Silver-gray fur caught the lamplight, each whisker precisely trimmed. Behind tiny spectacles, dark eyes studied Adom with centuries of cunning. Adom's mouth opened, closed, opened again. Cisco. The most dangerous information broker in the slums was cute. Don't laugh. Don't you dare laugh. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Cisco." "You're even younger than I expected." The mouse's deep voice seemed impossibly large. "What can I help you with?" Adom opened his mouth, but Cisco raised one tiny paw. "Before you start, young Master Law Bardot," he adjusted his suit with delicate precision, "I prefer to build partnerships on respect and dignity. There can be no respect in a relationship founded on lies." His whiskers twitched. "Perhaps you'd like to start with your real name?" Adom smiled. He'd hoped to avoid this, but wasn't surprised.
I'd prefer to maintain my anonymity for now. Law will suffice. So, you confess it's not your real name? No, it's not. Honesty. Cisco's tail curled thoughtfully. I respect honesty. Most who come here try to maintain their lies even when caught. You admit your deception openly, which means you have good reason for it. His dark eyes studied Adam with renewed interest. And in my experience, those with the best reasons for secrecy are often the most interesting clients. He leaned forward, paws folding atop his cane. Let's cut to the chase, then. What do you want? I need water of Jouvence.
1 liter, minimum, and a wyvern's fresh heart. Within a month. Cisco's whiskers stilled. The silence stretched until it hummed. Interesting requests. He tapped his cane thoughtfully. Rare items. Expensive items. Hard to locate. Harder still to acquire. His dark eyes glinted. As an information broker, I can certainly find them and connect you with the right people for retrieval. But he studied Adam carefully. No disrespect intended to a potential client, but you don't strike me as someone with that kind of capital. He turned slightly. Marco, calculate the operation costs, including expedited delivery. Marco adjusted his glasses. Water of Jouvence requires Highland Spring access, 6 months minimum aging, specialized alchemists, 20,000 for production alone. Premium for immediate stock acquisition, 15,000. Transport through 3 secured checkpoints, 8,000. Bribes for customs, 3,000. Security detail, 5,000. He paused, barely breathing. Wyvern heart, tracking party for 2 weeks minimum, 12,000. Professional hunter team, 25,000. Medical preservation, 4,000. Transport costs in specialized containers, 7,000. Rush delivery fees across territories, 18,000. Additional bribes and miscellaneous expenses, 8,000. Total operation cost, 125,000 gold pieces, excluding our standard fees. Cisco's tail swished. So, what do you think? Adam smiled, moving his hand behind his back. Marcus tensed, stepping forward, but Cisco raised one tiny paw. Stand down. Adam grunted with effort, muscles straining as he pulled out a leather bag from his inventory. It crashed onto the desk with a sound that made the wood groan. 1, he wheezed. 10,000. Magic, Marco murmured, adjusting his glasses. Another grunt, more strain. The second bag landed with a heavy thud. 2, Adam panted, wiping sweat from his brow. Another 10. You seem quite out of breath for someone so young, Cisco observed with amusement. Perhaps more exercise would do you good. That's, Adam straightened, still catching his breath. Exactly what I plan to do soon. One final effort, face reddening. And 3. The last bag hit the desk with a decisive bang, scattering a few papers. 10,000 more, 30,000 total. Feel free to count it, it's all there. 3 bags sat before them, their presence as heavy as their weight. The remaining 95,000 upon delivery, Adam said, finally recovering his composure. Cisco chuckled. What an interesting young fellow. Normally I wouldn't accept less than half for a job of this scale. His whiskers twitched. But in your current state, I fear attempting to produce more bags might actually kill you. I appreciate the consideration, Adam replied flatly. Then we have a deal.
Return in 1 month for your items. Cisco turned slightly. Marco, add our standard fees to the remaining balance. 95,000 plus 20% operational fee, total remaining balance, 114,000 gold pieces. Works for me, Adam said. I trust you understand there would be grave consequences should you fail to honor our agreement. Perfectly. I have no intention of making an enemy of you. Good. Cisco extended his paw across the desk, tiny, gray, and perfectly manicured. Adam stared at it for a moment, then reached forward. His hand hovered, adjusted, readjusted, fingers awkwardly trying to find the right position to shake something the size of a child's toy. At last, the tiniest handshake in his life. Deal. The handshake had barely broken when the sounds erupted from below. Crashes, shouts, the unmistakable noise of bodies hitting walls. Marco moved toward the door, but before he could reach it, it exploded inward. A mountain of muscle and tattoos filled the frame, blood streaming from various wounds. A dagger protruded from his thigh, yet he seemed not to notice. Some called his kind barbarians, though you'd have to be particularly eager to die to use that slur. Free folk was the term, or, in this case, a very angry freeman. Cisco! The free folk warrior's voice shook dust from the ceiling. His chest heaved, eyes wild with rage. Cisco didn't even flinch. Thormund, I had hoped we could discuss this more civilly. Civilly? Thormund spat blood. My men! Your men betrayed us. Betrayed you, Cisco interrupted calmly, adjusting his tiny suit. They were dealt with accordingly. I said I'd handle it myself! The warrior lunged forward. Marco stepped between them, but against Thormund's mass, he might as well have been a sapling before an avalanche. Adam saw it unfold as if in slow motion, the massive hands reaching for the tiny information broker, Marco's futile attempt to intercept, Cisco's whiskers barely twitching. He thought hard about this for a literal second. Having his supplier squashed to death before delivering the goods would be rather inconvenient for his plans. So, Thormund froze mid-stride, his fingertips inches from Cisco's desk. The room fell silent, except for the warrior's ragged breathing.
Chapter 8. The Power of Spite.
Everyone stared at Adam. Oh, said Cisco. A mage. A panting man stumbled through the broken door, clutching the doorframe for support. His face looked like someone had used it to test several varieties of hammers. One eye was swollen completely shut, the other barely a slit, and his nose pointed in at least 2 different directions. Boss, he wheezed between broken teeth. We need to. You have to. That crazy barbarian. What the fuck did you call me? Thormund roared from his frozen position, veins bulging impressively against his immobile neck. Oh shit, I'll get reinforcements! The man spun around, wobbling. From the main base! Don't die, boss! I'll be right! There was a solid, meaty thunk, followed by the drawn-out screech of a body sliding down something. 3rd time this month someone's run into that statue, Marco noted, adjusting his glasses. Perhaps we should move it. Release me, Mage! Thormund's muscles bulged against invisible restraints. His fluid began pouring out like steam from a kettle, making Adam's temples throb with the effort of maintaining control. Just as the pressure was becoming unbearable, a thin beam of light shot from the tiny ring on Cisco's even tinier paw. Thormund's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a felled tree. He'll need a few hours of sleep and some proper education later, Cisco said, adjusting his miniature spectacles. He turned to Adam. Now then, Mage, You might have mentioned that during our negotiations. You didn't ask, Adom replied mildly, massaging his temples. Besides, your prices are quite steep enough without adding a mage surcharge. A muscle in Marcus's jaw twitched, but Cisco's whiskers quivered in what might have been amusement. Fair enough, the tiny broker conceded. He glanced at Thormund's unconscious form. I didn't expect you to step up and try to save my life, though I assure you it wasn't necessary. Still.
He straightened his tiny cravat. Let's consider this particular detail forgotten. No surcharge for being a mage. Mages have a higher risk assessment, Marco interjected, still tense. Most are Empire officials. We need to ensure you're not a spy. Are you a spy, Law? Cisco asked. Not at all, Adom replied. There, not a spy. Relax, Marco. Given his youth, he's likely just a student from Xerxes, probably not tied to the Empire. Yet. Cisco waved his tiny paw dismissively. Adom didn't object. There was no point. So, he straightened, ready to leave. 1 month it is, then. I wouldn't go that way if I were you, Law, Cisco said while getting off his chair. And why not? Instead of answering, Cisco glanced at Thormund's unconscious form. This idiot probably had a tail when he came charging in here. He gestured toward the window with one tiny paw. Would you mind taking a look? Adom moved to the window, pushing aside the dusty curtain. Black smoke rose in thin spirals from 3 different rooftops, forming distinct patterns against the afternoon sky. A special signal from my agents, Cisco explained, already sorting papers into his miniature briefcase. We have company coming. Several groups by the look of it. Charming, Adom said dryly, watching another smoke signal join the others. Just what I needed today. Marco, give our esteemed client a cloak. Cisco began tucking various tiny scrolls into his sleeve. Marco pulled a dark gray cloak from his briefcase, which seemed far too small to have held it, and handed it to Adom. I appreciate the concern, Adom said, taking the cloak with mild confusion. But I have nothing to do with whatever this is. They don't even know my face. I'm afraid that's not quite accurate, Marco said, adjusting his glasses. The situation is rather more complex. The smoke patterns indicate both criminal elements and law enforcement presence. Standard protocol in such situations dictates that all parties exiting these premises will be considered persons of interest. Furthermore, Marco continued, having to explain your presence here would be problematic. As you now have certain financial obligations to our organization, we'd prefer to avoid any complications that might interfere with those arrangements. Already in debt, Adom thought. The ink isn't even dry on the contract. Wait, there was no ink. Come to think of it, was there even a contract? Unless, of course, Marco added, raising an eyebrow, you have some method of bypassing the police's stealth magic detectors. Or perhaps a convincing explanation for your presence in this particular establishment. Cisco and Marco both looked at him expectantly. Right, Adom said, pulling the cloak around his shoulders. Let's go then, shall we? Marco, if you would. Cisco adjusted his top hat. Yes, sir. Marco cupped his hands with care, and Cisco stepped into them with the dignity of a king mounting his carriage. With delicate precision, Marco settled him into a padded breast pocket. The tiny broker straightened his miniature coattails and smoothed his whiskers. He was cute. Cute and dangerous. Quite a strange combo. On your feet, you lot! Scatterate! Cisco's sharp command cut through the room. The unconscious men snapped to attention. Heinrich, eastern route. Johann,
collect the ledgers and clear all evidence from the back room. Art, you and Wilhelm take the basement path. Lars, help Art with those blood stains, Johann called out, already moving between hidden compartments. Pattern 3 cleanup. On it! Lars pulled an enchanted cloth from his sleeve, the fabric shimmering as it dissolved traces of the earlier fight. The man by the statue groaned, finally stirring. Marco paused to deliver a sharp kick. Up, west route, and do try to avoid our decor this time. Lars, what's the status on those bloodstains? Johann called out while organizing documents. That was one time I missed a spot, Lars muttered, working his enchanted cloth over the floor. 3 times this month, several voices corrected in unison, not pausing in their tasks.
Thormund comes with us, Cisco ordered. Marco hoisted the massive barbarian with surprising ease. He was stronger than he looked. The room erupted into coordinated chaos. Bodies moved with practiced efficiency, like actors in a well-rehearsed play. Someone triggered a mechanism, and furniture began sinking into the floor. Hidden panels slid open, carpet rolled itself away, and even the air seemed to clear of any magical residue. West side's clear. Basement route secured. All traces removed, sir. Adam found himself being hustled through a passage that had definitely been a solid wall moments ago, watching in fascination as an entire operation disappeared like morning mist. Behind them, the last traces of their presence vanished under a web of precisely executed protocols and spells. No wonder the Empire had never managed to pin anything on these organizations. They descended through a series of hidden passages, each turn revealing new tunnels that shouldn't logically exist beneath the city. Marco led the way, still carrying Thormund's bulk with surprising ease, while the others moved in practiced formation around them. Their footsteps echoed in perfect rhythm, like a well-rehearsed orchestra of escape artists. The tunnel opened into a circular chamber, its walls covered in faintly glowing runes. At its center, a more complex array of symbols pulsed with a white light. Standard exit protocol, Cisco announced from Marco's pocket. 30-second intervals. One by one, they stepped onto the array. The runes flickered to life, a complex pattern that seemed to bend reality around its edges. When Adam's turn came, he hesitated for just a fraction of a second. He really did not like portals. Then Marco gave him a gentle push, and reality shattered. The sensation started with his fingertips, each individual cell seeming to wave goodbye to its neighbors as they scattered into the void. His arms unraveled like loose thread, followed by his chest cavity, which was an entirely new and unwelcome experience. He could feel his liver doing something livers probably weren't meant to do, and his stomach. Well, his stomach was having the time of its life, apparently deciding that existing in 12 different locations simultaneously was its new favorite hobby. At least I skipped lunch, Adam thought, as his consciousness stretched across what felt like several counties, still annoyingly aware of every single part of his disassembled self. His teeth were somewhere to the left, or maybe the right, possibly both. Time and space didn't exactly work properly when you were traveling at roughly half the speed of light, converted into pure energy, and trying very hard not to think about the fact that your spleen was currently leading a rebellion against the laws of physics. Reality snapped back together with the grace of a drunken juggler, and Adam stumbled forward, his body parts, thankfully, all reporting for duty in their usual locations. Well, hopefully, at least. Non-regulation portals had a nasty habit of rearranging things. Having, for example,
a left kidney switch sides after a non-protocolar portal travel was not unheard of.
In fact, coming back without your head, or another body part entirely, was not unheard of either. These things needed a lot of precision, and those runes back there had definitely not been drawn by certified portal architects. The thought wasn't particularly comforting. "First time?" Lars asked sympathetically, looking far too comfortable for someone whose atoms had just played musical chairs with the universe. "No," Adam managed, straightening up. "I just really hate being right about how much I hate portals." As the portal's disorienting effects faded, Adam found himself blinking at what could only be described as a city turned inside out. Massive cavern walls stretched up into darkness, their surfaces dotted with carved windows and doorways that glowed with 1,000 different colors of magical light. Suspended bridges of stone and metal crisscrossed the void, connecting various levels of the underground metropolis. The air was thick with more than just the usual underground dampness. It carried the mingled sense of exotic incense, questionable alchemical experiments, and what he really hoped wasn't burning flesh. Voices in dozens of languages created a constant murmur that echoed off the stone walls, punctuated by occasional shouts from merchants hawking their wares. "Welcome to the Undertow," Marco said quietly, adjusting his grip on the still unconscious Thormund. "Try not to stare too obviously at anything. Or anyone." Before Adam could respond, a cloaked figure hurried past, leading what appeared to be a chained goblin child. In an adjacent alley, a group of well-dressed merchants examined a cage containing something that looked disturbingly elvish. Nobody seemed to notice, or perhaps they just didn't care. The person's eyes met Adam's. Hollow, defeated. The merchant handling the cage noticed his stare, turning slowly to fix Adam with a calculating gaze that felt like being sized up for a cage of his own. "I believe I mentioned not staring," Marco murmured. "Unless you're planning to make a purchase, don't entertain thoughts of playing hero. It tends to significantly reduce one's life expectancy down here." Adam forced his gaze away, his jaw clenched tight. Behind him, he heard the merchant make a soft tsk before returning to his business. They passed a gambling den where the stakes appeared to be measured in years rather than coins. He caught glimpses of glowing hourglasses and age-marked faces through the doorway. Next door, a shop openly displayed rows of fairies in bottles, their ethereal light casting shifting shadows on the walls. A woman in an elaborate mask and little else lounged on a balcony draped in red silk, her barely covered form leaving multiple afterimages as she moved. Some sort of space manipulation magic that promised interesting possibilities to those with coin to spend. When she caught Adam's eye, she blew him a kiss that literally sparkled in the air. He looked away, but not before hearing one of the merchants behind him mutter, "Trade my left arm for a night with one of those succubi courtesans." Below her, a fight broke out over what looked like a manticore egg, valuable enough to kill for, common enough that nobody seemed surprised by the violence. Blood splattered on the cobblestones, and within seconds, both the egg and the bodies had been efficiently cleared away by silent figures in gray. "Keep moving," Cisco murmured from Marco's pocket. "The cleanup crews don't distinguish between casualties and witnesses." They passed through a market square where everything was for sale. Literally everything. Body parts, memories, people's dreams. Adam saw a man haggling over what appeared to be his own reflection in a mirror. In another stall, a merchant was measuring out precise quantities of bottled screams. "Never seen the deep markets?" Lars asked, noticing his expression. "Don't worry, you get used to it. Eventually." The truth was, Adam wasn't shocked by the undertow. Not really. What disturbed him was how familiar it felt. What others saw as the depths of depravity,
he recognized as merely the surface of what humanity was capable of. In 30 years, places like the Undertow would be considered tame, quaint even. The markets he knew from his past life, his future, made this look like a children's fairground. Here, at least, they still bothered with masks and shadows, still kept their darkest dealings underground. In the world he came from, the same trades would happen in broad daylight. Slave markets would operate next to bakeries, flesh merchants would have storefronts with display windows, and people would barely blink at the sight of bodies being cleared from the streets. That was, until they were all erased by dragon breath. This wasn't the worst humanity could do. Not by far. Adom was about to suggest finding a way out of this charming place, when their path was suddenly blocked by a group of men in a not very subtle way. The leader, or at least the one with the most obvious limp, was probably human, judging by his completely ordinary attempt at looking menacing. His companion, on the other hand, was about as human as a winter morning. Hair white as bone, skin that made paper look tan, and a smile that revealed canines just a bit too long to be sporting. Vampire. Because, clearly, this day wasn't interesting enough already. One of Cisco's men muttering, "Shit, we've been caught," under his breath was probably unnecessary for Adon to deduce these weren't exactly welcoming party material. But he appreciated the confirmation nonetheless. The limping man adjusted his perfectly tailored coat, offering a slight bow that managed to be both courteous and condescending. "Cisco, old friend, what a delightful surprise." "Augustus," Cisco's voice drifted from Marco's pocket, matching the man's refined tone. "I wasn't expecting to find you in these
Humble surroundings.
Oh, you know me. Augustus's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. I'm remarkably difficult to kill. Around them, the market's usual bustle had subtly shifted. Merchants were suddenly very interested in reorganizing their wares. Passers-by found urgent business elsewhere. Even the succubus on the balcony had disappeared behind her silk curtains. Augustus clasped his fingers with a sharp snap that echoed off the cavern walls. Helios? The vampire's smile widened, revealing more of those unsettling fangs. With theatrical flourish, he reached into an ornate bag at his hip and withdrew something. The head of a young man, to be precise. Your messenger, Augustus sighed, examining his perfectly manicured nails. Wasn't quite up to standard. If you're in the market for quality assassins, you really should come to me first. He clicked his tongue. So much less messy that way. Marco's grip on Thormund tightened ever so slightly. Behind him, Lars's hand disappeared beneath his cloak, while several of Cisco's other men shifted their stances. One of them, a broad-shouldered man with a scarred face, actually took a half-step back, whispering, "Gods, that's Victor." Another cursed under his breath, and a third seemed to be fighting the urge to reach for his weapon. "I'll keep that in mind," Cisco replied. "Your attention to detail is, as always, appreciated." The vampire, Helios, kept smiling, his eyes fixed on the only child of the group. Adom's muscles tensed as he assessed the situation. He'd never been a battle mage. His talents lay elsewhere. Taking down Damus, or that serpent, had been straightforward enough. But this was different. He might handle one or two of Augustus's men if things went south, but the vampire was another matter entirely. Also, Helios hadn't stopped staring at him since they'd been surrounded.
Adom felt an urge to ask if centuries of unlife had made him forget about age-appropriate interactions, or if being creepy around minors was just a vampire thing. The market's usual chaos had given way to a carefully orchestrated exodus,
Even the rats seemed to know better than to stick around. The air felt charged, like the moment before lightning strikes, and Adom was acutely aware that they were standing in a very efficient kill box. He really should have expected this. After all, nothing in his life had ever been simple. Augustus's gaze drifted to Thormund's unconscious form, his expression almost pitying. The barbarian was remarkably easy to provoke, though I suppose I should grant him a quick death, considering he led us right to you. His smile turned philosophical. It's quite fascinating how predictably you appear when your pets are in danger, Cisco. Since you have grievances with me, Cisco's voice remained perfectly steady, there are proper channels, protocols. Let us maintain some civility in our disagreements. Of course, of course. Augustus waved his hand as if shooing away an annoying thought. Speaking of civility, he snapped his fingers again. Bring out our other guest. One of his men stepped forward, carrying something bundled in dark cloth. The bundle squirmed. Cisco's sigh seemed to echo through the entire cavern. Really, Augustus? The cloth fell away, revealing a white-furred mouse beastkin, a lanky teenager with a split lip and defiant eyes that immediately found Cisco in the crowd. Oh, hi, Uncle. His voice cracked slightly, trying for casual, but landing somewhere between worried and apologetic. Help? Several of Cisco's men tensed. Lars's grip on his concealed weapon tightened enough that his knuckles cracked. What's your price for my nephew, Augustus? Cisco's tone remained infuriatingly businesslike. Well, considering you sent such a subpar assassin my way, Augustus gestured at Victor's head, which Helios was still holding like some macabre accessory. I think a reasonable portion of your current operations would be fair compensation. No. Uncle Cisco? Valiant's whiskers twitched nervously. It's me? Your beloved nephew? Valiant? Remember? He attempted a winning smile that looked more like a grimace. Ha. Another profound sigh from Cisco's direction. You won't get a single coin from me, Augustus. Augustus clicked his tongue, patting Valiant's little shoulder with exaggerated sympathy. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You see how cold-hearted your uncle is? Why, if this was my nephew... He pressed a hand to his chest dramatically. I would have melted on the spot. Simply melted. Adom's eyes darted around, cataloging every possible escape route while trying to look like he was just admiring the local architecture. The bridge to their left had enough support beams to slow down pursuers. That merchant stall with the bottled dreams could provide decent cover, and that narrow alley between the flesh market and the dream dealer's shop. A fire spell would buy them maybe 3 seconds of chaos. Not much, but enough to slip away if timed right. The vampire would be the real problem, but if he wove an invisibility spell right after the fireball... No. Better to prepare the invisibility first, then the fire. Less chance of the spells tangling. He was just calculating how many people he'd need to knock over to reach that promising-looking side passage when Augustus's attention shifted to him. And who might your little friend be? Another one of your protected children? Oh, come on. The atmosphere shifted. It wasn't anything obvious, no dramatic gestures or threatening moves, but Adom felt it in his bones. The way Cisco's men subtly adjusted their stances, the barely audible sound of Lars's teeth grinding, the slight tremor in someone's breathing behind him. Adom kept his gaze down, suddenly very aware of his heartbeat. His palms were sweating. When had that started? This one's not for sale, trade, or negotiation. There was an edge to Cisco's voice that made everyone tense. Sharp, urgent, like he'd spotted something the rest of them hadn't yet. Even the mouse beastkin's whiskers twitched at his uncle's tone. In his peripheral vision, Adom saw Helios shift his weight forward. Just slightly. Just enough. The vampire's head was tilted at that particular angle predators use when they've spotted something interesting, something worth pursuing. The market had gone dead silent. Even the rats had stopped scurrying. All the more reason to have him, wouldn't you say? Augustus's smile widened. What exactly does the boy do that makes him so special? Adam risked a glance up. Mistake. Helios was staring directly at him, lips parted just enough to show fang. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second, and Adam felt something cold and ancient trying to sink hooks into his mind. None of your business. Magic. Helios's voice sliced through the conversation like a cold knife, making everyone turn to stare at Adam. The vampire's smile grew impossibly wider, revealing even more of those unsettling fangs. He does magic, boss. If I focus really hard, I can smell it on him. Real magic. Interesting magic. Oh, Boom! Augustus's face disappeared in a flash of searing flame. His scream cut short as flesh melted and hair vaporized. The smell of burning meat filled the air as his body staggered backward, hands clawing at what remained of his features. The second spell hit the potion stall dead center. Glass shattered. Liquids ignited. The explosion sent shards of burning wood and alchemical compounds in every direction. Someone's arm went flying past, still clutching a sword. Kill them all! Cisco's command cracked like a whip. The place erupted into violence. Lars's crossbow bolt found a throat, spraying arterial blood across the stone floor. Marco's blade opened a man from navel to sternum, entrails spilling out in a steaming heap. The air filled with screams and the wet sounds of steel meeting flesh. Helios's roar of fury shook dust from the ceiling as he lunged through the flames, his pristine clothes now splattered with gore. The vampire's fangs snapped shut on empty air where Adam had been standing a heartbeat before. Dream vials exploded, releasing nightmares made manifest. Men screamed as shadowy apparitions added to the pandemonium. The acrid stench of burning hair and meat mixed with the copper tang of blood. Through the chaos, Adam moved exactly as planned, each step calculated. His first human kill in this life lay burning behind him, face melted into an unrecognizable mass of charred flesh. No time to think about that now. No time to process. Just move. Adam's heart hammered against his ribs as he weaved through the carnage. A shadow tendril whipped past his face, close enough that he felt its cold touch brush his cheek. His flickered. Maintaining invisibility required focus, and his mind was anything but focused right now. Blood. There was so much blood. Someone's intestines squelched under his boot as he dodged past a falling body. The spell flickered again. Calm down. Calm down. The exit was just ahead, past the... His failed completely as a nightmare shadow slashed across his path. He stumbled, regained his footing, recast the spell with trembling hands. The magic sputtered, barely taking hold. His training had never covered anything like this. The screaming, the burning flesh, the focus. There, the passage he'd spotted earlier. Just 20 more steps. 15. 10. Found you! Helios's voice, far too close behind him, hit the ground, followed instantly by steam erupted in a scalding cloud. Helios blurred through it, skin blistering but healing just as fast. A merchant's table flipped up, sending glass vials flying at the vampire. Helios dodged most, but one shattered against his shoulder, a liquid hissing as it ate into his flesh. Getting annoying now, struck the airborne liquid, igniting it. Blue flames crawled up the vampire's arm. He snarled, patting them out even as Adom was already casting. The burning display cart rocketed toward Helios. The vampire batted it aside, but Adom had already woven. The jagged protrusion caught Helios's leg, tearing through muscle. Blood sprayed, but the wound was closing even as… Crack! Adom saw the fist coming, saw it shatter the he weaved on his stomach. It barely stopped the blow from tearing through him, but he still felt the full force of its consequences. Reality compressed into a single point of agony. The world became pure force. His feet left the ground, stomach somewhere in his throat, the barrier spell creaking under impossible pressure as his small body turned into a projectile. People screamed, diving out of the way as he crashed through the wall of a shop. Wood splintered, glass shattered. Even through the barrier, he felt ribs crack, organs compress. Adult bodies could hardly take hits like that. Children's bodies. Suffice to say that without the spell, Adom would have been paste on the wall. Adom's world narrowed to blinding pain. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think. His body convulsed, stomach heaving violently as he curled into himself. Black spots danced in his vision. Every attempt to draw breath sent daggers through his chest. That body enhancement skill might have been the only thing that kept the barrier spell from being insufficient. His organs would have liquefied on impact otherwise. Through the settling dust and debris, 2 yellow eyes gleamed. Helios emerged from the hole in the wall, wood cracking under his feet as he approached, fangs glinting in a satisfied smile. Still alive? Impressive. Let's fix that. In moments like these, when faced with an obviously superior vampire in a part of town where screams were more common than street names, most people would consider 2 perfectly reasonable options. First, begging for your life. Completely sensible. Adom was a mage, after all. Useful, practical. The vampire might see value in keeping him alive. Second, running away. Less effective, granted. Playing hide-and-seek with someone who could punch you through architecture typically ended with your neck between their fangs. But still rational, yes. These were the thoughts of reasonable people making reasonable choices in unreasonable situations. Adom had always considered himself a calm, reasonable person, rational, logical, whenever the situation called for it. But sometimes, when you're a 79-year-old man in a child's body, and someone hits you so hard you become one with the furniture, you discover new things about yourself. Like spite. Pure, unadulterated, petty spite. The kind of spite that makes you forget you only have one life to lose. The kind that makes you want to punch a vampire in his perfect teeth just because he made you go through a wall. The kind that burns hotter than reason, logic, or self-preservation. The worst part wasn't even the pain. It was the indignity. He'd passed gas. Him. Adom Scylla, a respected senior citizen. In public. No one probably heard it, but still. Someone was dying here today. Detecting physiological changes. New parameter detected. Emotional catalyst. Spite. Initiating power synchronization. New skill. Spiteful fighting spirit acquired. Rare. Physical parameters updated. Strength, plus 50%. Agility, plus 30%. Reflexes, plus 40%. Pain tolerance, plus 100%. Mana pool, plus 25%. Warning, physiological changes detected. Heart rate, 180 beats per minute. Blood pressure, critical. Adrenaline levels, 300% above baseline. Muscle tension, maximum. Vessel dilation, 85%. Breakthrough. Fluid channels unlocked. Status. Active. Flow. Unstable. Resonance. Spite aligned. Channel pattern. Azure flame. Integration complete. Blue energy crackled across Adom's skin like living flame, his rage crystallizing into raw power. For the first time in his life, he felt fluid moving through his body, responding to his fury, turning his spite into strength. He glared at the vampire, whose smug grin never wavered. "I'll wipe that smile off your face, punk."
Chapter 9. Making Enemies and Friends.
The blue fluid crackling across Adom's skin actually made Helios pause. For about 3 seconds, which was probably some kind of record for vampire reaction times to unexpected situations. "Oh?" His perfect eyebrows rose slightly. "Now that's interesting. Some hidden strength, perhaps. A touch of courage." He took a step forward, wood creaking beneath his feet. "Admirable, really. Most would have—" The man started monologuing. Helios, it seems, really wanted Adom to understand the vast gulf between them, the centuries of experience, the careful cultivation of power, the futility of resistance. Something about being apex predators and food chains, blah, blah, blah. Adom wasn't really listening. There was no time for that. Instead, he was remembering another rule of street fighting. Was it Rule 4? Maybe 7? Honestly, at this point, the exact numbering didn't matter. What mattered was the principle. The best time to attack is when they're still explaining why you can't possibly beat them. Stone spikes erupted through the floorboards, punching through Helios's legs, chest, shoulders, pinning him in place like an insect on display. His perfect face contorted in shock, then rage, then pain. Once, then, the rapid-fire spells lit up the room like a miniature sun. Heat rolled off in waves, warping the air and forcing sweat from every pore. The first fireball caught Helios in the chest with a roar that drowned out all other sounds. The second and third followed with thunderous cracks, their explosions merging into one continuous blast that engulfed his torso. The fourth turned his head into a torch. His screams started as something inhuman, then became very, very human. Each spell hit before the previous one's flames had died. They left deep scorch marks where they collided, and soon the stench of burning flesh mingled with the wood smoke. The heat became so intense that the remaining glass in the windows began to crack. "Mage! It's a mage!" People scrambled over each other trying to escape the shop, their previous morbid curiosity evaporating at the sight of actual combat magic. Everything that wasn't nailed down, broken furniture, glass shards, wooden splinters, even that merchant's cart from earlier, suddenly developed a burning desire to become intimately acquainted with Helios's person, at high velocity. And because Adom was feeling particularly spiteful, and because some habits are hard to break, another for good measure. The explosion rattled windows and sent smoke billowing into the street. There was something deeply satisfying about setting the object of your anger on fire. Multiple times. Probably not the healthiest coping mechanism, but Adom wasn't exactly looking for therapy recommendations right now. Still, Adom knew better than to celebrate too early. The problem with vampires was their endurance. Everyone knew that. Without the power of the sun, killing one was like trying to put out a forest fire with a water pistol. Theoretically possible, practically suicidal. Which was why Adom wasn't particularly surprised when the charred, smoking wreck that was Helios broke free from the stone spikes with a sound that might have been a roar if his vocal cords hadn't been mostly ash. The vampire launched himself forward, movements jerky and wild, claws extended where his perfectly manicured fingers used to be. Rule number 5 of street fighting came to mind. The best defense is not being there when they try to hit you. The vampire's burned eyes were useless, but his other senses were working just fine. Not that it helped much. Adom could practically taste the rage coming off him. Every swipe, every lunge was powered by pure fury. Dodge, roll, another for good measure. Boom! Each miss, each new burn, each impact just fed that anger. Helios's movements became more erratic, more predictable. The kind of patterns even someone like Adom, who'd spent more time reading books than throwing punches, could read. Which brought him to another rule of street fighting. If you're going to do something stupid, do it with absolute confidence. There, the opening was so obvious. Helios overextended on a swipe. His balance shifted just a fraction too far forward. The second spell wasn't aimed at Helios. Adom cast it on himself, launching his body forward like a missile. The combination of momentum and reinforced fist met Helios's jaw in what was possibly the most vicious hook ever thrown by a 79-years-old boy. The impact was spectacular. Bone met bone with a crack that echoed through the room. Adom's shoulder dislocated instantly. Not that he felt it. Too much spite for pain right now. Helios went flying through the same wall he'd sent Adom through earlier. A fact that brought Adom more satisfaction than he cared to admit. The vampire's body disappeared into the market, accompanied by the sound of multiple impacts and shattering wood. Maybe Helios had passed gas on impact, too. Adom liked that idea. He didn't stick around to verify the trajectory or landing site. His shoulder was starting to send urgent messages to his brain about its current condition, and he had a feeling hanging around to admire his handiwork would fall under pushing his luck. Besides, he had places to be, preferably places that weren't here. People were running, and where people ran, there was usually an exit. Simple logic. Adom joined the flow of bodies, letting the current carry him along. The system's combat high was starting to fade. His shoulder wasn't just dislocated anymore. It was making itself known with the kind of pain that suggested he'd really outdone himself this time. Spite-enhanced parameters degrading. Pain suppression, 68%. 45%. 31%. The undertow was descending into pure chaos. Helios wasn't the only one making noise anymore. Seems the vampire's little rampage had kicked over a hornet's nest of old rivalries. Somewhere to his left, he heard the distinctive sound of steel meeting flesh, followed by screams. Gang colors started appearing. Red ribbons, blue sashes, marked skin. "Kill those Brotherhood fucks! Watch the shadows, they're coming through the crack!" A body flew past Adom, hitting a wall with a wet thud. Behind him, Helios's rage echoed off the walls, the sound of someone methodically destroying everything in his path. Wood splintered, metal shrieked, people screamed. The spell wove around him, just as two men with matching tattoos started gutting each other with curved daggers not 3 meters away. Blood sprayed across fleeing civilians. Nobody stopped to help. Nobody even looked back. A woman shoulder-checked him as she ran past, clutching something wrapped in cloth to her chest. His shoulder exploded with fresh agony. The spite-fueled numbness was definitely wearing off now. Through the gaps in the crowd, he caught glimpses of what was happening in the market proper. A man being beaten to death with brass knuckles. Someone getting dragged into a dark corner by multiple hands. Fire spreading from stall to stall. 24%. 15%. The undertow was eating itself alive. "The mage! Find the fucking mage!" Helios's voice carried even through the mayhem. Right. Time to be somewhere else. Anywhere else. Adom pushed forward, following the densest part of the crowd, each step sending fresh waves of pain through his body.
The air was full of thick smoke, blood, and fear. More screams, more fighting, more dying. A hand gripped his injured shoulder, firm, deliberate. Someone had seen through the spell. Adom's fist shot up, already channeling another steel fist when— "Wait!" A harsh whisper, barely audible over the chaos. A familiar face materialized beside him, ducking low. Adom started, but Aaron's hand clamped over his mouth. A merchant crashed past them, knocking several people aside in his panic. "The fuck you looking at?" Aaron snarled at a woman who'd turned to stare at him, apparently talking to thin air. She quickly looked away, pushing deeper into the crowd. They kept moving, Aaron's grip steering them through the mass of bodies. Adom maintained the camouflage, his lips barely moving as he whispered, "How?" "Your footprints, idiot," Aaron muttered through clenched teeth, pretending to adjust his collar. "Left perfect tracks in the ashes back there." A drunk stumbled between them, separating their conversation for a moment. When he passed, Aaron continued, "Listen carefully. These people? They're heading for the safe zones. Guards there have—" "Which way did he go?" Helios's roar cut through the din. Several people near them stumbled in their rush to get away. "Magic detection tools," Aaron finished, now speaking into his sleeve like he was wiping his face. "Show up invisible, they'll gut you before asking questions." "And I should trust you because—" Adom whispered back, ducking as someone swung a makeshift weapon at unseen pursuers. "Because I—" Aaron stopped, shoved a gawking teenager aside. "What, you got a better plan? Your shoulder's fucked. You're in the middle of the biggest shit show the Undertow's seen this month, and that vampire? He's naked, literally smoking and angry. Very angry." As if to emphasize his point, another explosion of violence erupted behind them. More screams, more running. Adom's shoulder throbbed in agreement. "Fine. Lead the— Stop talking to me," Aaron hissed. "Just follow. And fix your spell, your right leg's showing." They peeled away from the crowd, moving against the flow. Aaron shouldered past panicking people, creating a wake that Adom could follow. Each collision sent fresh pain through his shoulder. A wet, meaty sound drew Adom's attention. The goblin, the one that had been chained like a dog earlier, was straddling its former master's chest. The merchant's hands were raised in desperate supplication. "Please, I'm sorry, I'll—" "Master sorry?" Crack. The goblin brought a bloodied rock down. "Sorry not enough." Crack. "Chains hurt." Crack. "Hungry always." Crack. The merchant's pleas became gurgling sounds. Then nothing. The goblin kept swinging, screaming incoherently, until what remained of the merchant's head was a dark paste against the cobblestones. Someone vomited nearby. Aaron pulled Adom into an alley. The sounds of the massacre in the market grew slightly muffled, replaced by closer, more intimate violence. Two men were strangling each other in a doorway. Neither seemed to be winning. "Help, please!" The elf's cage. It was wedged between two waste bins. His fingers gripped the bars, knuckles white. Blood trickled from where the metal had cut into his palms. "Sorry," Aaron muttered, barely slowing. "Got my own stuff to—" "Not you," he hissed, eyes fixed on a point just beside Aaron. "The mage. I sense you. Please." A door exploded outward next to them. Two women tumbled out, one driving a broken bottle into the other's neck. Aaron cursed, pulling harder. "I know what you are!"
the elf called after them. "What you can do! Please! They'll come back for me!" The desperation cracked his voice. Adom's step faltered. Aaron's grip turned bruising. "Don't," he said. "You help him. Word gets out. We're both dead. Move." Behind them, the elf rattled his cage, his pleas drowned by approaching shouts and breaking glass.
As they passed the cage, Adom's fingers twitched. He tried to weave control while maintaining camouflage, like trying to juggle while walking a tightrope. His invisibility flickered, parts of him fading in and out like a bad mirage. "What are you doing?" Aaron murmured, eyes widening. "Turn invisible before we're—" That split second was all Adom needed. Lashed out, crushing into the lock's mechanism. Metal groaned, pins shifted. Click! The sound was lost in the mayhem. Even Aaron, still dragging him forward, didn't notice. But Adom caught the elf's sharp intake of breath, the slight widening of those amber eyes as understanding dawned. The cage door was still closed, but now— They turned a corner, leaving the elf and his not-quite-locked cage behind. What he did with that opportunity was his business now. The deeper levels of the undertow were different. Here, the chaos of the upper market felt distant, replaced by something more deliberate. The corridors widened into vast chambers carved from living rock, their ceilings lost in darkness above. Crystal formations cast everything in a bluish glow. "You can drop the spell," Aaron muttered, his shoulders finally relaxing. "Down here, a cloak draws less attention than footprints appearing from nowhere." Adom let fade, his mana reserves grateful for the break. The air was cooler here, carrying strange scents. Incense, exotic spices, sweets. They emerged into what could only be called a bazaar, though that word felt inadequate. Where the upper market dealt in survival, this place traded in luxury. Silk tapestries hung between ornate pillars. Fountains burbled quietly, their waters tinted with swirling colors that probably weren't entirely natural. "Keep moving," Aaron muttered, "and don't stare too long at anything. Some of these merchants, they take eye contact as an invitation to negotiate." Merchants here didn't shout their wares. They didn't need to. Their goods spoke for themselves. A woman in flowing robes demonstrated a dancing flame that changed color to match viewers' emotions. An old man with silver-rimmed spectacles arranged golden lamps that probably were more than just golden lamps. But it was the menagerie that dominated everything. Cages lined the walls, each more elaborate than the last. Not the crude iron boxes from above. These were works of art. Gold and silver filigree, crystal and precious stones, designed to display their occupants like the treasures they were. "The collector's corner," Aaron explained, noting Adom's stare. "Where the truly rare finds end up." A serpent with scales like opals coiled in a terrarium of living crystal. A bird with feathers that seemed to shift between planes of existence preened itself on a perch of pure silver. But it was the massive golden cage at the center that drew every eye. Inside, a midnight puma lounged on cushions of deep purple silk. Its fur was darker than shadow itself, seeming to absorb the crystal light rather than reflect it. When it yawned, its teeth gleamed like polished daggers. When it turned its head, Adom found himself staring into eyes as startlingly blue as his own. The creature held his gaze for a long moment. "Don't!" Aaron grabbed his arm, breaking the connection. "That thing's worth more than either of us could make in 10 lifetimes. 2 million gold for a single claw." He pulled Adom along.
Killed 3 handlers before they figured out it only eats off silver plates. Like feeding royalty. The puma's eyes followed them as they passed. "Where exactly are we going?" Adam asked, keeping his voice low as they moved through the market. Aaron glanced around before answering. "There's a portal ahead. Old one. Leads straight to the outer dregs." He adjusted his collar, a nervous habit. "Most of the main exits are probably locked down by now, but this one, let's just say not many remember it's here."
"Sorry about that," Adam said, thinking of the chaos they'd left behind. "About causing all this trouble." Aaron let out a short, bitter laugh. "It happens more than you'd think. If it wasn't you, it would have been someone else." He stopped suddenly, turning to face Adam. "But not everyone takes down one of the Third Sector's top dogs single-handedly. And a mage at that." His eyes narrowed beneath his hood. "You're lucky your face isn't known. The kind of bounty they'd put on your head?" He shook his head and started walking again. "Let's just get to that portal." A small voice piped up from somewhere between them. I don't think that portal's working anymore, actually." Aaron and Adam froze. "What was that?" Aaron's hand went to his knife. "How would I know?" Adam spun around, looking for the source. "Did that sound like me to you?" "No, but it definitely came from—" Aaron pointed at Adam's cloak. Adam felt something move against his side, like a small creature skittering beneath his clothes. That horrible, skin-crawling sensation when you feel something alive where nothing alive should be. His hand balled into a fist, ready to smack whatever it was. "Don't squish me! I'm a person! A person!" the voice squeaked in panic. A tiny white head poked out from a fold in his cloak, pointed nose, whiskers, and very human-like eyes. "You!" Adam's fist froze mid-swing. "Ha! Hello there!" The white mouse gave an awkward little wave with one paw. "Lovely weather we're having down here, isn't it? Very, cave-like?" "Mr. Valiant?" Aaron's jaw dropped. "Oh, hey, Aaron!" The mouse brightened. "How's it going? Haven't seen you in a while. Dang. You grew up even more than last time." Adam pulled them into a shadowed alcove, away from the market's prying eyes. "How long have you been here?" "Oh, you know," Valiant fidgeted with his whiskers. "Just the whole time?" The moment never seemed quite right to mention it. He let out an awkward little laugh that died quickly under Adam's stare. "How did you even—" Aaron started. "Well, my kind can change size at will to reasonable degrees. So I downsized to the max and jumped right into his pocket." Valiant perked up. "Right when he was setting Augustus's head on fire. Which, by the way, very impressive." The mouse gave an enthusiastic gesture with his paws. "I mean, you're probably the most wanted enemy of the Moon Children and their affiliates now, but still, that was something else. The way his head just—" "Thanks," Adam cut him off, sounding exhausted. His day had already been complicated enough without finding out he'd been carrying a stowaway mouse person through half the undertow. "Right," Valiant smoothed his whiskers, undeterred. "Oh, and I must say, your magic has this fascinating smell, like lightning and old books. Did you know that?" "Probably not, since you're not a beastkin. We are very sensitive to these things. Well, I am. You see—" "Earlier," Adam interrupted, "you said the portal doesn't work anymore. How would you know that?" "Oh, well, hey, wait a minute." Valiant's whiskers drooped. "Here I am, trying to have an intellectual discussion about the olfactory properties of thaumaturgical emanations with an actual mage, and he just— I mean, do you know how rare it is to meet someone who can smell magic and eat—" Aaron and Adam exchanged a look. "Mr. Valiant," Aaron's sharp tone cut through the mouse's rambling.
Oh, right. The portal. Valiant cleared his throat. Well, you see, Valiant stood on his hind legs, adopting what he clearly thought was a more professional posture. I was actually checking all the escape routes. That's what we do, you know, us mice. Well, some of us. Actually, mostly just me. Uncle Cisco says I shouldn't, but how else would I— Right, sorry, the portal. Adom and Aaron shared another look.
3 days ago, Valiant continued hurriedly, noticing their expressions. Some cloaked individuals came through. They did something to it. Ritual stuff, very fancy. Lots of chanting. Changed the runic patterns. The portal's still there, but now it just leads to a wall. Solid stone. He mimed, hitting his head. Found that out the hard way. And you didn't think to tell anyone? Aaron asked. I was going to, but then there was this fascinating shipment that came in, and then I got distracted by this shiny thing, and then— Oh, you're both giving me that look Uncle Cisco does. Is there another way out? Adom asked, his patience wearing thin. Before Valiant could answer, a commotion erupted from the direction of the market. Shouts, running feet, the sound of metal being drawn. Found them! A voice called out. Adom backed away, only to feel his spine stiffen at the sound of boots behind him. Shadows shifted on the floor. He looked up. Crossbows glinted in the crystal light, their wielders lining the upper levels like crows. More figures emerged from the market's shadows, brandishing everything from noble forged steel to crude butcher's cleavers. They parted, making way. Helios stepped forward, pale flesh unmarked, pristine, and completely bare. His smile showed too many teeth. I've been looking for you, Mage. His voice carried through the sudden silence. Our last encounter was cut short, being tossed aside like a rag doll. He touched his chest, where flames had eaten through him hours before. The burning alive part? Also not appreciated, even if I can heal. Adom's eyes flickered between the weapons surrounding them. Maybe put some clothes on first? I mean, who talks to people with their pee-pee out like that? Something dangerous flashed behind Helios's smile. The temperature seemed to drop. Always with the clever words, Helios purred. Let's see how well you talk with your throat open. The circle of steel tightened. Adom's mind raced, calculating angles and distances. Crossbows above, steel below. Too enclosed for fire, he'd cook himself. But air was everywhere. In his mind, geometric patterns began to form. A barrier spell that could protect all their angles needed a perfect geodesic structure, interlocking triangles forming a sphere. Each vertex had to align precisely, or the whole thing would collapse under pressure. 3 seconds minimum to weave it properly. When I signal, drop, he whispered to Aaron. Helios's bare feet made no sound on the stone. What are you whispering about, little mage? The air compression would be trickier. Hexagonal patterns layered in 3 dimensions, each layer compressing inward while maintaining stability. 2 seconds, if he could hold the barrier steady simultaneously. A crossbowman above adjusted his stance. Another loaded an incendiary bolt. The circle of steel tightened even more. Take aim, Helios commanded. The silver patterns on his skin began to pulse. Adom started weaving. The barrier pattern came first, each mental triangle locking into place. One mistake and both spells would collapse. Helios's eyes narrowed. He's weaving. Kill. Now! The barrier erupted outward just as crossbow bolts launched. They sparked against the geodesic surface, but Adom was already weaving the compression spell. Hexagons folded inward, layer after layer, the air growing dense enough to distort light. Break that barrier! Silver light slammed against Adom's defenses. The geometric pattern wavered. A crack appeared, then another. He couldn't hold both spells much longer. The compression was almost complete. Just one more layer.
A crossbow bolt punched through the weakening barrier, grazing his shoulder. Blood splattered the stone. Now or never. Adom released the compression spell. The hexagonal pattern exploded outward, air rushing to fill the void. The shockwave hit like a physical wall. Bodies flew.
Crystal shattered. Support pillars cracked. 3 seconds until they regrouped. 3 seconds to move.
Let's go, Aaron! They'll find us. They'll kill us. We're dead. We are so dead.
Aaron's words came between gasps as they ran deeper into the market, where life continued undisturbed. Adom's eyes swept across the rows of cages, mind racing. The merchants who run these cages. What kind of people are they?
What?
Aaron glanced back at the chaos they'd left behind. As a group, are they more powerful than Helios's people?
Mage!
Helios's roar echoed through the market corridors.
They're the Silver Circle merchants. They're among the most powerful here, yes. And they have bad blood with the children. But why?
Aaron's eyes widened as Adom's intention became clear.
No. No, no, no.
The spell wrapped around the first lock, crushing it. Then the next. And the next. The creatures inside didn't move yet, unaware of their freedom. The serpent. The reality-shifting bird. There were even dire wolves.
Have you lost your mind?
Adom's gaze met ice-blue eyes. The midnight puma watched him intently from its golden cage, tracking his movements as he freed the others. Its muscles rippled beneath fur as it pressed against the bars, waiting. Adom smiled. The lock shattered. The puma exploded from its cage with a roar that shook the crystal lights.
He's completely crazy!
Valiant's squeak cut short as Adom filled his lungs.
The animals are escaping!
Then it began. A woman screamed as the puma landed in the crowd. Other creatures finally noticed their broken locks. Chaos erupted.
My merchandise! The cages! Run!
The wolves went first, running as a pack. The bird took flight, becoming half visible, then solid, then gone. The opal serpent slithered free, scales catching light like broken rainbows.
There!
Helios's voice, closer now. Adom caught a falling merchant as the crowd surged. Another stumbled. He used push to direct them away from trampling feet. Somewhere, Helios cursed. The market descended into beautiful mayhem. But this wasn't enough. They needed more chaos to disappear.
My beasts! My fortune!
A merchant in expensive silk robes lunged desperately toward the cages, even as the beasts swooped over his head.
Years of collecting! Ruined!
Pull. Adom caught him before he could fall into gorilla-looking beast's path.
I saw who did this,
Adom said urgently, steadying the merchant.
The naked vampire? Breaking all the locks?
He released his grip.
He went that way.
Fear, rage, financial ruin. In moments of blind panic, the human mind seeks the simplest explanation, preferably one that can be punched. And there's nothing simpler than a naked, arrogant vampire with a history of property damage. The merchant's face contorted with fresh rage.
Helios!
He screamed into the chaos.
You bastard!
Other merchants took up the cry.
It's Helios of the Moon Children! He's destroying our stock! Kill him!
Armed guards, the merchant's personal security, turned their weapons toward the approaching vampire. A crossbow bolt struck Helios in the shoulder. His response was immediate and brutal. One movement, and the shooter's neck snapped.
No, you fools,
Helios started. But another merchant's guards attacked, their blades finding flesh. Adam allowed himself a small smile as he ran, leaving the merchants' shouts behind them. The seeds of doubt would spread faster than any denial. "That was evil," Aaron muttered as they ducked into another passageway. "Quite vicious for a child," Valiant muttered from Adam's collar. "You just started a war between the Silver Circle merchants and the Children of the Moon," Aaron said incredulously. Before Adam could respond, Helios's scream split the air. "Mage!" They glimpsed the scene through gaps in the fleeing crowd. 3 merchant guards had Helios pinned with spears. Blood ran down his body. But then he started healing and broke free. The nearest guard's chest simply caved in. Another's head twisted completely backward. The third tried to run. Helios caught him by the throat and, "Shit!" Aaron yanked Adam sideways as more figures emerged from the shadows ahead. Helios's people. "How did they?" Adam sent market stalls crashing down, scattering merchandise. But one of Helios's men was already too close, blade whistling toward Adam's head. Too fast to dodge, too fast to weave a spell. The sword never connected. A crossbow bolt sprouted from the attacker's skull, seemingly fired from nowhere. The body crumpled. No time to process. They ran. Adam's lungs burned. Each spell was taking more effort now. Black spots danced at the edges of his vision. "Wait!" Valiant squeaked. A figure emerged from a side passage, hurling one of Helios's men through a crystal display like a rag doll. Marco. And behind him, Cisco's other men, engaging the enemy with practiced efficiency. "Over here!" Marco's voice boomed over the chaos. "Move it!" The remaining enemies fell back as they had been overpowered. "Reinforcements," Aaron breathed. "How did they—" "Questions later," Marco growled. "We need to go. Now!" Marco led them through a maze of alleys until they reached a nondescript doorway, barely visible between 2 buildings. A hooded figure stood guard, hands hidden in flowing sleeves. No words were exchanged. Marco pressed something into the figure's palm. It glinted like crystal in the dim light. The hood nodded, and pale fingers traced geometric patterns in the air. The doorway shimmered, reality folding inward until it resembled a liquid mirror. Marco gestured. "In! Now!" Adam stared at the portal's rippling surface. Usually he'd argue. Portals were horrible things that took you apart and put you back together wrong. But right now, having his molecules scrambled seemed vastly preferable to staying in a city with an enraged vampire. He stepped through. The familiar sensation of being unmade washed over him. His consciousness scattered like dust in wind, each particle aware but disconnected. For a moment that lasted both an instant and an eternity, Adam ceased to exist as a singular being. Then reality snapped back. He stumbled out onto grass, gasping. Above him, stars filled an endless sky. Real stars, not the crystal lights of the market. The familiar stench of the dregs, waste and rust and desperation, replaced the market's incense. "What the hell was that?" one of Marco's men, Lars, suddenly shouted, pointing into the darkness. "Something just—" "What are you on about?" another man grumbled as he emerged from the portal. "I swear I saw something, right there, darted into that alley." Lars was already drawing his weapon. Aaron emerged next, looking slightly green, followed by Marco and the rest of his men. The portal rippled one final time before collapsing in on itself, leaving only empty air where the doorway had been. Marco's hand went to his blade. "Lars, how many?" "Just one, I think. Fast. Too fast." "Spread out," Marco ordered. 2 of his men swept the alley with practiced efficiency, but found nothing, just shadows and garbage. I'm telling you, I saw, Lars insisted, still pointing. Your eyes are playing tricks, one of the others said. Portal travel does that. But a small, white head popped out of Adom's pocket, whiskers twitching. Valiant stretched dramatically, tiny paws reaching for the sky. Freedom! He squeaked, then immediately started grooming his ruffled fur. Oh, blessed air! No more pocket! No more hiding! No more— Keep your voice down, Aaron muttered. You try being stuffed in a pocket while someone runs for their life, Valiant sniffed. But his volume dropped considerably.
I think I have lint in places mice shouldn't have lint. Still complaining about everything, nephew?
Uncle, Valiant said. He scampered down Adom's arm, pausing at his wrist. Oh, now you show up. Where were you when everything went sideways? From the shadows emerged Cisco, impeccably dressed. He adjusted his tiny suit. Running a business, dear nephew. I see you're alive. Not thanks to your reckless habits, I'm sure. Not thanks to you, Valiant retorted. If it wasn't for the mage here— Ah, yes. Cisco's gaze shifted to Adom. Young Master Law, you eliminate one of my greatest thorns and save my wayward nephew in the same day. His whiskers twitched thoughtfully. Augustus had been a particular irritant for 3 years. Cost me 17 good men, 2 shipping routes, and my favorite tea set. It was nothing, Adom said, trying not to think too hard about how casually they discussed death. Marco stepped forward. Cisco balanced professionally in his palm, raising him to eye level with Adom. The sight of the enforcer carefully holding his tiny boss like a delicate teacup was something. Nothing? Cisco straightened his tie. I think not. We're professionals, Master Law. We believe in paying our debts. He paused, whiskers twitching. Should you ever find yourself with an inconvenient acquaintance, our services are at your disposal. At a discount, naturally. Marco, Cisco called, without looking away from Adom. What sort of discount can we extend to Master Law? Marco's response was immediate. Based on current market rates, operational costs, and factoring in the elimination of Augustus's competing enterprise, we could offer a 27.5% reduction on our standard fees, sir. 32 if the target doesn't require disposal. Cisco nodded along to the calculations, still balanced perfectly in Marco's steadily held palm. Adom couldn't help but chuckle. I appreciate the offer,
Though I hope I won't need such services anytime soon.
Of course, Cisco said. But the offer stands. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have some loose ends to tie up regarding tonight's excitement. I hope to see you around, Master Law, Valiant called out, already scampering up Marco's shoulder. Not hope, Cisco corrected, his form still perfectly poised. Expect. 1 month from now, Master Law, this exact hour. He checked his miniature pocket watch. Currently 10 past midnight. Do remember. They melted into the shadows of the dregs, leaving Adom and Aaron alone in the oppressive darkness. The younger boy started walking, and Adom followed, their footsteps echoing off the narrow walls of the winding alleys. Above them, clotheslines created strange shadows in the moonlight, like prison bars across their path. So, Aaron broke the silence, stepping over a puddle that reflected the glow of a distant lantern. You're a mage. Yeah. Adom's voice was quiet, matching the hushed atmosphere of the sleeping dregs. Somewhere in the distance, a cat yowled. That was pretty cool, what you did back there. With the beasts and everything. Aaron glanced back. Never seen anything like it. Adom let out a dry chuckle. Cool?
I killed a man today, Aaron. And those beasts I freed? They're loose in the city now. They might hurt people. They passed under a broken archway, its stones worn smooth by decades of shoulders brushing against them. The smell of rot and river damp grew stronger as they descended deeper into the maze-like streets. Hurt people? Aaron scoffed, kicking aside a broken bottle. Down here in the undertow? Trust me, there aren't many who wouldn't deserve it. He shrugged. Besides, those beasts will probably head for the forests outside the city. Animals usually do. That's a rather harsh view of things. It's a harsh place. Aaron's voice was matter-of-fact. You did what you had to do. That's how it works down here.
They turned another corner, and a gust of wind brought the smell of the river, stronger now. Mixed with it was the scent of smoke from somewhere in the distance, and the ever-present undertone of decay that seemed to permeate the dregs. Still, Adom insisted, taking a life shouldn't be something we consider normal. Says the man who just got offered a discount on assassination services. Aaron grinned over his shoulder, and despite the grim subject matter, there was something infectious about his youthful cheek. Got me there, Adom admitted, stepping carefully over a suspicious dark patch on the ground. The moonlight caught Aaron's profile as he turned, and something about it tugged at Adom's memory, but the thought slipped away before he could grasp it. They reached the invisible line where the dregs ended and the cleaner streets of the city began. The contrast was stark. Even the cobblestones changed, becoming more even, better maintained. Aaron stopped at this boundary, hands in his pockets. Well, this is it, he said, rocking back on his heels. I should head back. Been a wild night, hasn't it? He smiled again, and something about that smile caught in Adom's mind like a splinter. The moonlight fell across Aaron's face, highlighting his features, and Adom found himself staring, trying to place why it felt so familiar when the boy smiled like that. Something wrong? Aaron asked, his smile faltering slightly. No, it's just... Adom tilted his head, studying the boy's face. You look familiar somehow. Aaron shook his head. Don't think so. Pretty sure I'd remember meeting a mage. He laughed. And again, that laugh, that particular way his eyes crinkled at the corners. No, it's definitely something, Adom muttered, more to himself than to Aaron. Your face, it's like I've seen it somewhere. Only person people say I look like is my mother, Aaron said with a slight shrug. She works at a small tavern near the sea as its keeper for night shifts, though I'd be surprised if you knew it. The salty dog? Something flickered across Aaron's composed features. Genuine surprise. You do know it! There was an unexpected note of enthusiasm in his usually measured voice. Your mother, Adom said, surprised. Is your mother's name Tara? Aaron nodded, smiling broadly now. The world really is small, Adom thought to himself. I was there last night. Had the best cookies I've ever tasted in my life. Your mother was really kind, even packed some for me to take back to the academy. Actually, he added, I told her I'd help sponsor her son into Xerxes. That would be you, I suppose. You can do that! Aaron's eyes went wide, a rare break in his usual composed demeanor. Sure, Adom replied. Students can sponsor others after their first year. I'm in my second year now. As quickly as the excitement had appeared, it drained from Aaron's face. He seemed to consciously settle back into his casual stance. Oh, that's nice of you, but actually, forget about it. Mother still thinks I want to be a mage because that was my dream when I was little. But I'm good where I am now. Like many conversations about Xerxes Academy, this one had stumbled into the uncomfortable territory of finances.
There were really only two ways to study at Xerxes. Either you came from money, or you signed up for imperial service after graduation. For everyone else, the tuition fees were astronomical. Something had clearly happened with Erin's family that had made them unable to take the imperial scholarship when it was offered. It seemed obvious from his reaction. "If it's about the money," Adom said simply, "I can take care of it." He pulled out a small piece of parchment and wrote down a series of numbers. "Here's my student identification number. When you get to Xerxes, just tell any raven in the messenger tower this number."
They're trained to recognize student IDs. I'll get notified right away. Erin took the parchment with slightly trembling fingers, staring at the numbers like they were some kind of lifeline. His shoulders remained tense, despite his attempts to appear casual. His hands opened and closed at his sides, and he kept adjusting his stance like he couldn't quite figure out how to hold himself. Adom recognized that pride, the kind that made accepting help feel like swallowing thorns. After what felt like a small eternity, Erin lifted his head. He still wouldn't quite meet Adom's eyes, instead fixing his gaze somewhere around Adom's shoulder. "Thank you," he said, the words coming out rough but sincere. "I mean it." He carefully folded the paper and tucked it into an inner pocket. "No problem," Adom replied, keeping his tone light, matter of fact. "See you tomorrow then? After 5? That got Erin to look at him properly, surprise breaking through his carefully maintained composure. "Already? If you're going to take the Xerxes tests, you'll need some accelerated training," Adom said. "Tomorrow I can check your level of proficiency, see where we need to start." The tension in Erin's shoulders eased slightly at the practical approach. He nodded, some of his usual confidence returning to his posture. They parted ways there, Erin heading back toward the lights of the dregs, while Adom turned toward the academy. It felt good, he thought as he walked back, to be able to help someone else for a change. Chapter 10. Transcendent Nerds. Monster Anatomy and Dungeon Theory Class. The droning voice of Professor Drake faded into background noise as he lectured about dungeon classifications. Something about how the guilds ranked them from F to SSS based on the monsters inside, the resources, and the death rates. Every muscle in Adom's body screamed in protest. When he'd collapsed into bed last night after the fight, the adrenaline had still been coursing through his system, masking most of the pain. But this morning, it felt like his body had waited until he opened his eyes to unleash every single ache it had been saving up. His ribs, where the creature's fist had nearly caught him, throbbed with particular intensity. He shifted in his seat, immediately regretting the movement. A sudden, warm touch on his ankle made him jump, sending a fresh wave of pain through his battered body. "Gizmo, stop that!" Adom looked down to find a small red salamander gazing up at him with opalescent eyes. Their face seemed permanently fixed in what looked like a gentle smile, head tilted slightly to one side in curiosity. Despite his discomfort, Adom couldn't help but smile back. "I'm so sorry." A lanky boy with rich brown skin and light brown eyes hurried over, trying to scoop up the wayward familiar. His braided locks fell into his face as he reached for the salamander. "He gets a bit too friendly sometimes." "It's fine," Adom chuckled, recognizing Gus Howell from his combat class. "He's quite charming, actually." The salamander, instead of returning to his bonded one, crept closer to Adom. Almost instinctively, Adom reached down to scratch his head. The scales were surprisingly soft, almost velvet-like under his fingers. The creature's eyes closed in contentment, and suddenly his entire body began to glow, small flames flickering across its skin. "Gizmo, no!" Gus exclaimed, finally managing to grab his familiar. "Sorry, again. He,
tends to catch fire when he gets too excited.
The healers say it's like magical hiccups.
Don't worry about it, Adom said, still smiling. A little fire never hurt anyone. He seems to like you. I didn't think you had fire affinity, Scylla, Gus whispered, watching as Gizmo settled contentedly in his arms, still giving Adom that perpetual salamander smile. Adom glanced at the familiar, keeping his voice low as Professor Drake continued his lecture about dungeon classifications. Fire and wind, actually. Double affinity? Gus's eyes widened before he caught himself and lowered his voice again. Nice. I'm fire, but... He gestured at Gizmo with a slight grin. Probably obvious, huh? Adom held back a chuckle, nodding instead. He noticed how Gus's braided locks seemed to shimmer with a slight reddish tint under the classroom's magical lights, and how his skin had a warm, almost scale-like sheen to it, subtle traits he'd gained from his bond with Gizmo. The boy even had the same kind of permanent half-smile as his familiar, though Adom doubted he was aware of it. Gizmo squirmed in Gus's arms, his opal eyes following the movement of Professor Drake's chalk on the board. The familiar's attention was focused entirely on the lecture, occasionally tilting his head at particularly complex theories. A few students nearby smiled at the salamander's scholarly attitude, though they quickly returned their attention to their notes when the professor glanced their way. He understands everything already? Adom mouthed silently, impressed. Most familiars took years to develop such comprehensive understanding. The stronger the bond between familiar and bonded, the more they evolved together. Some of the most powerful pairs had familiars who could speak just like humans, read complex texts, even appreciate fine arts and music. Gus nodded proudly, running a finger along Gizmo's back. Sometimes better than I do, he whispered, earning a smug look from his familiar. Mr. Scylla and Mr.
Howell, care to share your little conversation with the rest of the class? Professor Drake's voice cut through the lecture hall, making every head turn toward them. Across the room, Sam let out a visible groan, his hand meeting his forehead in exasperation.
Sorry, Professor,
Adom said quickly, straightening in his seat despite his protesting muscles. Today's lecture is particularly important, Drake continued, his chalk hovering mid-air. This material will feature prominently in your final examinations.
We were paying attention, sir,
Gus piped up. Adom nearly sighed. Professor Drake was usually reasonable, but Gus just had to push it. Is that so? Drake's eyebrows rose, his lips curving into a slight smile. My apologies, then. Perhaps you'd care to tell us what we were just discussing, Mr. Howell? Gus's confident expression crumbled.
Well, we were talking about...
Even Gizmo seemed to shrink in his arms, the salamander's usual smile looking more like a grimace. Mr. Scylla? Drake turned his attention to Adom. Perhaps you could help your classmate? Adom's eyes darted across the room, catching Sam's frantic hand movements. His friend was trying to draw something in the air, an M shape? Sam wasn't finished, but Drake was waiting.
Monsters?
Without even turning around, Drake's smile widened slightly. Mr. Harbinski, while your loyalty to your friends is admirable, please refrain from providing unauthorized assistance. Sorry, Professor, Sam called out, prompting scattered laughter throughout the classroom. Adom met his friend's eyes apologetically, then caught sight of Mia a few seats away. She was trying to suppress her giggles behind her hand, and when their eyes met, she gave him a small wave. He couldn't help but smile back, even as his cheeks burned with embarrassment. Professor Drake sighed. As I was explaining before, monsters are ordinary creatures that have undergone prolonged exposure to concentrated mana,
When a living being absorbs sufficient quantities of magical energy over an extended period, it undergoes a transformation. He gestured to the diagram on the board. For instance, a common wolf, after years of exposure to dense mana, might evolve into a dire wolf. Similarly, if you were to leave a domestic dog in a dungeon environment with high mana density for several years, it would likely transform into a blood maw. His chalk drew quick illustrations in the air. A normal wolf morphing into the larger, more fearsome, dire wolf, its features becoming sharper, more magical in nature. Do you understand now, gentlemen? Yes, Professor, Adam and Gus responded in unison. Good, Professor Drake nodded. And remember, next class we'll have a special guest from the Pentos Guild bringing in an actual monster for a practical demonstration. The classroom erupted in excited whispers. Someone from the back called out, "What kind of monster, Professor?" That, Drake smiled, tapping his chalk against the board, would be spoiling the surprise, wouldn't it? In his past life, Adam remembered this day clearly. It had been a shimmer scale, a monster evolved from a common lizard. The creature's scales could refract light, making it partially invisible, but it was generally docile and less threatened. The memory brought a smile to his face. It had been one of the more entertaining classes that semester. Now, if we could return to our discussion of classification systems. Drake's voice cut through the excitement. As the class filed out, Sam practically bounced over to Adam's desk. Okay, seriously, what happened to you? First you're suddenly good at magic, then you're beating up Damus, and now you're chatting right in the middle of a class? Let's just say I've been through a lot, Adam replied, quickly packing his books.
There you go again with the mysterious stuff. Stop talking like some old guy. But I am an old guy. Right, and I'm the king of… Sam paused. Hey, want to head to the library? After that performance, I have about 1,000,000 questions. Can't. Got something to do today. Adam slung his bag over his shoulder, wincing slightly at his protesting muscles. What? But what was all that about? The theory stuff and… Adam was already heading for the door. If you're that curious, you better keep up, he called back, breaking into a light jog. As he rushed through the doorway, the sound of Sam scrambling to gather his things behind him, he missed the soft, "Excuse me, Adam," that floated from somewhere near the front row. Adam weaved through the shifting corridors of Xerxes, the map of today's layout guiding each turn. Left at the alchemy classroom, right where the astronomy tower would be tomorrow, straight through where the dining hall had been last week. His lungs burned, but each step meant another precious second added to his time. "Adam!" Sam wheezed behind him. "Please, stop." "Can't. They close early on Fridays." "Who closes what?" "The club." They dodged around a group of third-years practicing levitation, their black robes billowing as objects floated around them. Adam grabbed Sam's sleeve, yanking him away from a wall that was mid-shift. Students parted before them like a sea of black robes and loosened ties, some jumping aside, others just watching the spectacle of the usually reserved Adam Silla practically dragging a gasping Sam Harbinski through the halls. "Since when do you even like to run?" Sam panted. Adam didn't answer, focused on counting the archways. 3, 4… There! He skidded to a halt so suddenly that Sam nearly crashed into him. "We're here," Adam announced, while Sam doubled over, hands on his knees. "Here." "Where?" Adam gestured to the heavy wooden door in front of them, its brass sign gleaming. Combat Athletics Club. At Xerxes, clubs weren't just after-school activities. They were a vital part of student life. Each year, ambitious students vied for the coveted title of Best Student, which came with perks like priority access to restricted sections of the library,
private study rooms, and most importantly, the right to participate in advanced seminars with visiting masters. The clubs offered precious additional points toward this goal, but they were more than just a means to an end. From the Poetry and Prose Society to the Dueling Association, clubs gave students the chance to explore interests beyond pure magical theory. Some practiced swordplay, others honed their aim at the archery range, while the Culinary Arts Guild experimented with both magical and non-magical recipes. The theatrical company put on elaborate performances, and the gardening circle maintained the Academy's extensive botanical gardens. Competition between clubs was fierce. The top 3 at year's end received special privileges, funding, and their names engraved on the Great Shield in the main hall. They also received the Golden Medal, one of the most prestigious honors a club could earn. Though, in the end, it was just that. A medal. Some said the Combat Athletics Club hadn't made the top 3 in over a decade. Adom and Sam had always steered clear of this whole system, preferring the quiet corners of the library where they could read their fantasy novels and talks of magic in peace. They weren't exactly what you'd call joiners. Sam could barely speak in front of groups, and Adom, well, until recently, Adom had been even worse. "You're not serious, are you?" Sam's voice cracked. "Clubs? Us? We talked about this. We don't have time for... Social activities?" Adom finished, a sad smile playing on his lips. "Exactly. We're supposed to be focusing on real magic, on making groundbreaking discoveries." Sam's eyes lit up with that familiar fire. "Remember our pact? To become the greatest mages in history? To revolutionize magical theory together? Become the next Law Borealis?" Adom remembered. Oh, how he remembered. 2 awkward kids, huddled in the library's corner, sharing wild dreams between dusty tomes. They'd spend hours arguing about who would make the next big breakthrough, each convinced they'd be the one to unlock the secrets of the universe. In his past life, he'd actually done it, reached those heights, achieved those dreams. For Sam, for both of them. And what had it gotten him? Standing atop a mountain of achievements built on corpses, watching the world burn. "Sam," Adom said softly, "those dreams, they're beautiful, and you should chase them. But," he placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, "we were wrong about one thing. The greatest discoveries, the real breakthroughs, they don't happen in isolation. Every major advancement in magical theory came from collaboration, from people working together, challenging each other's ideas." "But we work together," Sam protested. "2 socially awkward bookworms hiding in the library isn't exactly what I mean." Adom chuckled. "Look, I get it. More than you know. The idea of putting ourselves out there, of dealing with other people. It's terrifying. But that's exactly why we need to do it." "But..." "You can't change the world from inside a shell, Sam. Trust me, I've tried." A pause. "Those fantasy books we love? The lone genius who saves the day through sheer brilliance? That's not how it works in real life. Real change, real progress. It comes from connections, from understanding people, from being able to work with them even when they drive you crazy." Sam fidgeted with his tie, looking uncertain. I'm not good with people." "Neither am I," Adom said. "But that's a skill, like any other."
And like any skill, it gets better with practice.
This, to Adom, was an important step.
He wasn't just trying to help Sam become more socially adept. He was trying to prepare him, to help him develop the strength and resilience he'd need for what was coming. The world wouldn't end because of failed spells or flawed theories. It would end because of people, their choices, their failures to understand each other. And maybe, just maybe, by helping Sam grow beyond their comfortable little bubble, he could save more than just his friend's life this time. Besides, Adom added with a grin, you can't tell me you're not at least a little curious about what's behind this door? Sam sighed, shoulders slumping. Fine, but if it's just blockheads and brutes in there, I'm out. Deal, Adom said, reaching for the handle. The door swung open to pure mayhem. Come on, bro, you got this! A massive student bellowed at his partner doing push-ups. 20 more! Pain is just weakness leaving the body! Ah! The guy doing push-ups screamed back with each rep. Wham! Right in front of them, a fist connected with abs that looked carved from stone. Both Sam and Adom involuntarily clutched their stomachs. Harder! The guy getting punched demanded, spittle flying. My grandmother hits harder than that. Huh? Sam's voice was barely a squeak. To their left, two students were tangled in what looked like a human pretzel. One had the other's leg bent at an angle that made geometry weep. The victim's face was purple, veins popping on his neck like angry snakes. Tap out, Caius! Over my dead body? That can be arranged. In another corner, 3 students were taking turns body slamming each other into training mats. Lightweight, baby! One screamed as he got thrown. Bro, your form is off! Someone shouted across the room. Watch me! Watch me! See how I'm crushing my boy's windpipe? That's the proper technique.
2 students charged each other like bulls, colliding with a thunderous crack that echoed off the walls. Neither backed down. Is that all you got? They roared in unison. You're a beast! No, you're a beast! We're all beasts! Sam and Adom exchanged looks. Without a word, Sam turned on his heel and tried to casually stroll away. Well, I think we can say we gave this a fair... Adom's hand shot out, grabbing Sam's robe in an iron grip. No, 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 no! Sam's shoes squealed against the floor as Adom dragged him inside. Are you crazy? This is a murder dome! We're going to die! We won't die, Adom said flatly, pulling his thrashing friend past 2 students practicing what appeared to be competitive face-slapping while chanting magical theorems. Yes, we will! That guy just suplexed someone through a... Is that a wall of fire? How is that allowed in school? It's just Friday, Adom deadpanned. Just Sam's voice cracked as someone nearby let out a war cry that shook dust from the ceiling. If this is Friday, I don't want to see Monday. Let me go! I have theorems to memorize! Theorems! Ignoring Sam's increasingly desperate protests, Adom scanned the chaos for his target. Hugo Fable, 6th-year prefect and president of this madhouse, wasn't hard to spot. That shock of purple hair stood out even in this circus of mayhem. There he was, at the far end of the room, casually bench-pressing another student as if they were a barbell. 8! Hugo roared, arms trembling. 9! You're a machine! The human weight screamed back encouragingly. 10! Lightweight! Hugo's voice boomed over the general cacophony of screams, thuds, and what sounded suspiciously like bones cracking. I want to go home, Sam whimpered, still trying to squirm out of Adom's grip.
I have a very nice book about theoretical transmutation waiting for me. It's peaceful. It doesn't bench press people.
Hugo reached failure at 12, arms shaking as his human barbell rolled off and landed gracefully beside him. The guy immediately handed Hugo a water bottle, grinning. Weight spell was set to 242 pounds today, the human weight announced proudly. New PR! Sam let out a hollow chuckle, eyes fixed on the ground. I hate you, he muttered to Adom. I hate you so much right now. Adom smiled down at his friend, a look of almost pity in his eyes. I know. When I die here, I'm going to haunt you. I'll follow you around the library, knocking books off shelves. Forever. That's fair. Hugo approached them, wiping sweat from his forehead before putting on his glasses. Hello, he said. Can I help you? At 17, Hugo Fable was already over 6 feet 6 inches tall, his frame packed with muscle. Being half Freeman explained his insane genetics. That bloodline was known for producing warriors of exceptional physical prowess. In Adom's future, Hugo would become a revered contributor in the field of magical theory, as well as one of the most fearsome battle mages of their generation. Back to the subject at hand. Adom had come here for 2 things. The first— Hi, Adom said, adjusting his broken glasses. My friend here and I— Not your friend, Sam muttered. Would like to join the club, if possible. Hugo looked perplexed for a moment, studying the 2 scrawny students before him. Then Adom smiled, and Hugo's face immediately lit up like a holiday spell. Welcome, he beamed, his entire demeanor shifting to that of an excited puppy. You've absolutely come to the right place. We never turn away anyone looking to better themselves. He gestured enthusiastically at the chaos around them. Don't let all this intimidate you. Everyone here started somewhere. Some of our strongest members could barely lift a spell book when they first joined. Behind them, someone crashed through what sounded like several pieces of furniture. All good, a voice called out. The bleeding is minimal. See? Hugo grinned warmly. Just one big family here. Though maybe we should discuss the details somewhere slightly less lively. I'm going to die, Sam whispered. Hugo led them to an office that seemed almost jarringly normal compared to the chaos outside. Everything was meticulously organized. Training schedules on one wall, achievement certificates on another. The room smelled of muscle recovery potion and sandalwood incense. Just need signatures here and here, Hugo said, pulling out some forms. Wait! He reached into a drawer, producing what looked like a small, decorated tube. It's tradition. Adom picked up the quill. Do you offer boxing lessons? Oh, yes. Hugo's eyes lit up. We have classical pugilism, dwarven ground fighting, elvish wind strike style, good old wrestling, of course. There's also meridian combat. That's like hitting pressure points, but with more screaming. And storm fist technique. He pulled out a schedule. Everything's properly structured. You start with basics, then progress through intermediate forms. We track everyone's development, make sure the foundations are solid before moving up. Can't build a castle on sand, right? That's exactly what I need, Adom said, signing. Pop! The tube exploded in a shower of colored paper and magical sparkles. Hugo laughed, somehow managing to make even that sound welcoming rather than intimidating. That same charisma would serve him well in the future. Then it was Sam's turn. He stared at the form while Hugo watched expectantly, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. Adom couldn't tell if Sam was signing because he didn't want to disappoint such genuine excitement, or because he feared what might happen if he didn't, though there was nothing to fear. Sam gulped, picked up the quill, and signed.
Pop! Another shower of sparkles. "You did good, kid." Adam patted his shoulder.
The expression on Sam's face did more in conveying his current sentiments towards the situation and towards Adam than any words could. Hugo wrapped them both in a bone-crushing hug. "Welcome, brothers!" "Can't breathe," Sam wheezed. "That's the spirit," Hugo beamed. "New brothers," Hugo announced proudly. "Everyone, meet Adam and Sam." The group immediately surrounded them with the energy of excited puppies in extremely muscular bodies. "Welcome to the Iron family," a tall girl with scarred knuckles grinned. "I'm Diana." "Took courage to walk through that door," another nodded approvingly. "Harry's the name. First step's always the hardest." "You guys look like proper nerds," a broad-shouldered senior chuckled. "Phil here. Nothing wrong with that, though. Hugo here was the biggest nerd in third year." "Still am," Hugo adjusted his glasses proudly. "Just a nerd who can bench press a horse now." "And now you two are on the path to becoming transcendent nerds, too," added a guy with a fresh black eye. "I'm Caius, by the way, the one Phil couldn't submit earlier." Adam smiled. Second time he'd heard that phrase today. Must be fate. Sam was trying his best to look unintimidated, but Adam could see his fingers fidgeting with his robe's sleeve. "Petra," a stocky girl with close-cropped hair raised her hand with a grin. "Welcome to the family." "Knowledge is power," a student said sagely, introducing himself as Vale. "But sometimes power needs to be power too, you know?" They all nodded, as if this made perfect sense. This was exactly what Adam needed. A controlled environment to train his skill, taking measured hits that would build his resistance while extending the time before the first symptoms appeared. The disciplined routine and support system would be invaluable. And Sam, well, Sam needed this more than he knew. But that was only the first reason. The second, and most important, reason Adam had joined the Combat Athletics Club was standing right there, adjusting his glasses and excitedly explaining proper breathing techniques. Hugo Fable wasn't just the enthusiastic leader of the Academy's most muscle-headed club. He was also one of Professor Kim's research assistants. And Professor Kim? That was where things got interesting. Professor Kim was one of Zerke's brightest minds, teaching advanced theoretical magic to 5th through 7th years. His groundbreaking work in micromagic, the study of magical phenomena at their smallest, most fundamental level, had revolutionized entire fields of magical theory. In about 5 months from now, the professor would discover something extraordinary, a phenomenon that would change everything, and ultimately get him killed. His groundbreaking research would be twisted, corrupted, and weaponized a few years later into one of the deadliest creations in history. Dragon Breath. A name that would one day make even hardened warriors tremble. This weapon would ignite the first truly modern magical war, a decade-long nightmare that would claim millions of lives. From its ashes, other conflicts would arise, one of which would ultimately take Adam's father from him. But right now, Professor Kim was still alive, still teaching, still months away from his fateful discovery. And Hugo Fable was one of the few people with regular access to the professor's laboratory. The problem was simple then. Adam needed to get closer to Hugo. Through him, to Professor Kim, before history repeated itself, before the dominoes began to fall, before Dragon Breath turned the sky black with death.
Chapter 11. Craving Frosties.
"He won't bite, Sam." Adam watched his friend eye the salamander like it might suddenly breathe fire in his face, which, to be fair, wasn't entirely impossible. Are you sure? Sam's hand hovered uncertainly above Gizmo's head. The familiar tilted his head, that permanent, gentle smile somehow looking even more encouraging. He's really friendly, Gus assured from the seat behind them. Sometimes too friendly. Yesterday he tried to follow a third-year girl into the library. Adom chuckled. Did she have some fire affinity crystals in her bag? Yeah, Gizmo's got expensive taste. Sam's hand was still frozen mid-air. Gizmo, apparently tired of waiting, stretched his neck up and bumped his head against Sam's palm. The boy yelped, nearly falling out of his chair. See? Adom grinned. He likes you. His scales are warm, Sam marveled, slowly relaxing as Gizmo leaned into his touch. And soft? I thought they'd be rough. Like velvet, right? Gus beamed proudly. Watch this. Scratch under his chin. Sam did as instructed, and Gizmo's eyes closed in pure bliss. Small flames began flickering across his scales, casting dancing shadows on their desks. Gizmo, Gus warned, though he was still smiling. What did we say about getting too excited in class? The salamander opened one eye, looking absolutely unapologetic. You know, Sam said, growing bolder with his pets. For something that can literally burst into flames, he's actually kind of cute. The classroom door burst open with enough force to make everyone jump. A massive figure ducked through, and suddenly all thoughts of cute salamanders vanished as the students stared up, way up, at their visitor. Right then, the giant's voice boomed through the room. Who's ready to meet a real monster? Gizmo scrambled back to Gus's desk, his scales flickering. Around them, students straightened in their seats, all eyes fixed on the enormous man and the empty space beside him. Is that, Sam whispered, grabbing Adom's arm. Is that guild armor? Adom nodded, fighting back a smile. He remembered this class from his past life, but somehow, seeing the familiar adventurer in person still made his heart race with excitement. Professor Drake cleared his throat. Class, this is Master Borgin from the Pentos Guild. He's graciously agreed to bring us a specimen for today's practical demonstration. Graciously? Borgin let out a laugh that made the windows rattle. Been dying to show this beauty off. Found her in the Whisper Wheel Dungeon, Class B. Ain't she just perfect? He gestured to what looked like empty air beside him. A few students leaned forward, squinting. Ah, right, Borgin chuckled, pulling out what looked like a handful of glowing dust. Bit shy, this one. Watch this. He blew the dust gently into the air. As it settled, something shifted. Like watching water ripple in clear glass, the air seemed to bend and twist until gasps filled the room. Where there had been nothing, now stood a creature about the size of a large dog. Its scales shimmered with every color imaginable, constantly shifting like oil on water. A long, elegant neck supported a triangular head with intelligent golden eyes, and a tail that could probably reach across half the classroom swayed gently behind it. This, Professor Drake said, is a shimmer scale. B-rank monster, evolved from common lizards after prolonged exposure to light affinity mana crystals. Beautiful, isn't she? Borgin beamed like a proud parent. Go on, girl. Show them what you can do. The shimmer scale tilted its head, those golden eyes scanning the classroom. Then, slowly, its scales began to shift. The iridescent colors faded, and suddenly the creature was almost invisible again. Except now they could see the faintest outline, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. Merlin's beard, someone whispered from the back.
Natural camouflage, Drake explained, writing on the board.
The scales can bend light around them, making the creature nearly invisible. In their natural habitat, this makes them exceptional ambush predators. Though this little lady prefers dried fish to hunting, Borgin added, pulling something from a pouch at his belt. The shimmer scale's head snapped toward him, suddenly visible again, its tongue flicking out expectantly. Now then! The giant man clapped his hands together, making several students jump. Who wants to learn about their hunting patterns? Or maybe how they use their camouflage for mating displays? Oh, or that time I saw one take down a dire wolf pack by itself. Professor Drake sighed, but Adam could see the slight smile on his face. Perhaps we should start with basic anatomy, Master Borgin. Right. Borgin nodded, still grinning. But trust me, kids, that wolf pack story? Absolute cracker. Remind me to tell it after the lesson. The shimmer scale, apparently tired of being ignored, bumped its head against Borgin's leg. The massive man immediately melted. Oh, all right, one more treat. He tossed another dried fish, which the creature snatched from the air with surprising grace. See that? Lightning-quick reflexes, typical of light affinity monsters. Now, if you look at their skeletal structure, Adam found himself leaning forward, notebook forgotten. He'd seen this lesson before, in another life, but somehow, watching the shimmer scales dance with color as Borgin enthusiastically pointed out its features, it felt brand new. Besides, he thought, as the creature's golden eyes met his for a moment, some things were worth seeing twice. As the lesson progressed, the adventurer named the shimmer scale Luna, apparently because her scales reminded him of moonlight on water. The creature responded to her name with an almost prideful bearing, her head held high as she demonstrated her camouflage abilities. See, that's the thing about monster classifications, Borgin explained, while Luna lazily coiled her tail around his boots. They're not just about power levels. A C-class dungeon might spawn B-class monsters if the mana concentration is right. Take the Whisperweald. Technically a C-class dungeon, but the light affinity crystals there are so pure that even common lizards can evolve into beauties like Luna here. From the front row, Mia's hand shot up. No surprise there. She hadn't earned those top scores by staying quiet. But sir, wouldn't that make it a B-class dungeon by default? Excellent question, Borgin's voice boomed. Anyone want to take a stab at it? Because monster evolution doesn't necessarily indicate dungeon evolution, Damus drawled from his corner, not bothering to raise his hand. The dungeon's core determines its class, not its inhabitants. Adam kept his eyes forward, ignoring the pointed look Damus sent his way. It was almost amusing how hard the boy tried to create conflict, like a puppy trying to pick fights with older dogs. Still, being the adult he was mentally, Adam couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame at letting himself get baited into their previous confrontations. Damus's words were directed at Borgin, but his posture was stiff, deliberately angled away from where Adam sat. Behind him, Finn and Marcus exchanged meaningful glances, their hands clenched into fists under their desks. Correct, Borgin nodded. Though some monsters, like our Luna here, can be tamed with the right approach. Others, he trailed off, his expression darkening slightly. Well, let's just say you don't want to try befriending a Shadowmaw, no matter how cute it might look as a pup. Sam shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Maybe we should head to the library after class, he whispered. Take the long way around. They won't try anything, Adam murmured back, though he noted how his friend's shoulders remained tense. He had to suppress a sigh. Having to redo school was bad enough. Getting wrapped up in teenage drama was worse. Still, seeing Sam practically vibrate with tension over these wannabe tough guys, yeah, they definitely need to work on that. Gizmo hopped over to Adom's desk again, butting his head against Adom's hand until he got the expected scratch. "You know," Gus said quietly, watching his familiar's antics with a slight frown, "he's always friendly, but with you, it's different. Like he's known you forever or something." He shrugged, clearly trying to play it casual. "Weird, right?" Adom kept scratching Gizmo's ears, mind turning. First Biscuit's behavior last week, now this. Either familiars could sense the regression, or, well, better file that thought away for later. "The key is understanding their nature," Professor Drake added, his chalk drawing complex diagrams in the air. "Shimmer scales, for instance, evolved in light-rich environments. Their camouflage isn't just for hunting, it's a way of processing excess mana. Makes them naturally more stable than, say, darkness affinity monsters." Luna demonstrated this point by shifting her colors to match Professor Drake's robes perfectly, earning appreciative murmurs from the class. "Now, speaking of stability," Borgin continued, pulling out what looked like a crystal map, "let me show you how dungeon layouts affect monster evolution patterns." As Borgin prepared his next demonstration, Luna took the opportunity to investigate the students more closely. She made her rounds through the classroom, her scales shifting colors as students reached out to touch her. Some squealed in delight, others hesitated before working up the courage. When she reached their corner, Sam's nervousness melted away after the first touch. "She's so warm," he whispered, clearly enchanted. Adom smiled, reaching out to run his fingers along Luna's scales. Like touching sunlight. If sunlight had texture. His heart quickened with anticipation. This was the moment he'd been waiting for, since Borgin walked in. Then Luna reached Gus's desk, and just like before, everything changed. Her scales shifted to a deep, resonant gold. Not the playful imitation she'd shown others, but something that seemed to pulse from within. She pressed her head against Gus's palm, and a soft, melodic trill filled the air. Gizmo, who had been contentedly dozing on Gus's desk, perked up. The salamander scuttled forward, touching his nose to Luna's scales without a hint of hesitation. "Oh," Borgin's booming voice softened with interest. "Now that's promising. Boy, ever considered druid studies?" Gus looked between Luna and Gizmo, clearly struggling to process what was happening. "I've been taking the preliminary classes, but—" "She's offering a bond," Professor Drake explained. "Typically, familiars can sense when their bonded human is compatible with another creature. Your salamander's reaction suggests—" "A resonance," Borgin finished. "Rare to see it happen this quickly, but not unheard of, especially with someone already studying the craft." A familiar bond wasn't servitude. It was partnership, pure and simple. Two beings choosing to share their magic, their strength, their very essence. "If you want to," Gus said softly to Luna, "I'd be honored." The shimmer scale's trill grew stronger. She pressed her forehead against Gus's, scales blazing. Gizmo climbed onto Gus's shoulder, adding his own warm glow to the moment. The magic built slowly, naturally, like watching a flower bloom in fast motion. "Well done," Borgin approved. "Clean bond, no hesitation on either side. Though," he stroked his beard thoughtfully, "you realize this means we'll need to discuss guild affiliation. Luna's contracted to Pentos for another 5 years." The class shifted their attention to Gus, who seemed to shrink slightly under the sudden scrutiny. Laura pressed closer to his side, her scales taking on a gentle, reassuring shimmer. Gus glanced at Gizmo, who chirped encouragingly. After a moment of what seemed like silent communication with both familiars, he straightened. Actually, I was planning to declare as a druid at the third-year ceremony. Field work and dungeon research were always my goal. Were they now? Borgen's eyes crinkled with interest. And would you consider a 5-year contract with Pentos? Same terms as Luna's. Full guild benefits, training, expedition priority. After that, you'd be free to go independent or join another guild if you prefer. Gus's hand absently stroked Luna's scales while he thought. Would we be able to start training before graduation? Supervised expeditions to C-rank dungeons, certainly. Maybe even B-rank by your final year, depending on your progress. Borgen grinned. Can't let talent like this go to waste, eh? The bond was still settling, magic humming in the air as Luna and Gizmo flanked Gus protectively. It wasn't the theatrical light show most stories described, just 3 beings finding their natural rhythm together. Then yes, Gus nodded, somehow looking both terrified and determined. I accept. Excellent! Borgen's voice boomed back to its usual volume. We'll sort out the paperwork after class. Now, Professor Drake, I believe you were saying something about environmental adaptation?
After class, students crowded around Gus, showering him with congratulations. Some were already asking about dual familiar bonds, a rare feat that druids were famous for. Each additional familiar exponentially increased a druid's capabilities. Some famous figures were said to have bonded with dozens of creatures, though most settled for 2 or 3. This is just the beginning, Borgen explained proudly while gathering his things. Druids with multiple bonds can channel different types of mana simultaneously. Imagine combining Luna's light affinity with Gizmo's fire abilities. I wish I had a familiar bond, Sam sighed as they packed up their bags. Adom snorted. You jumped 3 feet in the air when Gizmo touched your hand. That was different. I wasn't prepared. I remember you screamed when a cat walked past you one day. What? I never did that. Adom laughed. Come on, don't you remember? It was when… He stopped mid-sentence, blinking. Right. That hadn't happened yet. It would be in a few months, during the autumn festival. Sorry, I must be thinking of someone else, he mumbled. Are you going senile on me? Sam grinned. First you wanted to actually eat that horrible tomato soup. Now you're making up stories about me and cats. You're starting to sound like old Mr. Biggins. Back in my day, the staircases moved counterclockwise. I don't sound like Mr. Biggins, Adom protested, though he made a mental note to be more careful with his foreknowledge. Well, Sam shouldered his bag with exaggerated dignity. Maybe I'm just waiting for the right familiar. One that's less bitey, or scaly, or… He paused, considering. Do they make silent familiars? There are ghost-type familiars, and spirits. Jinns, too, Adom offered helpfully. Sam's face went pale. I take it back. I'm perfectly happy being bondless. And you, he pointed accusingly at Adom, are definitely going to start wearing those memory crystals the healers keep recommending to old people. They're not memory crystals. They're focus stones, and I don't need them, Adom grumbled, following his friend out of the classroom. Whatever you say, Grandpa. They headed for the door, Sam still muttering about the unfairness of all magical creatures having either too many teeth or too many eyes, or both, while Adom tried not to laugh too obviously at his plight. Adom paused at the doorway, the odd sensation of being watched prickling at his neck. He turned to find Damus and his group still inside, their eyes fixed on him. Sam had already gone ahead, his voice fading down the corridor. Were they actually planning something?
Adam stood his ground at the threshold, meeting their stares directly. This could all be solved quite simply. Just a word to Professor Maris about the bullying. The headmaster didn't tolerate that sort of thing. No need for confrontations or escalation. "Hey, you coming or what?" Sam's voice broke through his thoughts. "I'm not saving you a seat at lunch if you're going to stand there all day." "Yeah," Adam said, turning away. "I'm coming." The morning sun hung bright in the cloudless sky when Adam and Sam left. The campus grounds were unusually empty. Most students had gathered around the crossball field for team tryouts. The distant cheers and shouts echoed across the academy walls, a familiar sound that marked the beginning of every season. "They're really going at it this year," Sam remarked, watching a player execute a particularly aggressive maneuver that sent their opponent tumbling through the air. "Word is they've got a new coach, someone from the pro leagues." "Yeah. You know what I need right now?" Sam said, stretching his arms over his head. "A Frosty from the Weird Stuff store?" "How did you—" Sam blinked at him. Adam smiled, a distant look in his eyes. The taste of the drink lingered in his memory, along with summer afternoons just like this one, conversations that hadn't happened yet, jokes that hadn't been told. "Just do." They both checked their pocket watches. It was barely past 11. "We've got plenty of time," Sam said, already heading toward the path that led to the city. "Could even grab lunch at Martha's if you want. Next class isn't until 3 anyway. Coming?" Adam felt the familiar warmth of déjà vu wash over him as he followed his friend. No time like the present. The bell above the door chimed as they stepped into the Weird Stuff store. A sign hung crookedly by the entrance. "We're hiring," and beneath it, in smaller text, "Just kidding, we found someone. Try Madame Mildred's Mystical Miscellany if you're looking for work." Sam and Adam exchanged glances. The former's mouth twitched, ready to comment. "Let's not start," Adam said quickly. "Yeah, probably best," Sam agreed with a resigned sigh as they stepped inside. True to its reputation for knowing exactly what customers wanted, an ancient Frosty's machine, one Adam had never seen in the store before, stood right in front of the entrance. The machine was a bizarre contraption, more artwork than appliance, with its twisting tubes and glowing crystals that pulsed with a soft blue light. Steam hissed from its valves in rhythmic bursts, and 2 pristine glasses had already materialized in its dispensing tray, filled with swirling, color-shifting liquid that looked like captured aurora borealis. "Now that's service," Sam whispered, eyeing the drinks with unconcealed desire. "I swear this place gets weirder every time we come here." The rest of the store stretched behind the machine. Some were moving by themselves, and it seems some new candies had arrived, too. Sam grabbed both glasses from the dispensing tray, each filled with the same swirling mixture of Cloud 9 and Summer Sunset, their signature combination. "Thanks," Adam said, as they made their way to the wooden counter that served as the cashier's desk, their footsteps echoing against the creaking floorboards. Adam tapped the small brass bell on the counter once, then twice. The gentle ding seemed to be swallowed by the shop's strange acoustics. They waited, but Mr. Biggins was nowhere to be seen. "Maybe we could just leave the money on the counter?" Sam suggested, already fishing in his pocket for coins. "I mean, the machine did serve us, so—" Before Adam could answer, the shop's doorbell chimed. Heavy footsteps and grumbling filled the entrance as someone walked in. "Useless, the lot of them," the newcomer muttered, his voice rough with frustration. "Can't even follow basic formations. What do they teach these little shits nowadays? Back in my day, you'd get benched for a month for that kind of sloppy footwork. Don't even get me started on their defensive stances." The man continued his tirade, seemingly unaware of Adam and Sam's presence as he paced near the entrance, running a hand through his greying hair.
Sam's eyes went wide as saucers. "That's him," he whispered urgently, elbowing Adam. "That's Bart Thrasher, the new coach." Adam nodded slightly, having recognized the man instantly. The coach continued his frustrated monologue, something about complete disregard for basic positioning, when he finally noticed them. His eyes fell on their uniforms, and he let out a heavy sigh. "Oh, for fuck's sake," he muttered, shaking his head. Just as Sam's face lit up, mouth opening to ask for an autograph, Thrasher cut him off with a sharp wave of his hand. "Don't bother. I don't do autographs." Sam's expression crumpled like a deflated balloon. "Jerk," Adam muttered under his breath, taking another sip of his drink. Thrasher's head snapped toward him, eyes narrowing. "What did you just say?" "If you've got something to say about my attitude, kid, say it to my face," Thrasher growled, taking a step closer. The temperature in the shop seemed to drop a few degrees. "Not mumbling like some coward who can't probably even form a proper fluid cover during basic drills." Adam kept his gaze steady on his drink, deliberately taking another sip of the swirling mixture. It was harder to tell if his apparent calmness was infuriating Thrasher more or less. "I said," Adam finally spoke, his voice clear and even, "that for someone who's supposed to be leading Zerky's crossball team back to glory, you've got a pretty bad attitude toward its students."
Hey, let's all just enjoy our Frosties, right? Sam stepped forward, hands raised placatingly, but the tension in the air only thickened. Thrasher let out a laugh that held no warmth. "Listen to me, you little cuckoo, cuckoo!" A mechanical bird burst from a clock none of them had noticed before, its wooden wings flapping wildly as it circled their heads. The bird looked suspiciously real for something made of carved wood, especially when it landed on Thrasher's head and pecked at his hair before zooming back into its clock. A low, wheezing laugh echoed through the shop, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The shelves appeared to shift and twist, making way for a tall, thin figure who stepped out of what had appeared to be a solid wall moments ago. Mr. Biggins stood there, in his perpetually stained purple coat, bits of chocolate smeared around his mouth, his silver hair sticking up in impossible angles. "Chocolate?" he offered, extending a box of assorted treats while simultaneously popping another into his mouth. His expression remained completely deadpan as he chewed, eyes moving between his customers with an unsettling intensity. "They're quite fresh. Made them this morning. Or was it last week? Time is such a peculiar thing in here, wouldn't you agree?" Thrasher stood there, mouth still open from his interrupted threat, looking completely thrown off balance by the sudden appearance of the shopkeeper. His face cycled through several emotions: confusion, annoyance, disbelief, before settling on a mix of bewilderment and irritation as Mr. Biggins shoved the box of chocolates practically under his nose. A muscle twitched in his jaw as he stared at the treats, some of which appeared to be moving slightly. One chocolate in particular seemed to be changing colors in sync with his rising blood pressure. His earlier intimidating presence deflated somewhat as he took an unconscious step backward, eyeing Mr.
Biggins, as if the shopkeeper might be contagious.
What? No,"
he managed to sputter, his previous anger temporarily forgotten in the face of such bizarre behavior. "I don't want any damn chocolates." Mr. Biggins shrugged, popping another chocolate in his mouth. "Your loss. They're quite good," he said, seemingly unbothered by Thrasher's reaction. A small puff of purple smoke escaped his mouth as he spoke. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "Oh! Young Adam and young Sam! How absolutely marvellous to see you two here. But you literally looked at us when you arrived, Adom pointed out, gesturing with his frosty. Did I? Mr. Biggins tilted his head. Must have forgotten. Memory's a bit like a sock drawer, you know. Things get mixed up, go missing. Sometimes you find things you don't remember putting there in the first place. He stopped, looking thoughtful. Was he always this weird? Adom couldn't remember. It didn't seem right that they'd let him work in this state. Adom placed the coins on the counter. We just took some frosties, Mr. Biggins. Hope they were to your liking? Mr. Biggins asked, his eyes suddenly sharp and focused. As always, they replied in unison, turning to leave. Young Adom, Mr. Biggins called out. Yes? A chocolate sailed through the air in a perfect arc. Adom caught it reflexively. They're very good. Do try one before heading out. Without insisting, Adom popped the chocolate in his mouth. The flavour bloomed on his tongue. Rich, complex, with hints of something he couldn't quite place. Orange? Thanks. These are really good indeed. Of course, Mr. Biggins nodded, tossing another chocolate to Sam. Oh, I'll have mine later, Sam said, pocketing it. I'd very much like your opinion on the texture, though, Mr. Biggins said, his smile unchanging, but his eyes suddenly intense. Sam shifted uncomfortably before unwrapping the chocolate and taking a bite. It's smooth, but also kind of
Kryptine? Like it dissolves in layers.
Good! Mr. Biggins clapped his hands together. He made shooing motions toward the door. Now off you go! Have adventures! And do be careful on the road. The boys stood outside the store, backs against the warm stone wall, slurping their frosties thoughtfully. Well, that was weird, Sam finally said. Was thinking the same thing. Was he always that weird? Was wondering that too. They both went, taking another sip. Adom, Sam said slowly. Maybe we should call the Imperial Services for Retired Practitioners. You know how they usually handle aging mages and stuff. I mean, ever since that incident with that old mage turning his entire neighborhood into ashes, they've been pretty strict about getting potentially unstable magic users into proper care before anything happens. Yeah, maybe we should talk to Mr. Biggins first, Adom said thoughtfully, stirring his frosty with the straw. Just politely ask him if everything's okay? Definitely, super politely, Sam agreed, as they ambled down the cobblestone street. Hey, want to grab some cheese sticks and crepes at Martha's? You know, to shake off all that weird... A faint shimmer rippled through Adom's mana field, followed by a soft chime in his mind. Adom frowned. A tracking spell? When did I even weave a track... Oh. His frosty slipped from his grip. Without warning, Adom grabbed Sam's arm and yanked him into the nearest doorway, a small antiquarian bookshop. The bell above the door hadn't even finished ringing when Adom pressed them both behind a tall shelf. What's going on? Sam whispered, his frosty sloshing dangerously. Wait, Adom breathed, his fingers already weaving the delicate pattern of mana threading.
The spell spread outward, like a spider's web made of ghostly blue light, catching fragments of sound and carrying them back. He filtered through them carefully. A child begging for sweets, two merchants haggling over prices, the clip-clop of horse hooves. Then, shit, we lost him! The signal just vanished. Keep looking, they have to be close. Sam, Adom whispered, his heart racing. Someone was tracking us, following us. Sam's frosty stopped halfway to his mouth. What? Adom held up a finger, concentrating on the voices filtering through his spell. How can a tracking spell just cancel like that? Maybe the kid noticed and dispelled it himself? You absolute moron. When have you ever heard of someone detecting a tracking spell on themselves? Well then, genius, how do you explain it? Would you both shut up? They have to be around here somewhere. Can I help you, boys? They whirled around to face a tall, thin man in a tweed jacket, his wire-rimmed glasses perched low on his nose. Adom suddenly became aware of the other customers, all staring, all silent. We're just browsing, Sam said quickly, trying to sound casual. Of course, the shopkeeper nodded. Just mind the rare manuscripts section if you would. Some of those volumes are quite… Excuse me. A man in an expensive coat stepped forward. His clothes were perfectly tailored, his boots polished to a mirror shine. Are you seriously allowing Xerxes students into your establishment? The shopkeeper blinked. I'm sorry, sir? These students, the man said, from that magic school. Do you have any idea how dangerous they are? Sir, I really don't think… 3 weeks ago, a group of magical thugs from Xerxes robbed my friend's jewelry store, melted through his security wards like they were paper, stole everything. The man's voice was getting louder, more aggressive. And here you are, letting them wander around unsupervised. That's a lie, Adom said before he could stop himself. No Xerxes student has ever been reported for theft. That would have been all over the news. The man's eyes snapped to Adom, his face darkening. Are you calling me a liar, boy? If you're claiming Xerxes students robbed someone, then yes, Adom said firmly. Because it never happened. Do you know who I am? Oh boy, it was one of those people. The man stepped closer. I'm Grant Goldwyn. My family has ties with half the commercial district in this city. And some little magic brat thinks he can call me a liar? The shopkeeper was looking increasingly uncomfortable, his hands gripping the edge of his counter. Gentlemen, please. These magical freaks think they're untouchable, Goldwyn was shouting now, his composure completely gone. They can burn you alive with a thought, crush your mind, and you people just let them walk around like they're normal children. We're not freaks, Sam said quietly. Not freaks, Goldwyn laughed harshly. You have the power to kill dozens of people without even touching them. You think that's normal? You think decent people should just accept that? Other customers were backing away now, some looking genuinely frightened. An elderly woman clutched her purse tighter, eyeing Adom and Sam like they might explode at any moment. It was a less common experience in a city like Arcos, known for hosting one of the greatest magical academies in the human world. But, unfortunately, mages were feared by many people. They robbed my friend, Goldwyn lied, his voice rising along with his blood pressure as he grew increasingly outraged by the fiction he'd created. Used their unnatural abilities to break through protections that cost thousands. And when he reported it, what happened? Nothing. Because the authorities are too scared to touch your precious magic school. That's not… Adom started. Shut up, Goldwyn roared. I don't want to hear another word from you. You're all the same. Arrogant, dangerous, thinking you're better than everyone else because you can wave your hands and make things happen. The shopkeeper was visibly trembling now. Mr. Goldwyn, please, perhaps we could… Could what? Let these criminals browse through your shop? Let them case the place for their next robbery? Goldwyn turned his fury on the shopkeeper. My family has contracts with every major supplier in this district. We could make sure you never get another shipment of rare books again. Outside, Adom could see passers-by stopping to peer through the windows, drawn by the shouting. Some were pushing closer to the door,
trying to see what the commotion was about.
I don't want any trouble,
the shopkeeper whispered, his resolve crumbling.
Then get them out!
Goldwyn slammed his fist on the counter.
These magical thugs have no business being here.
For God's sake. Boys, the shopkeeper said quietly, not meeting their eyes.
I think perhaps you should go.
We haven't done anything wrong, Sam protested.
Get out!
Goldwyn screamed. Before I call the city guard and have you arrested for trespassing. The noise was incredible now. Other customers were heading for the door, some casting fearful glances at Adom and Sam. The crowd outside was growing larger, pressing against the windows. Out! Out right now! The entitled man actually started shooing them toward the door, his hands pushing at their shoulders. Adom's jaw clenched, magic crackling at his fingertips before he forced it down. It would be so easy. It would feel so good. Sam was still trying to reason with the man. Wait, please, we just need... Too late. They stumbled onto the sidewalk as the man stood in the doorway, red-faced and shouting,
This is what happens when you tolerate these magical deviants. They think they own the world.
Adom turned, his stomach dropping as he met the cold eyes of two men who had just passed the store.
One smiled, all teeth and no warmth.
Shit. Found them, one of the men said quietly, his grin widening. Both started moving toward them through the afternoon crowd. Run! Adom hissed, grabbing Sam's arm. They bolted down the street, nearly colliding with a woman carrying shopping bags. Sorry, Sam called back as they weaved through the crowd. Adom could hear heavy footsteps behind them, getting closer.
Move it, kid!
One of their pursuers shouted, shoving someone aside. Sam, Adom said urgently, can you weave an invisibility spell? I think so? Sam's hands trembled as he began the intricate pattern, his fingers leaving faint traces of shimmering air. The spell flickered to life around them, then immediately sputtered out. Damn it! You're stressed, Adom said, already beginning to weave his own magic. Let me enhance yours. Sam tried again, his invisibility spell wavering in and out of phase like a bad illusion. One moment they were translucent, the next fully visible. Adom quickly layered his own magic over Sam's unstable weaving, reinforcing the spell until it held steady. There, Adom breathed, just as two men appeared at the edge of the crowd. But as Adom turned to lead them away, he saw one of the men pull something from his coat, a small crystalline device that pulsed with an eerie blue light. An artifact. A spell detection artifact. Damn it all, he whispered, watching as the device's glow intensified, clearly picking up their magic. The men started moving in their direction, following the artifact's guidance. Change of plans, Adom said, grabbing Sam's arm. We're going to lead them away from here. What? Why would we trust me? Adom began walking deliberately down the street, making sure to stay just visible enough in their flickering invisibility spell. They have a way to track our magic anyway. Better to control where this chase goes. His eyes darted around, searching for, this way.
He yanked Sam into a narrow alley between two buildings. The shadows swallowed them as they sprinted past overflowing trash bins and scattered cats.
Who are they? Sam panted. What do they? Less talking, more running. They emerged onto another street, this one quieter. Behind them, Adom heard one of the men curse as he stumbled over something in the alley. Split up? Sam suggested. No, Adom said firmly. Bad idea. We need to... He stopped mid-sentence, an idea forming. Actually, Sam, how good are you at illusions now? A sudden, searing heat erupted in Adom's chest, like molten metal flooding his veins. He stumbled, catching himself against a wall as the world tilted sideways. His vision blurred, then sharpened with unnatural clarity as he saw Sam clutch his own chest, gasping. The familiar blue window of the system materialized before him. Sam looked up, his glasses reflecting the blue glow emanating from Adom's trembling form. "Is that fluid?" "Left alley! Move your asses!" Jafe shouted, shoving past a group of tourists. His leather coat caught on someone's bag, nearly making him stumble. "Would you shut up?" Trevor hissed, matching his pace. "Might as well wave a sign saying, 'Hey officers, suspicious people running here!'" Cade brought up the rear, somehow managing to look bored while sprinting. "Man, I could really go for some ice cream right now. You see those Frosties they had? Why don't we get stuff like that in the dregs?" "Focus!" Jafe snarled, rounding the corner into the alley. "If we can't catch him alive, Yeah, kill the kid. Clean job. Higher-ups will have our heads." Trevor rolled his eyes. "You've only said it like 50 times today. Because you idiots keep getting distracted." Wait. Jafe stopped so suddenly that Cade crashed into his back. The alley split in 2 directions. "Oh, for fuck's sake," Cade groaned, straightening his jacket.
Did anyone actually see which way they went? Trevor squinted at the ground.
"Footprints go both ways. Little shits must have used an illusion."
"Split up?" Cade suggested, already eyeing the right path.
"No, you moron. That's exactly what they—"
Jeff started. "Last one to find them buys ice cream!" Cade called out, already sprinting down the right path.
"I hate this job,"
Jeff muttered, watching Trevor take off down the left.
"I really, really hate this job."
Trevor skidded to a halt, chest heaving.
"Wait, why can't I see the end of this alley?"
"Because we're fucking idiots who fell for the most obvious—" Jeff grabbed Trevor's shoulder. "Stop moving!" They froze. The alley ahead of them stretched and stretched and stretched. The walls seemed to pull away like taffy, the cobblestones rippling like water. What should have been a 20-meter alley now disappeared into an impossible vanishing point. A child's laugh echoed through the space, bouncing off the walls in a way that made it impossible to tell where it came from.
"What the fuck is that?"
Trevor's voice cracked. He turned to Jeff, face pale. "Hey, didn't Helios say the kid was just an apprentice?" Jeff stared at the warping reality around them, his mouth dry.
"This doesn't make sense.
This is high-level spatial manipulation. No apprentice could—" He trailed off as the laughter echoed again. Closer this time. The walls continued stretching, twisting now, the bricks beginning to spiral in impossible patterns. Shadow and light played across the surfaces in ways that hurt their eyes.
"Jeff?"
Trevor's voice was barely a whisper.
"Yeah?"
"I don't think we were told everything about this job."
"Move,"
Jeff growled.
"What?"
"Move!" He started weaving a complex pattern with his hands, magic crackling between his fingers. "If I can't pinpoint the source, I'll just blast this whole fucking illusion apart."
"I wouldn't do that if I was you." The voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere, calm and eerily adult-like for someone so young. "Where the fuck are you?" Jeff spun in circles, his spell still building power. "Show yourself!" "Just surrender." The voice was gentle now, almost kind. "No one has to get hurt." A scream pierced the twisted space behind him. Jeff whirled around. Trevor was gone. "Trevor?" His voice bounced off the warped walls. "Trevor!" Nothing but that damn child's laughter, fading into silence. Jeff stood alone in the impossible alley, his spell still crackling uselessly between his trembling fingers. "Fuck this," Jeff snarled, letting his magic build to dangerous levels. Blue sparks danced across his skin, the air growing thick with potential energy. His hands shook as he forced more and more power into the spell, well past the point of safety. The warped alley seemed to pulse in response, shadows writhing along the walls. That damn laughter echoed again, but Jeff ignored it, focusing on his spell. If these brats wanted to play games, he'd show them what real magic could do. "Last chance!" he shouted, his voice cracking with strain. The magic was starting to burn now, like holding onto live wires. "Come out, or I'll—" The world tilted. For a fraction of a second, Jeff felt weightless, his brain struggling to process what was happening. There was a blur of movement in his peripheral vision, too fast to track, too close to dodge. Something solid connected with his jaw. The impact sent shock waves through his skull, rattling his teeth and exploding behind his eyes in a burst of white light. The half-formed spell shattered, magic dispersing in a shower of sparks that he barely registered. His legs went numb first, then his arms. The ground rushed up to meet him, or maybe he was falling down to meet it. His scrambled brain couldn't tell the difference anymore.
As consciousness slipped away, Jafe had one final, absurd thought. When did the kid get so tall? Then darkness swallowed him whole. Adom braced himself against the wall, chest heaving, a cowl of fluid fully covering him. The assassin knocked out in front of him. He stared at the notifications still hanging in his vision, trying to process what had just happened. You have consumed pure mana elixir, rank S. Your mana pool has exceeded the maximum amount possible at your level. Stat increases. Mana pool, 500 over 500. Life force, 205 to 210. His mana paths burned, not painfully, but with an intense warmth that spoke of rapid expansion. What should have taken months of training had happened in seconds. He could feel the new channels forming, branching out like lightning through his body. He flexed his fingers, watching small sparks dance between them. The mana responded instantly, flowing smooth as water where it had once been like pushing through sand. On the moment, they'd just gone with it. What choice did they have? With assassins on their tail, Adom and Sam had to act fast. The spatial manipulation spell had been risky. Technically, Adom knew enough about mana control to attempt spells at a two-circle mage's level. His understanding was there, his control was precise enough. But he'd always lacked the raw mana capacity for such feats. This wasn't anywhere near two-circle level, not even one circle. But with his newly expanded pool, it was leagues beyond what he could have managed minutes ago. The pure mana elixir. Adom's thoughts kept circling back to Mr. Biggin's chocolates. It had to be, especially since Sam had also eaten them. The timing, the effects. "Adom!" Sam's terrified shout ripped through his thoughts. Adom spun around, but too late. The assassin was already on him, dagger glinting as it swept toward his throat. Less than a second from death. A black blur shot through the air. The sound that followed wasn't human. A deep, feral growl that resonated through the alley. The assassin didn't even have time to scream before the wet crack of breaking bones filled the air. The sound of tearing flesh, the spray of blood across the cobblestones. Adom looked down to his left, eyes widening in disbelief. "You?" It turned to face him. Those eyes, the exact same shade of blue as his own, seeming to pierce right through him. Its fur rippled like liquid shadow,
darker than the alley's gloom. Midnight Puma. The same one he'd freed in the undertow. Time seemed to slow as they locked eyes, Adom's chest still heaving from exertion. The creature's presence felt surreal, yet here it was, standing over the remains of his would-be killer. A sudden glow reflected off the puma's fur. The creature's head snapped toward the light. "No, Sam!" Adom's hands moved faster than thought, throwing up a barrier just as Sam's fireball roared through the air. Magic collided with magic in a thunderous crack. The explosion lit up the alley like miniature daylight, forcing Adom to shield his eyes. When the spots cleared from his vision and the smoke began to settle, the puma had vanished. Only blood and the cooling corpse at his feet proved it had been there at all. Sam's legs gave out as he stared at the corpse, blood still pulsing from the ruined throat in grotesque spurts. He doubled over, retching violently onto the ground. I can't. His breathing came in sharp, desperate gasps. "There's so much blood. Adom, what?" Adom sprinted to him, dropping to his knees. Hey, look at me, man." He grabbed Sam's shoulders, forcing his friend to face him instead of the corpse. "Deep breaths, okay? Like this." He exaggerated his breathing, keeping his voice steady. "In through the nose, out through the mouth. Come on, with me." "But the thing, it just... and the man..." Sam's words tumbled out between gasps. Voices echoed from the street.
Getting closer. Shit. Adom's thoughts churned. They couldn't be found here, not with a mutilated corpse and 2 unconscious assassins. His hands moved in quick, practiced motions, weaving spells over the knocked-out men. The voices were almost at the alley's entrance. "Hold on to me," Adom ordered, pulling Sam close. His friend was still shaking, but managed to grip Adom's robes. They vanished, leaving behind only cooling blood and questions that would never be answered. Chapter 12. A mature person would walk away.
The invisibility spell dissolved as the boys burst through the door of dorm 214, both panting from the run. Sam immediately started pacing the cramped space between their beds, hands clutching his head, fingers digging into his scalp. "Dead," he muttered, his voice cracking. "He's dead. We killed... There's a dead man in that alley, and we just... His breathing came in sharp, painful gasps. "Oh God, oh God, oh God!" "Sam, you need to calm..." "Don't tell me to calm down!" Sam whirled around, face contorted. "A man is dead! Do you understand that? Dead! Not sleeping, not unconscious, dead! His throat was... He doubled over, dry heaving. "The sound... like ripping paper, but wet and..." Adom's chest tightened with guilt. Assassins. This was his fault. He dragged the 12-year-old, a child, really, into something that would haunt his dreams for years. Sam wasn't ready for this. Not yet. "Listen, I know it's..." "No, you don't know!" Sam's voice rose hysterically. "You don't know anything! You're just standing there like this is normal! Like we didn't just watch someone die! Like there isn't blood on our..." He looked down at his robes, seeing phantom stains, and suddenly started clawing at the fabric. "Get it off! Get it off! Get it off!" "Sam, please," Adom stepped forward, reaching for his friend's shoulder. The push spell erupted from Sam with explosive force, raw, uncontrolled magic born of pure panic and rage, the worst kind. It caught Adom square in the chest, sending him sprawling onto his backside. The impact knocked the wind from his lungs. -2 life force, When he looked up, Sam stood there, trembling, hands still raised, tears streaming down his face. For a moment, shock seemed to break through his panic. His eyes widened at what he'd just done, one hand half reaching toward Adon. Sam's voice caught, guilt flashing across his features.
But then something shifted in his eyes, like a door slamming shut. His half-extended hand clenched into a fist, and that raw, wounded anger returned with doubled intensity. What? His voice cracked. There were assassins, Adom. Assassins! And then that thing just appeared and... Oh God, He dry heaved again, steadying himself against his desk. How could this happen? Sam, and why were they even after us? We're kids! We're supposed to be worrying about homework and cleaning duty, not people trying to murder us. And that thing! Sam, listen. Was that creature even real? I saw you. You protected it. Maybe I'm going crazy. Yes, that's it. I'm just going crazy and... Sam! Adom grabbed his shoulders, stopping the frantic pacing. Breathe, man. Just breathe. We're safe now. In our room. No assassins, no blood, no giant cats. Just sit down before you pass out. Sam exhaled deeply. Listen, you need to calm down first, and you. Sam's voice suddenly went cold, his panic shifting to something else. He took a step back, staring at Adom like he was seeing him for the first time. Who are you? Really? Oh no. What? Sam, what are you? You're not the friend I know. Sam's hands were still shaking, but his eyes had gone hard. The Adom I knew couldn't even look at blood without getting queasy. The Adom I knew would never just handle all this like it's nothing. A hit on the head doesn't change someone this fast. He backed up until he hit his desk. So who the hell are you? Because you're not him. Of course I'm me, Adom said quietly. Stop lying! Sam's hands shot up, trembling as they began weaving a spell. Who the hell are you? A spirit? Did you possess Adom? Get out of his body. The spell's glow intensified. Get the fuck out! Adom just looked at his friend. Really looked at him. A scared 12-year-old trying to make sense of a world that had just turned upside down. And wasn't that the crux of it? Sam was right, in a way. He wasn't the Adom from yesterday. Not really. 60 and plus years of apocalyptic future had changed him in ways this Sam couldn't begin to understand. He could tell him everything right now. About the wars and catastrophes that would come. The plagues. The horrors that would break their world apart. About how he'd lived and died and somehow gotten a second chance to fix it all. But what good would that do? This Sam, young and already struggling with anxiety, would crumble under that knowledge. Telling him now would just send him spiraling back into that shell of isolation he'd worked so hard to break free from. No. Some truths were better carried alone. At least for now. Sam's hands shook harder at Adom's silence, the half-formed spell flickering unstably between his fingers. He would not shoot. Never. Adom knew it. But it still felt horrible to see him in such a state. Sam's face twisted through a mix of emotions. Fear, betrayal, anger, each fighting for dominance. Say something! The words came out almost like a plea. Stop just standing there. The real Adom would be freaking out or making stupid jokes or something. His voice cracked. But you're just
standing there, all calm, like people tried to kill us every day, like we didn't just see someone die, like—" The spell wavered dangerously as tears started forming in his eyes. "Like you're someone completely different wearing my best friend's face." Adam sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Of course I'm me, Sam. But you still sleep with Mr. Snuggles hidden under your pillow," Adam cut in calmly, watching Sam's spell flicker. "You're terrified of thunderstorms because of what happened that night at your grandmother's farm. You put on a brave face, but you still check under your bed every night, not because you still believe in the Umbra, but because that's what your mom used to do before everything." The spell between Sam's fingers dimmed slightly. "Good. Just like that. You hate carrots, but eat them anyway because you think they'll make you taller. You have a secret stash of romance novels hidden in that loose floorboard by your bed, the really cheesy ones with shirtless guys and sexy girls on the covers. And you still blame yourself for what happened to your mother and little sister, even though I keep telling you it wasn't your fault." Sam's hands dropped to his sides, the spell dissipating entirely. "How?" "Because I'm me, Sam. I might be acting different, but I'm still me. The same one who helped you sneak into the kitchen to steal cookies last summer break. The same one who covered for you when you accidentally set Professor Wilson's wig on fire. The same one who knows you sing in the shower when you think no one can hear you." The tension hung in the air like a physical thing. Adam held his breath, waiting. This was the moment. Either Sam would accept him, or— Finally, Sam's shoulders slumped. He took off his glasses, quickly wiping at the corner of his eye. When he spoke again, his voice was rough, but had lost its edge. "The books, they have really good plots, you know." The absurdity of the statement hit Adam like a wave. A laugh bubbled up in his throat, born perhaps from relief as much as humor. "Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's all about the plot. Just like that erotic novel you've got hidden in your sock drawer. What was it called? The Blacksmith's Burning— I get it! Damn!" Sam's face went bright red as he shoved his glasses back on. "No intimacy in this room. None. Zero," he mumbled, dropping onto his bed. Then his expression sobered. "Hey, about earlier, when I pushed you, are you hurt?" Adam almost made a joke about his pride being wounded, but something in Sam's face stopped him. "I'm fine, really." "Those men," Sam's voice dropped lower. "Why were they after us? What kind of trouble are you in?" "I may have gotten involved with some troublesome people." "Troublesome?" Sam's eyebrows shot up. "Troublesome enough to want you dead and kidnapped?" "They're particularly spiteful." "We need to tell Headmaster Maris," Sam said, sitting up straighter. "This isn't just some school prank, Adam. These were actual assassins." "Let me sort this out first." Adam raised his hands placatingly. "Going to the headmaster now would just create more problems. The school board would get involved. There'd be investigations. That's kind of the point." "Sam, please, just give me time to handle this. Trust me?" Sam opened his mouth to argue, then closed it again. His shoulders slumped. "Okay. All right. Fine. But if anything else happens, we'll go straight to Maris. Promise." A heavy silence fell between them. Sam stared at the ceiling from his bed. Adam noticed how carefully his friend was avoiding certain questions, stepping around the edges of what had happened. And, somehow, he knew Sam hadn't completely bought his explanations. There was still doubt in those eyes, carefully hidden behind acceptance. Which was fair enough. But at least he wasn't pushing further. "Look, I don't know what happened to you," Sam finally said. "And clearly you don't want to tell me. But," he sighed, "you're still you. Kinda." Ouch. Sam chuckled. Maybe Damus's hit did change something, but he sat up, fixing Adam with a serious look. "I guess change can be good. Just be careful what kind of stuff you get your feet into, yeah?" Adam smiled. "Yeah." The silence that followed was the special kind of awkward that only comes after baring your soul to someone. Sam suddenly found the ceiling absolutely fascinating, while Adam developed an intense interest in a loose thread on his sleeve. Someone coughed. Neither was sure who. The sound seemed to echo forever in the small room.
Adam shifted his weight, feeling like he should say something. He was technically the adult here, even if his current body disagreed. But everything that came to mind sounded painfully forced. The silence stretched on, becoming almost physically painful. Thank whatever gods were listening when Sam practically lunged for his pocket watch, despite both of them knowing exactly what time it was. "We should head to class. Starts in 45 minutes, and today it's at the Floating Spires." He grimaced, clearly overselling his concern. "Professor Crowley always gets cranky when we're late." Adam latched onto the save like a drowning man to driftwood. "Look at you," he said, perhaps a bit too enthusiastically. "Already bouncing back." Sam stood up, slapped both his cheeks with his palms, and squared his shoulders. "Well, if you can change that much overnight, so can I." He grabbed his bag. "Even if I might throw up again later." The thud of another bullseye echoed across the training yard as Damus's firebolt struck dead center, leaving a smoking crater in the target. Third perfect shot in a row. The tall student grinned, already raising his hand for another weave. "Adequate form, Mr. Lightbringer." Professor Crowley's voice carried the perpetual edge of someone who'd seen too many students die from adequate. "But you're telegraphing your strikes. In a real fight, that half-second wind-up will get you killed." The grin faltered. "Yes, Professor." "Excellent form, Miss Storm." Professor Crowley's boots crunched on the gravel as he approached. "But that hesitation will get you killed. You're not feeding your pet cat, you're launching a combat spell. Commit to it." Mia's shoulders tensed. Her next cast flew straighter, harder, but still lacked killing force. Crowley paced the line of students, his scarred face harsh in the morning light. "Miss Chen, your aim is off by 3 degrees. Mr. "Blackwood, that's not a firebolt. That's barely a spark. Put some conviction into it." He stopped at a trembling student whose spell had gone wide. "Mr. Peterson, if that was a real battle, you'd have just immolated 3 civilians and missed your target entirely."
"Not like I'm going to be a battle mage anyway," Peterson muttered, just loud enough to carry. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees as Crowley turned. "Is that so?" His voice was deceptively soft. "Tell me, Mr. Peterson, do you think dark creatures care about your career choice? Do bandits stop to ask if you specialized in healing before they try to slit your throat?" The boy swallowed hard. "Students," Crowley's voice cut through the air, "what empire do you serve?" The question caught them off guard. A few mumbled responses drifted across the yard. "What empire do you serve?" The battlefield roar made several students jump. Adam's hand twitched instinctively toward a defensive stance. He'd heard rumors that Crowley had been some high-ranking battle mage in the Imperial forces before choosing, for whatever reason, to teach at Xerxes. And it showed. The glorious empire of Sundar! The response came in ragged unison, Adom's voice mixing with the others. Crowley's eyes swept the line. Mr. Blackwood, why do we call it an empire and not a kingdom? Blackwood shifted his weight. Because it's bigger? False. Miss Chen? Because we have colonies? Partially. Mr. Lightbringer? Damus straightened. An empire expands, a kingdom maintains. Empire means constant warfare at the borders. Excellent. Crowley paced the line. And what does constant warfare mean for you, the next generation of mages? Silence. It means